The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Kelty.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, Barone, Byrd, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Representative Bradley,
Excused.
Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Representative DeGraff,
Excused.
Duran, English, Representative English,
Excused.
Espinoza, Ferre, Representative Ferre,
Excused.
Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Representative Gonzalez,
Excused.
Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Representative Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Linstead is excused. Luck, Representative Luck,
Excused.
Lukens, Mabry, Representative Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow,
Here.
McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Representative Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks is excused. Rutinel, Ryden, Sirota, Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Representative Valdez,
Excused.
Velasco, Weinberg,
Here.
Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai is excused, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 56 present, 9 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Journal of Tuesday, April 8th, 2025 to be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk, and I ask for a hooyah!
I can't do that as well, Rep. All right, members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say booyah! All right, that was miserable. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we do have business to attend to. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on Wednesday, April 9th, 2025 at 8:17 a.m. These are all Senate bills. Let's start with Senate Bill 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, House Bill 1321, Senate Bill 270, and Senate Bill 206.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, April 9th at 8:17 a.m. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, AML Bacon will take the chair.
committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading of bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Members, please listen up. Since today is long bill and we have a lot of content, we would like to be efficient on moving. If you would like to speak on a bill, be in the well, not on the side of the well, not on the way to the well, but in the well. And please listen for your bill numbers or amendment numbers. As we move through the amendments, you will see two types of numbers. You will see, and this is when we get to long bill, you might see a J number or you'll see a different number in your packet. So please pay attention to the screen to keep up with the proposed amendments. I did my high school principal thing. I'm going to assume we all heard and understood that. Okay? Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 207.
Senate Bill 207 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the repeal of certain statutes related to rodent pest control.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25207.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an easy one to start off with. Has to do with repealing the rodent pest control, which we have not done anything in this area for a long time. My colleagues gave me this one to kick off an easy one. So we ask you to support us in repealing the rodent pest control for the Department of Agriculture effectively July 1st, 2025.
Madam Minority Leader. Apologies. Representative Taggart, are you finished?
I am, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start off, this is going to be a long day, but I want to thank our JBC members. I know how much time and effort you have put in today, and for our JBC member, we recognize how much you've done today, and we still love you. So I hope you love us back at the end of the day. But with that being said, I think I would love to see us repeal more statutes. I'm really very impressed that we're starting our day off with a repeal, and the fact that it has no fiscal impact on state or local government or appropriation required. I really appreciate the work that you all have done and want to thank you for putting a repeal as we start off this day. So with that, I support this amendment and would ask for an aye vote.
We are speaking to the bill, Senate Bill 207. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to come down. What a way to start a Wednesday with
To the bill.
with a repeal. This is the way we do good governance. Thank you, JBC, for starting our Wednesday off on the right foot. Repealing government, I want to thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's continue this trend, Rep. Taggart, Rep. Sirota, and continue to repeal. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 207. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 207 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 208.
Senate Bill 208 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the amount that the Department of Corrections covers for penal communication services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 208.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, current law requires the Department of Corrections to cover 100% of inmate phone call costs in fiscal year 25-26. This bill requires the department to cover 75% of the cost in fiscal year 25-26. I will note for this chamber that this cut saves approximately $2.3 million. We urge a yes vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to make sure members understand that we haven't actually gone to 100% coverage yet. This bill was passed last year. It looked at a 2-year phase-in, and we are instead making it a 3-year phase-in. So it is a savings, but not one that will be felt by inmates quite yet.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I move Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 208 and ask it for to be displayed. And ask for it to be properly displayed.
The amendment is displayed. Representative Kelty.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. My amendment is actually cutting it a little bit more from the from 75 down to 50. That will actually double our savings and allow us to save money. And I ask for an aye vote. And actually, the amount that's going to be saved is approximately, if it was 2.3 million at 25%, we can probably look at 4.6 million at the 50%, but currently, in current numbers, is around 350,000. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L1? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote. Actually, this policy is good for those in custody. They help keep relationships with families, and they're much more likely to have positive results once they exit the carceral system. If they've been able to maintain these relationships, the coverage of these phone calls is important to do so.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually ask for an aye vote on this amendment because in the spirit of going through the long bill, looking at the money that we need to cut, there are other areas that we can cut. They'll still be able to have the ability to call their families and keep them maintain relationships, and they'll be able to get their visitation with other bills that we have passed. They get unfettered visitation. So really, the phone calls is a very small part of keeping and holding those family ties and relationships. Visitation, it's completely and absolutely open now, so they don't have to worry about that. So phone calls won't be as needed as much as the actual physical visitation. So I ask for an aye vote. In the spirit of saving money for our Coloradans, for the people of the state, this is extremely important to do. And again, it's just a small chunk, but now that we have more visitation, the phone calls really won't be needed. So going from 75 to 50% is absolutely doable. Thank you. I ask for an aye vote.
AML Winter.
Thank you, AML. I also urge an aye vote. I'm all about keeping families as connected as they can be, but the issue that I have is this body keeps adding more and more fees to cell phone bills for tax-paying Coloradans that are having trouble making it every single day to have access to be able to have a cell phone. We just keep tacking more and more and more fees on, and at the end of the day, I understand that incarcerated folks, they want to talk to their family, but when you take a look at choosing between the folks that are incarcerated and those that are out paying taxes, working hard, trying to raise families, I'm always going to be on their side. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the work of the JBC to kind of step into this program. I understand the legislation, and I do support those family connections. I do agree those family connections are so important, but I think just with the budget and the way that it is and trying to figure out all of the priorities for the state, which I think they've done a great job at, but maybe with our input, stepping this down a little bit further and delaying implementation a little bit longer would actually better serve the budget that we're in today. And so I support this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is Amendment L1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. L1 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 208. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 208 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 209.
Senate Bill 209 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representative Sirota and Taggart, concerning the authority for an offender to refuse placement in a community corrections program after the acceptance in the program.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-209.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill would increase the number of referrals of the Department of Correction inmates to community corrections. Inmates would no longer be allowed to waive their referral in advance. Rather, inmates would be allowed to waive placements in the community corrections after being accepted by local corrections boards and programs. We are putting this bill forward to enable the inmates not to get their hopes up too high during the discussions, the parole discussions with community corrections, and would be notified afterward if it was approved, and then they have the opportunity to accept it or reject it, but we don't want to have them get their hopes up, only to be disappointed. Thank you.
Members, we cannot hear up here, so I need you to bring your voices down. I know it'll be a long day. We cannot hear the sponsors. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 209? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
I'll get out of
Senate
your
Bill 209 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 210.
Senate Bill 210 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning repealing the 5-year appropriation requirement for bills that result in a net increase in periods of incarceration.
Representative Byrd,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 210.
to the bill.
Members, previously, the law required that a bill that resulted in a net increase in periods of incarceration to include an appropriation to cover the increased cost of incarceration for 5 years after the bill went into effect. In 2022, the General Assembly suspended the requirement for 3 years. This bill repeals the requirement permanently. We ask for a yes vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. I think repealing this DOC appropriation is incredibly important. I know we've had a lot of questions about DOC, and I'm glad that we're continuing to have conversations around appropriations for DOC. I think increasing this period and taking out that requirement is incredibly important as we look to the future and continue to decrease appropriations so that we can stay within our budget means. And so with that, I ask for an aye vote on the bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Madam Chair, I ask that we all just take a deep breath. Let's just all slow down for just a second.
To the bill.
Would you like me to read it, or? I am, again, up here just grateful for almost a budget deficit so that we can start going through and dodging what we don't need in our government. I'm grateful to the JBC for repealing yet another thing that we don't need anymore. I think this is great. I think this teaches the kids in Colorado how to kind of get rid of the things we don't need. And I'm grateful for the JBC. This is the second repeal. We're on a roll, folks. Let's continue. Let's keep it up. Let's take a deep breath and let's continue. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 210. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 210 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 211.
Senate Bill 211 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning budgeting reports from the Department of Corrections.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 211.
To the bill. Is that it? You move 211? You ask for an aye vote?
Well,
Okay.
Sure.
yes, I ask for an aye vote. This is another bill in our series of bills over the last few years to try and get a better handle on what is happening in the Department of Corrections. And this has to do with additional information that our analyst and the committee is able to use regarding inmate population, bed capacity, and vacancy rates on a monthly basis for our budgeting purposes. I ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on 211? Representative Richardson.
Absolutely want to thank the sponsors for bringing this, and I support it. This is what a legislature does. This actually puts teeth into our appropriations. It tells this department that you will do what you're told, you'll report to us, and if you don't, we're going to cut your funds. That's what we ought to be applying to everything we appropriate to, but actually urge an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Any discussion on 211? Can I call you ML? Are you okay with that? ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Puglisi's good too. I'll answer to almost anything. I just want to just point out that this bill requires the Department of Corrections to report certain information, including population levels, staffing, operating costs, and individual facility information. But the best part of this bill, to me, and again, recognizing the good work that the good representative from Adams County has done, as well as myself, in trying to get some of this information throughout the years that we've been here. But if this required information is not provided, the Joint Budget Committee is authorized to reduce appropriations for salaries of unclassified employees up to $300,000. I think this is a great bill. Really appreciate the Joint Budget Committee and all of their work to make sure that we're holding all of our departments accountable to the people. So I urge an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 211. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. 211 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 212.
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, also Representatives Taggart and Byrd, concerning the temporary use of the Centennial Correctional Facility South Sea Tower to house inmates during the Sterling Correctional Facility Access Controls Project in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 212.
And the committee report.
Members, this bill allows the Department of Corrections
Is there,
to
hold on one second.
Oh.
There's a committee report? Can you move the committee report?
Oh, yes. I move the Appropriations Committee report. Thank
To
you.
the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we reversed an amendment adopted by the Senate that would have required the Department of Corrections to provide additional information about inmate relocation. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill allows the Department of Corrections to temporarily use the Centennial Correctional Facility South Sea Tower to house protective close and medium custody inmates for the duration of a capital renewal project at the Sterling Correctional Facility. The bill requires that the department only house inmates from Sterling at Centennial South Sea Tower if it determines there are no suitable and funded beds at other prison facilities to the extent feasible. We ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 212. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 212 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 213.
Senate Bill 213 by Senators Bridges and Mobley, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the use of the Broadband Infrastructure Cash Fund and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill requires the state treasurer...
Representative Taggart, can you move the bill?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, thank you.
I'm sorry. I move Senate Bill 25-213.
Thank you. Please continue.
This bill requires the state treasurer to transfer $842,000 from the general fund to the Broadband Infrastructure Cash Fund on July 1st, 2025. The bill adds one of our correctional facilities to the list of broadband infrastructure. That particular facility is the Colorado Territorial Correctional Facility.
Is there any discussion? Representative Bradley.
Oh, I'll be part of the JBC. May I have the mic?
Sure you can.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't know if I want to give it to you.
My question is, 842,000 parts of rural Douglas County don't have good broadband, so I'm just wondering why we're providing this to the Department of Corrections. I just would like a little bit more of a detailed explanation if you could provide that. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms. Oh. Representative Bottoms. I'll decide.
Oh, she said I'll decide.
Representative Bottoms. Representative Bottoms. Make a song. There you go. Okay, to the bill.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe during this time that I understand the importance of broadband going into rural communities. I don't necessarily think the DOC is the focus of this, should be, specifically during a very tight fiscal time frame. So, to me, I think we can save $800-something thousand if we just say this is not a priority right now, let's cut this and move on to the next bill at lightning speed.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. I would ask you to think about one thing. With broadband, it allows for voice-over communications, VoP, for the purposes of communications, so that we can do that by way of the inmates can do that by way of the internet with a specialized piece of software, which in the end will save us money as compared to costing us more money in the future.
Representative Hartsick? Okay, he's got a bow tie on. It's a thing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
I know.
So, while I appreciate voice over IP and everything that we can do in the corrections, I mean, two things. One, why are we doing this publicly versus the private sector, which obviously can clearly do it at a better public-private sector contract, can do better. And two, why are we not funding out in the rural communities writ large? I mean, you talk about nearly over $750,000. So why can't we use that to help businesses and everybody else increase and then look at that offset as they're going up and helping DOC then when it hits the cost-benefit effective point? Thank you.
Representative Byrd. Representative, I'm sorry. Saw the pink jacket. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just reassure and point out to everyone that the Biden administration actually deployed billions of dollars across the country to support broadband development, and we are actually employing that across the state through the Broadband Office, and I welcome you to engage with them and look at their reports to see where all of those projects are getting rolled out across Colorado.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you. I would also point out that this service is being provided by private enterprise.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The JBC is going to have to get closer to the mic. Y'all are two of the most soft-spoken people I've ever heard in this building. I'm disappointed that Representative from Douglas County did not start with, he served 26 years in the Army, and I expect more from him. Can you tell us how this is going to save us money? You went down that, but you didn't loop it back. So if you could loop it back, I'd be grateful. And if you could talk closer to the mic, that would be great.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate. She didn't want I can't make people talk. You have the freedom of speech, but I can't, you know. The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 213. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. 213 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 214.
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Bridges and Amabile, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning reimbursements for eligible meals provided through the Healthy School Meals for All program and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 214 on the appropriations report.
To the committee report.
In appropriations, we made an amendment to, one or two amendments to address some technical concerns to make sure the bill is implementable. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important bill to address funding for the Healthy School Meals for All program, which is a program that was passed overwhelmingly by the voters a couple years ago, and it has taken some time to fully understand the funding that is coming in, the costs of the program, and working that out. Currently, the law requires that that this program is fully funded, and so without this bill would have required a $42 million general fund appropriation. With this bill, we are reducing that appropriation requirement. We are eliminating the over-expenditure authority for this program, and we are putting in place some options for the state depending on what happens at the ballot in November to ensure whether or not, so dependent upon the available funding for this program, it does allocate an additional $8 million from the state education fund to fund the program through the first semester, essentially, of the next school year, and then depending on what happens at the ballot, either will continue funding if that ballot measure is demonstrated to bring in enough revenue and it passes. If it does not, it gives the Department of Education the ability to then begin scaling back the program to only provide the free meals to those in the CEP program schools. So I ask for your aye vote. This bill actually represents a saving of $42 million of general fund and ensures that the program can continue for half of a year until the voters make their ultimate decision.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say, while I didn't support this at the ballot, I do support the voters and the decision that they made. However, we really do need to think about implementation. One of the things, and so I think the JBC has done a good job of trying to implement pursuant to voter intent, but this is a sticky program, and I know you all have done a tremendous amount of work of trying to find that balance, and I appreciate it. One of the things I definitely want to highlight, though, is part of my issue with this program in general is two things. One, it's available to all families. And I'm a single mom, I work 3 jobs, and I'm able to provide food for my children. And I did before this program was in place. And so having that food available to my children, to me, just doesn't make sense when there are children that do need it. And I want to acknowledge that. So that's first. Second, I have gone, as I'm sure most of us have, to have lunch with our children at school. And my kids are slow eaters. They just, they always have been like that since they were babies. And in the time that's allotted to them, and again, this isn't something you can all change, except that this is the use of taxpayer money, and I think we have to spend more time talking about they do not have enough time to eat. So for my children, when I go to school with them and I sit during lunch, they throw out probably 3/4 of their food because they don't have time to eat. And so we haven't addressed that fundamental problem, which is basically taxpayer money being thrown out in the garbage. I have seen it for myself. And I think we are trying to do the best we can for the people who need it. But without addressing some of those fundamental underlying problems, I feel like we're continuing to throw money at our children, and they're still hungry. My children come home and they are starving because they haven't had enough time to eat. So I think we need to address some of those issues as well. I know we've had several conversations at the legislature about addressing that, but literally we are throwing taxpayer money in the garbage, and our children are still hungry. So what are we accomplishing? So I want to put that on the record because I feel fundamentally very strongly about this issue and making sure that our children, that we work with our school districts. I'm not trying to take away local control from our school districts, but there has to be a way that we can find a middle, and I do think it directly affects this program. I'll be curious to see how the ballot measure goes. I do believe that making sure the children who actually need this food are being provided this food, I do not have any issues with that. But I do think we're wasting a lot of money, taxpayer hard-earned dollars, that can be done differently and better and more efficiently. And so I really just felt very compelled to put that on the record in a very earnest way. And I don't know where I am on this bill right now, but I did just want to raise some of those concerns. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. I want to make sure I get this right someday. So I guess I want to talk a little bit. So former school principal, former school teacher,
lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of breakfast and lunch duties. And in general, I do not love and have never loved the idea of free meals for all, because I believe the taxpayers in Colorado would be appalled to know how much food is going into the trash after breakfast and lunch distribution. And the way I broke it down to explain to people was, in my small district, it's under $1,000 students, but let's just say I have a district of 1,500 students. We are serving meals for all students at lunchtime. 1,500 meals get prepared because we are providing free meals for all. What if it's a lunch that 800 kids like and 700 kids don't? 700 meals were prepared and 700 meals go in the trash. And that literally happens every day. Food is getting thrown away. So we need to address that. We need to address what does free meal look like for kids who really need it, and how do we make it to where it's actually getting to where it makes a difference. So I know that somebody just brought up the time to eat. That is a school scheduling thing. We need more time in the day if that happens, because having to do schedule for lunchtimes and starting kindergartners eating at 10:30 and fifth graders eating at 1 o'clock or 1:30 because we don't have enough space in the lunchroom, it's hard. So sometimes, yes, we only have 25, 30 minutes scheduled, and then by the time they get through the line, it's only 10 or 15 minutes. And then, yes, we have more food waste. Kids are hungry all the time. They walk into the school, they're hungry. They are eating snacks all day long. They eat at lunch, maybe if they have enough time to eat, or if they don't like what that was served, then they throw it away. Kids are hungry all the time, so I get all those things. Going back to this amendment actually reduces the general fund appropriations by $42.24 million, and it increases the state education fund appropriations by $8.12 million in the next fiscal year, netting a $34.12 million decrease in state expenditures for the program. It adjusts meal reimbursements based on voter approval of a tax measure in November 2025. So that's coming, potentially limiting reimbursements to eligible sites if funding is sufficient. We really do need to look at what's the money that's allocated now. Can we work within our pocketbook that we've been given? And I'm actually okay on this amendment because it's decreasing the funding, but overall, people need to be aware of the overall expenditures and whether kids who need the free meals are actually getting them, and do kids who don't need free meals, are they throwing their meals away? So I actually am okay with this amendment. Urge an aye. Thank you.
We are speaking to a bill, Senate Bill 214. Representative Garcia.
Correction,
Just
Bill.
in case. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 214. I want to just share that I appreciate very much the diligent work of JBC to find continued funding for this critical program. Proposition FF is bringing in funding, but at present it's not enough to fully fund universal meals. There has been a lot of conversations about healthy school meals this year, and we know a couple things. Number one, the program was widely adopted by nearly all of our school districts.
Apologies,
This is great
Representative
news.
Garcia. It is too loud. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The program was widely adopted by nearly all of our school districts. This is really good news for this program. We are feeding a lot of students. We know that reduces stigma, improves school performance, and the universal model is easier to implement for districts. Colorado schools, like all of us, have also faced record high food prices and inflation, so our dollars are not going as far as we had hoped initially. We face uncertainty with federal changes that we need to plan for. The combination of these factors means that without this critical support in Senate Bill 214, we will not be able to fund universal school meals after this school year. Myself and others are working very hard to address these long-term challenges in another bill that will hopefully be in front of you all soon. House Bill 1274, which aims to set Healthy School Meals program on a sure footing for the long term and meet the full promise and potential of the programs, but we'll talk about that when it's in front of us. In the meantime, I want to thank the JBC for their work to fill this critical gap in Senate Bill 214 to keep the program going while we look for long-term solutions. High level, it authorizes $8.1 million in state education fund to cover the program through the end of the calendar year. This is not a complete or permanent solution, but it provides us with the critical resource, which is time. This time will be used to determine if voters support a measure to retain excess Prop FF monies, an additional measure to raise more funding for the program, and to assess additional changes on the federal level. This time will also allow school food advocates and the state to do additional planning for what we all have to do if additional dollars are not approved by voters. Senate Bill 214 is not a perfect solution, but it is a critical piece of this puzzle, and I want to thank our JBC colleagues for their work to bring it forward and provide us with this time. I also want to address the comments made by the representative from Larimer and Douglas County. I agree fully. There's too much waste happening. I agree fully. We don't have enough time for our kids to eat. I would love to work on policy to make sure that we have more time for our kids to eat, that we do reduce food waste, and to make sure that when we are allowing our kids time to eat and play, that it is considered as part of social and emotional learning. Thank you.
Sorry. If I can't hear, I'm just going to start passing bills. There was discussion, seems like. Representative Bottoms.
Well, I don't agree with that policy. I do want to address, they've already addressed the food excess and some of the things going on. But to me, this is a good little learning moment. We just cut $34 million out of this program. And inside the bill, it even says something along these lines, that if a school has at least 25% of students that qualify for school lunches, for free school lunches, then their entire school gets free meals for all. Well, this is proof of this. If we can cut $34 million out of this, why can't we just say if 25% of the students qualify for free lunch, why don't we give that to 25% of the students? I do know that there are students that desperately need these meals. I've seen this way back when I was in school, 15, 20 years ago. I saw this, and we understand that this is a real thing. But to somehow say that we just blanket this, there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse in this. This is not healthy for us. Let's cut some more stuff. We can cut this bill even quite a bit more, still give kids the food when they need it, but not just hand out food to kids that don't need it nor want it. And so for me, I do like the bill, and I want to say to all three, which normally I only say to Rick, but to all three, I think they've done an amazing job with all of these bills, with all of them. But this is another example we can cut right here too and save the state some more dollars.
Representative DeGraff. Oh, Hartsook. I said raise your hand. Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleague from El Paso. I guess 20 years ago when he was in school, 15 or 20 years ago in school, and to our great clerk up here, I was in the Army out, well, you can figure out the rest of it.
I think it was that 26 years? To the bill.
To the bill. So thanks to the JBC members, but in all seriousness, we've had a lot of legislation where we've talked about school lunches, school funding. How are we going to do this? Are we going to have tables? Are we going to have communal sharing? All kinds of things. And we talk about stigma, but let's talk about taxpayer money. Let's talk about achieving the goal. If the goal is to make sure kids get food, then we should be maximizing the amount of money that's spent and where the food goes to versus the trash can. That's not feeding kids. When you are throwing food in the trash can, you might as well take the money and put a match to it and burn it. It's not helping the kids, it's not helping taxpayers. That's not accomplishing the goal. If the goal is to help these kids that are in need, and I think we all agree that there are kids in need, then we need to restructure it and focus on those kids that are in need, not say everyone gets free meals and you have 15 minutes to choke it down. Now that might work in my 26 years in the Army, but I told you I'd figure out how to put it in, but it doesn't work in schools. When you tell kids you have 15 minutes for lunch and here's a spoon, shovel it down, and you can't shovel it down, and it gets thrown in the trash can. That's a waste of taxpayer money. It's a waste of resources. It's a waste of the child's time. You're probably going to give them indigestion. They don't get all the food that they need, and they're out running. I mean, it's like we're saying we want kids to get fed, but we're doing everything conceivable to hinder that because we're rushing them time to eat, we're throwing the food away, we're wasting taxpayer money, which is right now in short supply. Why are we not looking at restructuring the program and focusing on where the money, or in this case, the food goes to that the money's buying to make sure that kids are getting it, that need it, and ones that don't, well, then they don't need it. Why waste money? And let's look at the expanding the time. If we're going to save this kind of money, let's save more money and be more efficient and effective with what we are doing with that money. There's other educational needs that we certainly could get into out there, but we need to be much more cost effective and efficient with our money, and in this case, with our food. We need to go back and relook how this is done. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree this is a very, very important bill. And I agree with the representative from Adams County. Schools are facing record high food prices, not able to fund this after the year. If 25% of students qualify for free lunch, why don't we restructure this? I agree completely. Let's restructure this program. Just like the representative from El Paso said, my kids don't need a free lunch. It is so loud. I can't even hear myself think. I tell them. Tell them.
I believe I banged it. I think I'm going to pass the bill because I can't hear. So you can take your conversations off to the side.
My caucus is being loud. I'm going to put that on the record.
Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very important bill. We should listen. So if only 25% qualify and we're giving it to 100% of the students and we're going to run out of the funding after this year, let's restructure the program. Lunch ladies in my district are sending me pictures of the food they are throwing away by the pounds. They don't know what to do because they have so many kids that are hungry, but they're throwing away all this food. And we have a great program in Douglas County, the Backpack Society, where we send food home on the weekends with kids. And I would love to put more money and more funding towards that. So let's restructure this program. Let's give the food to the 25% of kids that qualify that need it, and let's take the 75% of kids out. Let's restructure the program. Let's provide the food to the kids that actually need it. Let's stop throwing away food by the pounds. Let's get rid of the waste, and let's feed the kids that actually need to be fed. This is another way to be more efficient in our government. So I urge a no vote on this. Let's restructure this and get the kids fed that need to be fed. Thank you.
Representative, okay, I'm going to go to Garcia, then to DeGraff. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say, I think if we were to vote no on this amendment, or this bill, what happens is that we then are actually, in fact, funding more. We are not actually doing any sort of cost saving on this food program right now. What I would really like for us to do is to pass this bill. If we need to have restructure conversations, let's have that. But to expect school districts to completely restructure how they do a food program within months is not fair to the students, the parents, or the schools to be able to have to redo an entire administrative function in that way that will not actually, in fact, cost more for the school to operate. So please vote yes on 214.
Okay. Representative Johnson, then DeGraff. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand to voice what I've been hearing from my constituents. We recognize that the Proposition FF was voted on by the people, but we also recognize that we need to be making sure we're fiscally responsible and we're not doing food waste. I do work at after-school program when I'm not here in session, and I can tell you kids are finicky. So to make the mandate that we have to provide, if you have 100 kids in your school, 100 meals, regardless if the kid wants it or not, regardless if the parent has tried to opt out and said we don't need these,
seems like excess food, it's wasteful budgeting. We need to look at a way to look at this in a different direction. I'm honestly not sure where I'm going on both these sides, but I know we need to do something. And I very much appreciate those who are working on this end to both save money, make sure we're feeding kids. It's been mentioned, you know, kids are usually always hungry. So to say that they're gonna come home every single day completely full might be a little outrageous because they're gonna want 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 snacks. But we need to make sure that to their body, we're sustaining their body with what they actually need without making sure we're putting it on taxpayers to pay for meals that go in the trash can. We have seen a bill this year for food waste, for a shared table. We would not have seen that bill if we were not seeing food waste. This is the biggest thing we're having, is why are we making everybody pay for something that may or may not be used? So we really need to have this discussion again, that we do need to help the students who need fed. We do need to help the families who are struggling. I come from a huge agricultural district, and our greatest story we like to tell is we feed the state. We are proud to feed the state, but we don't want to feed the garbage can. We don't want to feed excess spending for food that is not being eaten. And with these programs, you might say, well, why don't you save them as leftovers? We can't do that in schools for food safety reasons. So we need to make sure that maybe we're utilizing the funds to go to snacks and backpacks. We call them blessings in a backpack where I'm from, but the concept stays the same around the state. Why don't we look at ways that we're getting food to those who need it without forcing children who don't need it to grab the food just to throw it away? We really need to look at this again, and I thank everyone coming on both sides. I thank the work coming on this. Very much appreciate all of it, and I just wanted to come up here and just see when I was talking about this, the comments I was hearing from my area.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to talk about this bill coming from a county commissioner standpoint, the county commissioners, and about the environment. So one of the main gases that is going throughout Colorado comes from landfills. And what they call, when you have the food waste mixed into your landfills, it's called leachate. And the leachate is what creates the methane gas that is in your landfills. And then it's coming out of the landfills, it's going into the environment. This program needs a makeover. This program, there's no reason that kids in Vail or Aspen need to have a free lunch when they're living in their parents' third or fourth home. So I would encourage the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm a little conflicted on this personally because this bill is reducing spending, but at the same time, it's not, the program's not reformed itself, and that's where I really take the issue. As most of my colleagues have pointed out here, this program, it applies to 100% of people, including people like myself who don't need this program for our kids. Now, what I found out from one of my kids, I feed them every morning before they go to school, but then I find out that they go to school and then they get the free breakfast when they don't need it. And then I have my kids come home with a backpack with a bunch of snacks and things like that they didn't need and probably end up in the trash, and who knows what they get from school that I never even see that they end up throwing away. When again, I feed them before they go to school. And so this really is kind of it's an abused program. I was very poor growing up. We had government assistance in school, so I keep hearing that we want to give this to 100% of kids, so we reduce the stigma from the kids who actually need it. And that just sounds like a really silly reason when we're talking tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money that essentially we're wasting because we don't want to have a stigma. One of my colleagues had mentioned that there was a stigma when you were younger because you had maybe a different colored card for school lunch, and that let the other kids know that, hey, your family's on some kind of government assistance. But nowadays, you usually like punch in a number, or at least all the cards look the same, and when you scan it, it gives you the government supplement or the program. So that stigma is no longer there because it's not so obvious if you're getting that assistance. And again, like I said, this is coming from a guy who had that government assistance when I was growing up. So I appreciate that this is reducing the funds. However, because it's not restructured and it's still with the same structure, it's still giving free lunches to families who don't need it. And so for that, it's still wasteful, even though it's cutting spending.
Representative Luck.
Good morning, colleagues, and those in the gallery, as well as those watching online. Busy day here in the chamber, a lot of negotiating going on as people float their amendments for the long bill. It's probably why it's a little bit loud. Hopefully you can hear us out there in the world. Want to make note of the fact that the JBC left their binders up here, which I'm perfectly fine with. I just want to say to all three of you, thank you for the diligence and work that you guys have done, because I know that it's no easy task managing these binders, much less creating them. In any case, I did want to ask a question to a prior speaker who's no longer down here. I don't even see her in the room. I will put it on the record. What was said was that we needed this program to be universal in order to eliminate stigmatism, in order to eliminate stigmatizing certain kids who otherwise couldn't afford these programs, this food. And I'm just curious about that, because the districts that I'm aware of don't actually have kids pay at the counter anymore. They either do everything electronically and the kids punch in their student number, or they have the parents write a check at different times throughout the year to cover certain costs. And so students wouldn't know, one to the other, whether they're being paid, their food is being paid by their parents or by the government or by some other source. And I'm really curious to understand where that comment comes from, and whether there are school districts out there that are doing it in such a way where without this kind of universal program, it would be very apparent that this kid is on free and reduced lunch and this kid isn't. That's something I would like to understand better, if that speaker would be so kind as to come back. The other thing I wanted to point out for some of my colleagues who may not have been listening in on the very important and interesting Appropriations Committee meeting yesterday, when this bill was heard, there was an amendment added on that gives the JBC the ability to increase the amount of dollars that is going to this program, not only through the supplemental process where we as a whole body have that conversation, but also during the interim, that unilaterally as the JBC, through the overexpenditure, the request for an overexpenditure process, are able to increase these dollars. And I wanted to flag that for some of my colleagues to explain that really it's not just the dollars on the page that we would be approving if we vote in favor of this bill. It's also that authority in the event that additional dollars come in and the JBC feels like those can be appropriated for this purpose. We are giving them the authority to do that without our in-the-moment permission. We obviously have to ratify that during the supplementals process, but just wanted to flag that. Thanks.
Seeing Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The universal program to avoid stigmatizing kids, if we want this to continue to be able to be funded after this year, then we need to continue to fund it to the kids that actually need it. And I will tell you that my kids have been at 4 different schools. They get a 7-digit number, they plug in the 7-digit number, and only the lunch lady can see what it says on there. So we're not stigmatizing kids. What we will do is not feed kids if we can't fund this after this year. And if 25% of students qualify for this and need it, we don't need to fund 100% of students. We need to fund the kids that need to be fed. And I think this whole thing just needs to be restructured. But I am adamantly against the fact that we stigmatize kids, because there's now electronic certification that goes in when my kids don't have enough money in their school lunch account. The lunch lady just quietly tells them, or they still give them the meal and then tell me. So we are not stigmatizing kids. What we will do is not feed kids if we keep funding 100% of kids when 75% of them don't need this program. So I think this needs to be restructured. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 214 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 215.
Senate Bill 215 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning repealing the Colorado Student Leaders Institute.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 215.
To the bill.
Members, this bill repeals the Colorado Student Leaders Institute, a 4-week summer program
Can
for
you
high
get a
school
little closer
students,
to the microphone?
and
There we go.
requires the
Thank you.
Department of Education to return any gifts, grants, or donations remaining in the Colorado Student Leaders Institute cash fund. All remaining unexpended and unencumbered money in the cash fund will be transferred back to the general fund. We ask for a yes vote.
Representative ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support repealing this Student Leaders Institute. I think we have a lot of great programs in this that this body promotes, but I do think with our budget needs the way that they are, I think repealing this program is good, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 215. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 215 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 216.
The Senate Bill 216 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Serota and Taggart, concerning eliminating the requirement for annual reprinting of laws concerning education and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-216.
To the bill.
Thank you. Under current law, the Department of Education is required to reprint and distribute laws concerning education using money from the state public school fund. This bill eliminates that requirement, and it saves $35,000. This type of information can be posted on the Department of Education's website.
AML Winter.
Thank you. You're good, leave it there. Thank you, AML. I'm all in favor of this bill. I appreciate it. I mean, $35,000, probably the median income of most of the constituents within my district, and in the area of digital capabilities that we have in this state, this is a logical cut. And like I said, $35,000 may not seem like a lot to some, but the constituents in my district, it's a lot. So I'd like to thank you and urge an aye vote on this.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Dale!
Me say
Gotcha.
Deo.
Daylight come and we want to go home.
To the bill.
Thank you. Got attention for a minute. So yes, again, as a school principal, every year I get a big, thick Bible of Colorado school ed laws. And every year, there's a few of us in the state that actually go through the book and read it and refer to it, and most don't. It sits on the shelf and gets thrown away at the end of the year, only to get replaced by the new one. All of the laws are online. We can search them. So I am in favor of this because that would be a great savings of money.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this as well for the same reason my colleague just laid out. In the era of digital everything, just pull it up online, look it up. You don't need the printed paper copies of it. It reminds me of the law books that we get here. I think Madam Chair is one of the very few people that I constantly see with the physical book in her hand when the rest of us are just looking at it online. So I think she would be upset if we got rid of those books. But as a general practice, if it's digital and we can save money and not kill as many trees, then let's do that. So I support this.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to bring this up here a little bit just to mess with the little people. But yes, I also stand up here in support of this bill. To reprint something year after year, for a handful of people are going to be reading it, are going to be following it. It doesn't make any sense. 35,000, close to, rounding up 36,000 is a lot of money that we can save the state to be able to use in other areas. I'm sure one of my colleagues will come up here and show you the book, but yeah, this happens. We actually did this in the oil field as well. We had a safety handbook that we'd hand out every year. We quit doing that and we replaced it with a QR code. It's easier to do it in digital, and this is why I wanted to come up before Caldwell, Madam Chair, because he already talked to it, but anyway, I'm going to repeat it. Digital everything can be found online. It'll save money, and it doesn't have to be reprinted every year, so I support this bill. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we weren't in a $1.2 billion surplus, I would have voted no on this bill. I disagree with my colleagues about the fact that digital is sufficient. And this might be because I'm married to a historian and our house is full of books to the point where I think our floors creak under the weight of it. But books are very valuable to have. And I'm not using a prop, but I do have different books here that are the school laws of the state of Colorado from 1933. I have one this is from a colleague of mine. I have one in my office from, I believe, 1924. And there is value in having this. And if you look at the digital line on the provider that we use, those are regularly updated. And while there is reference given to prior laws, there are sections that say repealed. In fact, I'm working on a bill right now with a drafter, and we're striking even the repealed from the current statute, that reference that there was something there that you could have otherwise looked at. But books don't get repealed. Books don't get deleted. You have them in hard copy. And I think there's a value to that. I think that having the laws at our disposal to pull down and to say, how did we go from 247 pages to a lot more pages? It's not even numbered. Oh no, 889 just to that point. So 1,000 pages. How did we do that in 100 years? Less than 100 years. And what are the changes and why? And have we actually improved education? Because at the beginning of, at this stage in 1933, it would be curious to look up how our kids were performing, how they were doing on their tests, and whether or not the framework that was applied in 1933 should be revisited to be implemented in 1925. And you can't do that if you don't have access to the books. And I know we have law libraries and other people will have those printed, and I know that I give my...
Representative Luck, apologies. Seems to be a pattern. Continue, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I give my CRS every year to someone else in our community who wants that and can't afford to purchase all of them because they want to be able to access it. And even if it's a few years outdated, they have a large majority of what we're saying. And so I believe that hard copy is important. I'm also one of those people who doesn't care to read on an electronic device. So I'm old school. I know I'm a Luddite. I don't like all of this tech stuff. I feel like I should have been born 100 years earlier, but I'm not. And maybe that's because of this moment right now to remind everyone that though it's important for us to make cuts this year, in the future we should reevaluate that and reinstall these kinds of resources and possibly encourage our schools to keep in their libraries a section of the education volumes of CRS such that even in just a visual, we can explain the trajectory of America from a place of freedom to an increasing place, in my opinion, of tyranny. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 216? Seeing none, the question before it is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 216 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 217.
Senate Bill 217 by Senators Amabile and Bridges, also Representative Byrne Sirota, concerning repealing the Computer Science Education for Teachers Grant Program.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 217.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is one of our budget balancing reductions. For everyone's awareness, we identified approximately 80 different grants in the Department of Education, and they are all lovely, nice ideas to support various aspects of public education. However, they are in such amounts that what was discovered also is that there is not enough funding for actual equitable distribution of those resources, and they become rather inefficient. And so what we are attempting to do in balancing this budget is also right-size how we allocate those various grant dollars in the Department of Education more equitably. This is one start to that process. I ask for an aye vote.
ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to acknowledge the great work that the JBC has done to really look at some of these programs. This is a reduction of $571,289 to the state education fund, or that is not coming out of the state education fund. And I think that's really important. And then a 0.5 FTE change. I think this is exactly the work that we need to continue to do in these budget years, and really appreciate the work of the JBC, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 217. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 217 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 218.
Senate Bill 218 by Senators Mobley and Burgess, also Representatives Sirota and Byrd, concerning the Department of Education's permissible use of money that is appropriated for the School Transformation Grant Program.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 218.
To the bill.
Members, this bill makes the following changes. It clarifies that funding for the School Transformation Program includes funding for department administration, and it expands the program's funding authorization so that the Department of Education may provide funding and enter into contracts with public or private entities that support multiple school districts. We ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 218? Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually really helpful for schools that are undergoing a turnaround status or needing transformational grants. It provides a little bit more flexibility. It is really restrictive. It has been restrictive in the past for schools that are needing to reformulate, do things different in order to achieve student growth and achievement. So this is actually really helpful. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 218? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 218 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 219.
Senate Bill 219 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning repealing the Colorado Career Advisor Training Program.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 219.
To the bill.
Members, this bill eliminates the Career Advisor Training Program within the Department of Education and saves the state $2 million annually. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is another great repeal bill. I really appreciate the work of the JBC. This is going to reduce expenditures in the general fund of $1 million, and I just think it's really important that we continue to look at these programs and make sure they're being effectively and efficiently used, and then reprioritizing our budget. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 219? The question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 219 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 220.
Senate Bill 220 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning repealing the Accelerated College Opportunity Exam Fee Grant Program.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 220.
To the bill.
This is another repeal. It is repealing a grant program to provide funding to students to take their advanced placement in IB exam fees. And this is a budget balancing bill that I actually feel really badly about. We had to make a lot of tough choices. And what got me to a yes on this is that when the exam is typically $99, now students, because there is such wide participation in the program, it's reduced the amount of dollars that are able to go to each individual student. Thus, I hope that it won't be a tremendous hardship, the loss of about $30 that they are getting to offset the cost of their exam. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for those in the gallery and those watching online, I think it's important to take this opportunity. I am to the bill. Thank you.
To the bill.
To the bill. I am to the bill. I think it's important to take this opportunity for those who are struggling with some of these cuts to see that there are many ways by which local communities can come along and support the people in their communities. If you are concerned about this program being cut and these students not being able to take these advanced placement courses to lower the amount of college credits they have to take, I don't know about any of you, but I entered into college at basically a sophomore level, missing only a couple of credits because of the AP courses that I took in high school. That saved a lot of money for my college tuition and allowed me to graduate in 3 years instead of 4 from college. This is important. It doesn't necessarily meet, in my view, the role of government to fill this place. And now, right now, because of our budget constraints, the role of government is being limited even for those who otherwise think we should be in this space. And so I'm issuing a charge, I'm issuing a call to anyone who is listening that if there are kids in your community who want to take these courses, who want to take these tests, and they can't afford it, and you can, then step up and help them. Fill the gap. Don't depend on government. Don't wait for Denver to act. Just step up and love your neighbor for yourself and help them to reach their potential, help them to pursue their dreams, especially if you're in a position where you can. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 220? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 220 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 221.
Senate Bill 221 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Taggart, concerning school district reporting on the total amount of additional mill levy revenue the school district distributes to institute charter schools within the geographic boundary of the school district.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-221.
To the bill.
This bill requires each school district to annually report the total amount of additional mill levy revenue, which we refer to as mill levy overrides. They are authorized to collect, and that is distributed to CSI schools. We just need to know that so that we don't double pay, because you know we have a significant bill that we passed many years ago called Mill Levy Equalization, and we want to continue that program, but we don't want a duplicity that the mill levy override may be going to a CSI school, and we don't know that. So we need to know that information by way of a report. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this bill as well. Transparency is key. Transparency is important. I keep preaching that every single day here in this legislature. I'm running an amendment later today about transparency, and this is right up the alley. This is going to help that the people know what their school boards are doing, and probably even push for the school boards to be able to let people know what the tax money is doing in their school districts. So this is a very good transparency bill. I am 100% agreeance with it, and I urge an aye vote for this. And if anything comes up that I can think of, I'll come back up here and tell you about it. Or maybe I'll just come up here and tell you a story, but then I'll get gavelled down to the bill, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I have some of the largest charter schools in El Paso County in my district, and so I am very cognizant of some of these issues. It is my understanding that the charter schools do support this, and I would support it if they support it. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 221? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 221 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 222.
Senate Bill 222 by Senators Bridges and Mobley, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning repealing proficiency tests administered by school districts and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-222.
To the bill.
The bill repeals proficiency tests administered by school districts and reduces the accompanying appropriation for basic skills placement and assessment tests by $50,000. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 222? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one other comment. before my colleagues,
Representative Taggart, sorry, let me just recognize you. Go ahead.
before my colleagues get upset, the funding has not been utilized for this program for 7 years. I remind you, for 7 years. Thank you.
Sorry, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. He just stole my thunder. That was the highlighted part I had in my script here. I see how it is, stealing my part of this overall theater script. In any case, there's one other thing I want to note. As I read this bill, it does not apply to charter schools or institute charter schools. It continues to exist as a program available to them. It is only as relates to school districts generally, which means your traditional public school, which, as my colleague rightly pointed out, they have not utilized it in 7 years. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 222? Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the good representative from Grand Junction, I was just going to come up here and tell you that my 10th grader and 12th grader are very excited about this legislation and want to thank you for repealing it. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 222. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 222 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 223.
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Amabile, also Representatives Sirota and Byrd, concerning measures to calculate mill levy equalization to determine the distribution of mill levy equalization funding to institute charter schools and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 223.
To the bill.
Members, this bill specifies that beginning in fiscal year 25-26, the Charter School Institute shall not distribute a portion of its appropriated mill levy equalization funds to multi-district online schools that are authorized by CSI. The bill also clarifies that beginning in the current fiscal year, if a CSI school receives mill levy override revenue for operations from a school district in which it is located, this General Assembly shall deduct the additional mill levy revenue from the amount necessary to fully fund CSI mill levy equalization. Members, on this bill, I really do want to thank the Charter School Institute and other stakeholders for being strong partners with the JBC and trying to find ways to help us meet the moment and balance our budget. This idea came in close collaboration with a lot of good stakeholders offering ideas, so we ask for a yes vote on this.
I'm going to go ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the JBC members. I did clarify and got confirmation, as I said in 2 bills ago, that I have some of the largest charter schools in El Paso County in my district. I just wanted to make sure this wasn't harming school choice in our charter schools. I did get confirmation that they do support these and agree that they have been great partners and really appreciate the reduction that will help our budget. So with that, I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley. Seeing no further, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're over here fighting on who goes next. We had Rochambeau a little bit here, but yes, I also could come up here and support, and I know that I'm going back to the bill, good representative in front of me. I do support this bill. If the money is being allocated back to the general fund, it's good for us to be able to use it somewhere else. And like I said, I'm a big supporter of charter schools. They all agree with it. We agree with it, so I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question for the bill sponsors. I have 2 CSI schools in my district, and I get that they're kind of coming to this conclusion because of the budget cuts, but can you just tell me what excluding the multi-district online schools means to them and what that will cost these schools? Like, what does that implementation do to these multi-district online schools? I understand that they're in support, but I just want to understand a little bit better what that means. Representative Byrd?
If there is no one to discuss, seeing no further discussion, okay. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 223. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 223 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 224.
Senate Bill 224 by Senators Beards and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the repeal of the requirement that the Office of Economic Development contract for the mobile application software known as the Buy Colorado app that enables local business users to learn about local businesses that elect to participate in the software.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-224.
To the bill.
Thank you. I want to call out the Office of Economic Development. They looked through their budget and found a program called Buy Colorado, an application which is defunct at this point. And so they're going to take away the administration costs associated with that. It's a small amount of money of $8,000, but I still appreciate their work.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 224? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 224 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 225.
Senate Bill 225 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning a reduction in the transfer from the Limited Gaming Fund to the Advanced Industries Acceleration Cash Fund for state fiscal year 2025-26.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 225.
To the bill.
Members, the bill reduces the transfer from the Limited Gaming Fund to the Advanced Industries Acceleration Cash Fund for fiscal year 25-26 from $5.5 million to $1.84 million. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 225? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 225 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 226.
Senate Bill 226 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning extension of the renamed Complementary and Integrative Medicine Program for a person with a complementary condition resulting in a total inability for independent ambulation and connection therewith, making appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the appropriations report on Senate Bill 25-226.
If you could also move the bill, then move the Appropriations Committee report.
I also move the bill
Senate Bill 226.
Senate Bill 25-226.
Thank you. Senate Bill 226 and the committee report has been moved. To the committee report.
The committee report just has some technical corrections to update some language and citations. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important bill for individuals that have a primary condition that comes from spinal injury, multiple sclerosis, a brain injury, spina bifida, muscular dystrophy, or cerebral palsy. And while this has been a pilot program for several years, we, by way of this bill, are extending it through to September of 2030 and has a general fund impact of basically $1.3 million. But again, I stress, this is for primary care of individuals that have very severe injuries and or suffer from an acute disease. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 226? Representative Barone.
Sorry, I want to ask you a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have one question here. Hopefully one of the bill sponsors can answer me. What I want to know, if somebody gets a spinal cord injury or a brain injury from a car accident, would they be included in this program? I got a positive yes on that, so I appreciate that, and just wanted to make sure on that part. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 226? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 226 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 227.
Senate Bill 227 by Senators Beards and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning adjustments to appropriations made for the 2024-25 state fiscal year to fund early intervention programs.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 227.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very important bill, members. This provides an additional $2 million of general fund to support early intervention services in the 25 state fiscal year, which is the current fiscal year, due to a projected shortfall. And we made this, this bill happen because of some abrupt news that the committee received just about a month or so ago, where the department began to tell providers and families that services were going to be cut back. We worked very hard to identify funding sources to get to this additional $2 million to keep the program intact for the current fiscal year, and in the long bill, there's an additional $12 million appropriation to support the next fiscal year. But for this bill's purposes, this will allow the program to continue completely in fiscal year 25. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I really just want to give a lot of credit to our JBC colleague, Senator Kirkmeyer, who on the fly figured out that this funding was available and could be used for this purpose. So a lot of kudos to her. This is a shared bipartisan priority to make sure we find funding so that parents are not left in a lurch and that kids get the care that they need. We ask for a yes vote.
ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just want to commend the great work of all the JBC. I think this is a really important program, and when we talk about prioritizing our budget to make sure we are funding the things that we should be doing, these early intervention programs are so important for our children, and so I could not support this amendment more, and I really appreciate the good work of the JBC. Thank you.
AML Winter.
Thank you, AML. I rise in support of this amendment as well. Numerous constituents from my district reached out about this. I think it's ultra important, and it doesn't only just help at this point. It helps their health throughout life because we get a good start on making sure we get some of the issues that they face under control. So I appreciate the work you've done on this, and I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Luck. And we are to the bill just in case when we hear amendments. Representative Luck. We're to the bill. Some people say amendment. Oh, okay. So we're on the bill. Oh, and my mic was on that whole time. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak directly to my constituents since they know that I have a litmus test by which I judge bills, and they may be wondering why I'm supportive of some of these bills in light of some of the questions on that litmus test. I want to just take this opportunity to mention that some of these bills I will be supporting because they reduce our commitment in certain spaces that I do not otherwise believe is the role of government to fulfill. It's not necessarily a statement of my support of the underlying program or my belief that this is the role of government. So just want you all to know that in some of these bills I'm voting in support because we are removing the influence of government from a space that I think is better served by other institutions, hence the institutional pluralism conversation from earlier this week, or I guess Sunday. And so just want to let you guys know that. Thanks.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 227? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 227 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 228.
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the creation of a cash fund within the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise for premiums paid by individuals to buy into the state medical assistance program for low-income individuals with disabilities and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, members, I move Senate Bill 228.
To the bill.
Members, this bill repeals the Medicaid buy-in cash fund and instead creates the Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Medicaid buy-in cash fund within the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise. For both funds, the source of revenue is premiums paid by eligible people with disabilities who want to buy into Medicaid. The premiums offset the cost of the Medicaid services. And we have an amendment.
Okay, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L001 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is displayed. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment just makes a small tweak to the bill. There is an oversight board that is established for this, this enterprise, and instead of a representative from the Department of Human Services, we will replace that with the Department of Labor and Employment representatives, since they are the department that has CDU.
Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L1 is passed. To the bill. Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping for just a second that maybe the amendment would have changed the funding, which then would have removed my pressing need that I feel to come up and speak about this. This is an enterprise, which has rapidly become one of my least favorite words here in the Capitol. Just quickly, if anybody would like to follow along at home, at the top of page 57 in your fiscal notebook, Senate Bill 25228. Currently, the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, HCPF, which is one of my least favorite acronyms to try to get my mouth around, operates 2 Medicaid buy-in programs and will receive revenue from the program starting May 25. The bill diverts this revenue into the existing Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise, CHASE, making it exempt from Tabor. So I just want to make sure that we're squared away on that line, making it exempt from the money that Coloradans can expect back, that is reducing the pool of money that is your money that we are fiercely trying to protect as part of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, right? Not everything that is coming up in orbitals today, very little of it, I believe, is trying to create an enterprise, add to, actually, by a creation of another enterprise, add to the already 71% of revenue that is Taxpayer Bill of Rights exempt. This adds to that, and it's deeply concerning to me because we ought not to, and I understand that, I mean, that's the whole reason for our discussion today, right? Is that funding has some difficulties. Finding available funding is difficult. However, the creation of yet another enterprise to exclude that money from the Taxpayer Bill of Rights does have me deeply concerned, and I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Barone. Oh, actually, go ahead, sir. Apologies, Representatives Richardson and
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also here to talk about this. It creates an enterprise, and you know, as far as everybody here knows, we are against enterprises. This is going around the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We keep pushing that subject in here because it is important that people have voted for that, the people here respect that, and there's a lot of people in the state that really want to keep that intact. So for that reason, I am opposed to this because of the enterprise that is going around the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So I urge a no vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the same concerns and just wanted to echo again that every time we take a dollar and move it into form an enterprise, we're taking it out of the purview of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. That's not what we should be doing. We should be increasing transparency and the ability of the people to control their own money. And when we move things into an enterprise, we're also kind of taking things out of the direct oversight of the legislature and giving it to an unelected board. So I don't think this is a great idea. The fact that it actually originated in appropriations but affects ongoing finances is concerning as well. I would move that Senate Bill 228 be moved to finance for consideration.
Okay, there is a motion before us, which is to move the bill back to the committee, well, not back to the Committee on Finance. Did I state it right? Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to refer Senate Bill 228 to the Finance Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The motion fails. To the bill. Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 228? Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 228? Okay. Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor?
Oh, wait, we have an amendment. Oh, wait. No, never mind, we're good.
Okay. Question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 228. All those in favor, please say aye. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 228 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 229.
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Kirkmeyer Bridges, also Representatives Burton Taggart, concerning Medicaid reimbursement for community health workers.
This one.
What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 229 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Appropriations Committee, we passed an amendment that reversed amendments that were made in the Senate. We ask for a yes vote. Oh, wait, and then
You have an amendment.
we do have an amendment. Okay, no, that's it.
Okay. Hold on one second. Okay. Committee will go in a brief recess. on. The committee will come back to order. The question before us.
Yeah.
The question before us was the adoption of the committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of passing the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move amendment, I move Amendment L003 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a very minor technical correction in drafting, and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L3? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L3 is passed. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill repeals reimbursements for community health workers under Medicaid. Under current law, the department was expected to implement new reimbursements in July 2025. Members, I know that this bill has been a topic of much discussion, and I do want to say your Joint Budget Committee recognizes the value of the community health workers. So this cut was one that was not easy to make. I will say, though, that with the funding that is represented in this bill, this is a program that the state has not yet begun funding. So this is, rather than take something away that people are currently relying upon right now, we opted instead to make a cut that would end a program before it began. And members, I want you to know the situation that we are in is attempting to responsibly govern. You have to pay for things that are in order of importance. And the most important thing right now, one of the most important things, is that people are actually able to get the care that they need. That means being able to go to doctors. I want to note that we made other really big cuts so that we could increase provider rates, so that people could actually go to the doctor rather than funding administration and supports around. We are in a place where your actual care providers need care. And to that extent, this Joint Budget Committee prioritized funding for providers such that we increased Medicaid provider rates by 1.6%. We did not take cuts to local public health departments. We increased funding for the CBMS system. We also increased funding for county administration so that people could get access to Medicaid and get connected to the benefits that they qualify for. So these are the things in a year when we don't have money for the things that I would say are very nice to have. We are in a year where we are needing to prioritize funding for the must-haves. So we urge a yes vote and appreciate your support.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. Honestly, as a healthcare worker who worked through COVID diligently, I appreciate you saying to the governor, providers deserve an increase in pay. We have worked tirelessly through a pandemic that no one knew how to navigate. We put our lives on the line, and we did that diligently because we love the people we serve. And to say that providers deserved 0% pay raise is a slap in the face to people like me and the people in this building that represent healthcare workers. And I appreciate you guys trying to set aside as much as you could for those of us that continue to support our community and continue to serve the community. I also want to thank those that were going to bring an amendment to this, because the counties already are getting $25 million. The state can't continue to nanny them. They are going to have to make budget requests, or they're going to have to take away from their budget as well. The state can't continue to clean up their messes. And I just wanted to say that from a provider, a healthcare provider in a state that worked diligently, I appreciate your ability to try to get some funding to the people in the state that are trying to get people well. So thank you very much.
Representative Luck.
You're fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again to the JBC, once again noting your diligent work as demonstrated by these beautiful binders. I did have a question that I didn't actually get to ask in committee yesterday. Under the technical note and the fiscal note, it talks about forthcoming legislation that's expected to transfer some funds into this fund, and I was wondering if that forthcoming legislation has already been introduced. In the technical note on the fiscal note, it talks about, just wanting to check to make sure I'm on the same bill. It talks about forthcoming legislation is expected to transfer funds into the CMTF, and I didn't know what that forthcoming legislation is referencing and whether this is, like, whether this policy will shift because of that. If anybody has any insight, no insight, great, thanks. Oh, well, you're shaking your head no, so I assumed, sorry.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, of course I have insight. And no, the forthcoming legislation will not cause this policy to shift. We are in a year where we're balancing our budget and doing everything we can to make sure we're funding what's the highest priority. And right now it is paying to make sure people can actually get care, to go see a therapist, to go see a doctor, to get a nurse, and those kinds of actual care rather than supports and more admin when it absolutely is not necessary.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 229? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 229 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 230.
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Kirkmeyer Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning clarifying the distribution of financial assistance to undergraduate students attending participating private institutions of higher education who participate in the College Opportunity Fund program.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is strictly...
Representative Taggart, can you move the bill?
Oh, I'm sorry. I move Senate Bill 25-230.
Thank you, sir. To the bill.
This bill strictly clarifies distribution of financial aid to students that are attending private schools within the states. This is the College Opportunity Fund for those of you that know those dollars. First, from a clarification, this is now subject to an annual appropriation, which is absolutely important that we look at this annually. It also has a governor on it in the sense, different use of the word, has a governor on it that it can increase more than 30% on an annual basis. Just so you know, the students that receive these, the COF financial aid, are students that qualify for Pell Grants. So they are our low-income students of low-income families that go to private institutions here in the state. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 230? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 230 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 231.
Senate Bill 231 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the repeal of the Inclusive Higher Education Act and in connection therewith decreasing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 231.
To the bill.
Members, this bill repeals the Inclusive Higher Education Grant Program in the Department of Higher Education. The grant program was already set to repeal at the end of the 2026-27 fiscal year. We are ending it a year early and saving the state $450,000. We ask for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff. Who's here first? Do not get into that contest of who I like more. Representative DeGraff.
I am for this bill just in the nature that it violates all the norms of government, that there's nothing so permanent as a government program, and it's great to finally see a government program go away.
Wow, that was also the shortest. Representative Barone. It's getting loud in here. That was for you, Representative DeGraff.
So take it off the floor.
Whoa, nobody caught that! That better be on the Colorado Channel. Let's take a moment. Let's take a recess for a round of applause. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill. To the bill. I also rise in support of this. Repeal, repeal, repeal. That's the word I like to hear. from this well right here, so that's why I'm here in support of this bill. And it's kind of funny that a good representative from El Paso is getting getting some dabs right there. But yes, repeal to the bill. Repeal, repeal, repeal. I love it. So this is something that's another $450,000 to the general fund. And repeals are good. Repeals are always good. It makes government smaller, and I think that's a good thing. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this simple repeal saves the state $450,000, and in the big picture, in the big scheme of things, $450,000 is not billions, but $450,000 is a lot of money. And to repeal a program 1 year early, that just makes sense. So good repeal, vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out that the more sections we repeal out of the statutes, the cheaper the printing costs, which means that we can restore printing for our schools in the future. Just want to point out that cost savings. Feel free to repeal, repeal, repeal.
Okay, for the kids. Any further discussion? Representative Garcia.
Thank you for, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just want to reiterate, if there's any concern on repealing a program that is supporting individuals with intellectual disabilities, this program is not widely utilized. There is not going to be a bunch of students that are kicked off supports. This is a program that has been asked for, money was appropriated, and then was not being utilized. So I just want everyone to feel confident that they are not going to be putting very many students at a disadvantage voting in support of this. And I also want to say, I'm not actually a fan of repealing just to repeal, but good on you guys.
Okay. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I need to clarify my comments. I got a little bit excited in that last statement. I also am not in favor of just repealing to repeal. But those spaces where we should not be accessing or utilizing state authority, the power, the sword of the state, because it's someone else's role in society, I do think that we should take a very close look at that and repeal all of those sections and unleash the fullness of the potential within our people to solve problems at the community level that can be solved in the way that community needs in accordance with that community's culture, and I think there's a lot of value to that. And when the state gets into places it's not supposed to be, we hinder all of those developments, those points of growth, and most importantly, the relationships that come from them. So just to clarify, not about repealing to repeal, but definitely about repealing those things that the state should never have been in to begin with. Thanks.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am also in support of repealing SB 231. This is actually why we're here. We were hired to come here and to actually make smart decisions for Colorado. We were voted in to be the voice of the people, and the people want to help save money and help keep it in their pockets. And by repealing programs like this that are not actually being utilized, it's not that it's a program that is helping tons of people, it's not even being utilized. So for us to sit here and not repeal something would be a mistake. So this is smart legislation. This is exactly what we know. And I was actually nicknamed the fiscal hawk, and this kind of makes my feathers fluff a little bit. So I appreciate it, and let's repeal things that we're not using. Let's do smart decisions with our money, with Colorado's money. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 231? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. 231 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 232.
You want this one?
Senate Bill 232 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, House Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning repealing the Recovery-Friendly Workplace Program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-232.
To the bill.
I won't speak very long because my colleagues will do the speaking for me. This is another repeal. This particular repeal is a limited purpose fee-for-service contract with the University of Colorado to operate the Recovery-Friendly Workplace Program. The program was scheduled to end September 1st, 2028. By way of this repeal, we're ending it as of July 1st, 2025. And I'll yield.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't know what a recovery-friendly workplace program was, but I'd like to read, establish a voluntary program for employers to become recovery-friendly workplaces. I think, Rep. Taggart, you don't repeal this. We put this in statute here in this assembly process. And Rep. Bacon, maybe we get on this bill together, and we have a recovery-friendly workplace program for the General Assembly. So I would like to refer that bill, that we have this in this assembly. And I urge an aye vote.
I don't even know what's happening. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 232? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Thank you. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 232 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 233.
Senate Bill 233 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representative Sirota and Taggart, concerning the repeal of the Colorado School of Mines performance contract.
Representative Taggart. Sure. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-233.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another repeal. It's a repeal of the performance contract for Colorado School of Mines. It is no longer necessary. This has been agreed upon by both the Department of Higher Education and the School of Mines. And I would also say I think we all should be proud that our Colorado School of Mines is one of the best institutions in the world. Thank you. And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 233? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 233 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 235. Oh, well, I'm going ahead. See what happens? It was too loud. I'm just skipping bills. Please read the title of Senate Bill 234.
Senate Bill 234 by Senators Bridges and Mobley, also Representative Sirota and Taggart.
Sorry, guys.
Concerning exempting 2024-25 fiscal year supplemental appropriations for student financial aid from annual appropriation requirements for student financial assistance.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 234.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under current law, annual appropriations for student financial assistance have to increase by at least the same percentage as general fund appropriations to institutions of higher ed. So this bill specifies that requirement doesn't apply to the supplemental appropriations that we enacted during this session for the fiscal year 25 budget. So the bill decreases state financial aid expenditures from the general fund in the current fiscal year, since the supplemental appropriations would have otherwise required an increase, and that supplemental appropriation had to do with a technical fix, and so this is essentially the technical fix to the technical fix.
Very good. Is there any discussion on 234? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 234 passes. Mr. Shebel, now please read the title of Senate Bill 235.
Senate Bill 235 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning repealing requirements related to funding emergency temporary care for children and in connection therewith reducing appropriations.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-235.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another repeal. And it has a total savings of $199,000, $200,000, and a general fund of $182,000. And the repeal is for dedicated funding for temporary shelter from House Bill 22-1056. At present, we only have 22 beds in the state as a whole for this program, so it has not been well utilized. And this does still allow counties to have their own temporary bed shelter services, but this repeals the state participating in it.
ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have I guess I'm trying to understand, so if I understood it correctly, this program is being underutilized? And because of that, there's these extra funds, but since the state won't be doing it and the counties can still do it, will that cost then shift to the counties? I guess that's my only question. Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a mandate by any stretch. We have enough of those already. This is that if counties are volunteering to do this today, we certainly endorse them to continue to do that if they so desire. But we only have 22 beds in total in 2 temporary shelters in the whole state. It's underutilized. Thank you.
Is there any further apologies. Apologies, Rep. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 235? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. I know. 235 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 236.
Senate Bill 236 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representative Sirota and Taggart, concerning the consolidation of the Colorado Crisis Hotline and the 988 Crisis Hotline Enterprise, and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 236.
To the bill.
Thank you. This bill is making a consolidation of the Colorado Crisis Hotline and the 988 Crisis Hotline Enterprise. And this is bringing in line state statute, everything under the 988 Enterprise. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had meant to ask this question in appropriations yesterday, but did not end up doing so. My understanding is that we are shifting the Colorado Crisis Line into the 988 Crisis Hotline. It's my understanding that the 988 Crisis Hotline is paid for by a surcharge to the people, and I just wanted to know if during the conversation around this bill, the JBC had any indication as to whether that surcharge in the near term would need to be increased in order to cover the costs for both of those programs.
Is there any discussion? ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is, I do enjoy consolidation of responses. I believe that the crisis helpline is actually very important in Colorado, and I'm glad that we're continuing to fund it. But we can always find efficiencies in government. This seems like a good government efficiency bill, and I appreciate, again, the work of the JBC. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 237. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please. Oh my God, I keep doing it. I'm going too fast. I apologize, friends. The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 236. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 236 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 237.
Senate Bill 237 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning repealing the behavioral health voucher program for rural and agricultural communities, and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-237.
To the bill.
Thank you. This is another repeal. In this particular case, it's the Behavioral Health Voucher Program for rural and agricultural communities. The repeal has an appropriation. By repealing it, we save $50,000. And for individuals that are from rural and ag areas like I am, it is important to note that the 25-26 long bill includes an appropriation of $6.5 million for rural treatment programs for people with co-occurring disorders in the BHA. So while we're taking $50,000 for these vouchers, we have $6.5 million in here in the long bill for this purpose, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, sponsors, JBC staff, for acknowledging the rural needs. I'm glad that money was allocated in the long bill. I am still a no on this because we vetted out the Rural Behavioral Health Voucher Program, and we did a lot of boots on the ground to make sure our farmers, our ranchers, our rural folks knew that this existed, and we worked a lot to message to get that stigma away, because our rural people, just like everywhere in Colorado, we're a little stubborn. And when you live in a small community and your pickup shows up in front of a mental health center, that stigma is there and you run away. So I very much appreciate that we do have money coming in the long bill. However, still very much believe in this voucher program that we're gonna lose, because it helps alleviate that stigma, and it helps make sure that even if you're in a crisis of a couple days or a couple months because you had a dry season, because your crops went under, because you had a bushfire, then you can go and get this. I very much will be in support of the long bill aspect for those funds. However, the issue I'm struggling with, and maybe JBC can explain, is it said pre-existing, or those who already have issues ongoing. And sometimes in rural areas, we just need help to keep from going farther down. We need somebody who can stand up and say, hey, here's your help for this season, here's your help for the calving season that just went really bad, and let's get you some mental support now as a preventative, so you don't end up getting diagnosed with something down the road, or you know you have that ongoing communication with those in your community, and then we can strongly advocate so that way it is not weak to go and get help, and that it is strong to make sure that there's a saying in my area, make sure while you're checking your fences and your cows, you check on your neighbors. And this voucher program very much helps signal for that. And so I am a respectful no, because this is something we need strongly in my rural communities, in my district, and I'm sure in our rural areas across the state. And I would urge a no vote.
Representative Luck.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I am not rising as to the substance of this bill. I did want to rise as to a comment made by my colleague. I too live in rural Colorado, and I'm not stubborn.
Sorry.
Maybe. No, I'm definitely not stubborn.
Okay. AML Winter.
Thank you, AML, and I appreciate the work of JBC. I'm gonna have to rise as a no on this as well. The reasoning is the voucher program, after discussing with a few of the agencies that are involved in this, it allowed people to collect a voucher, turn the voucher in, and there not really be a paper trail on top of what they're doing. So, you know, it makes it really hard, as my colleague said from the Eastern Plains, it's harder and harder to get individuals to get mental health treatment, and I appreciate everything we've done with telehealth. That's a step forward, but it is true about having your vehicle parked outside the clinic or asking somebody for help. And, you know, we were told that this voucher program was successful. We were told by numerous agricultural lobby groups that these vouchers were being accessed and used, and I just hate to see this taken away from rural Colorado, where, as we know, mental health strikes really hard, especially with our youth. We have a higher suicide rate than our urban cousins, and it's just unfortunate. I understand they have things to do, and I'm all about making cuts as well, but I'm about making cuts in areas that I think that are ineffective within our budget, and I think this is an effective program that definitely helps rural Coloradans. So with all due respect to the JBC, I will be voting no on this and encouraging others to do the same.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 237? Representative Barone. That be in the.
I know, I broke the rule, I'm sorry, I apologize. So yes, to shadow what the good representative said previous to me, budgets repeals are good for me, but in my opinion, the government should be focused on 5 key aspects that we should be financing, we should be paying for: roads, education, public safety, infrastructure, and health. Mental health is very important to us, very important to me, to my district as well. And this is something that I really don't think that we should be repealing. This is one of the 5 aspects in my mind that we should be funding. And as long as those 5 aspects of government are fully funded, we should not be funding anything else besides those until they are fully funded. We have to be able to fund these things that the public uses on a daily basis, and it's for mental health. And I urge a no vote on this as well. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 237? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 238.
Senate Bill 238 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the repeal of the 6th through 12th grade Mental Health Screening Act and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 238.
To the bill.
Thank you. This is a repeal of a program that I think was created with very good intention, but the BHA is actively engaged with schools to increase participation, but that participation has decreased from 11 to 6 schools statewide since January of 25. So again, this has to do with some perhaps inequitable distribution of resources across the state. And so we ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 238.
Is there any discussion on 238? Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to come up here again to say thank you to the JBC members for their hard work. I do understand that they've gone through some very tough decisions this year for repeals. Like I said before, repeals are good. This hits on 2 aspects of the 5 that I spoke of earlier: education and mental health. This is something I cannot get behind. I apologize, but I cannot get behind this due to it's almost $3 million that is going out of these 2 of the 5 aspects that I spoke of. Mental health is very important, especially in our schools. There's a lot of young youth that really need mental health help, and I urge a no vote on this.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously I'm in favor of anything that supports our students in mental health, but when this program was created, I think, again, as Bill sponsor said, it was created with good intentions, kind of post-COVID, trying to address some issues that we were seeing a lot in schools, but to the point of it being reduced to 6 schools participating, there are a whole lot of, many thousands of kids across the state that aren't accessing this. And then I think about where is the money best used when we are in a $1 billion plus deficit. If we have only 6 schools participating and we need to pare down somewhere, this seems like a reasonable place to pare down, regrettably, but it does seem like a good place to trim. So I am in support of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, rise in support of this bill. We know kids are in a crisis. We know kids desperately need mental health help. But I believe programs like this, while might be good intention, take parents out of the picture. And I desperately want to know what is happening with my children. And I think teachers desperately want to tell parents what are happening with their kids. I think teachers of my children have been so great in letting me know if my kids fall behind in school on homework assignments or whatever it may be. And I think teachers were feeling the impact of being taken out of the equation along with taking parents out of the equation. I think repealing this restores parental rights. I think the constituents in my county are going to rejoice and want to kiss the members of the JBC for repealing screenings like this. I think we bring parents back to the table, and I love that we're going to restore $3 million and maybe provide more funding to get kids the help they need. I rise in strong support of getting rid of the screening in this program. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to agree as well. I think this is something that is a touchy subject because we definitely do prioritize our kids' mental health. However, the direction this was moving and not involving parents is to me, dangerous. So I think this is a good repeal. I'm definitely in support of this bill. Back in the day, you'd have a visit to the counselor's office in school. Parents would get a phone call. Hey, just to let you know, your kid came to the counselor's office this morning and spoke about this and this, concerns about this and this, unless it was something that involved the parents. But If they were mandatory reporters, they'd have to report it. Those things, that communication was open though, and that's the direction I think we need to get back into moving. This program is definitely one to repeal. We can get back to the drawing board and do better for our kids and their mental health. So I strongly support this bill.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm feeling already that my JBC member here is ready to kind of come at me like a linebacker, because the last time I was up here, he wasn't particularly happy with me. So I'm going to restore order and justice. I would like to speak. I'd like to speak in favor of this repeal. As a matter of fact, I cannot for the life of me understand why you would oppose it. I'm just kidding. You know, anytime we have the ability, you know, and I understand that if we look at the fiscal note and saying that this money is coming directly from one particular item, I don't know how much that I actually believe that. I believe that any reduction in an allocation, any reduction in appropriation would then force a sensible reallocation within the department. Though I also am not so sure that I trust completely what they do with that money. I know that giving additional departments increased funding is certainly not the way to go. I know this is an opportunity to reduce. I believe that they have the ability to allocate appropriately and would vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to come up to clarify my previous statement. I got clarification from some of my good colleagues here and from our JBC members, and I guess they wanted to have a little fun with me before I came back up here to clarify myself. I'm a man that I know when I'm wrong, and I admit when I'm wrong. So this program, I am now for repealing, repeal, so now I can say it again. This is still, we still have iMatter program that the schools are using for this type of help, and this only exists in 6 schools in the state, so it's not really affecting very much what one of those 2 aspects of 5 that I spoke of previously. So I also come up here to clarify my matter, clarify my previous statements. I didn't really understand it as much as I should have, and I got clarification from good colleagues here that really helping me out, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I once heard of a high school student who was applying to college and had an entrance essay that said, "What character trait do you most appreciate about people?" The answer was brevity. I think in this particular instance, I will take a cue from that particular student and simply say, I rise to support this bill. Thank you.
It's the longest way to say I support. Any other discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 238. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 238 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 239.
Senate Bill 239 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning non-attorney access to the judicial database of public case types.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-239.
To the bill.
This bill enables non-attorney access to the judicial database on public cases. And the reason to do this is the amount of time that's being taken today by various defense counsels having to do with preparing for legal cases is significant with all the digital files. And we need to allow folks like paralegals in particular the ability to review these under supervision, because the costs we are seeing on this side to the state are going up at a very dramatic pace, and we're hoping that this bill could help soften that rise just a bit. Thank you, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill. I definitely support it. Allowing non-attorney professionals, as an attorney, we have a lot of support staff. That's really important, and while it's important as a cost saver to the state, it's actually a cost saver to the people who employ these attorneys, because I charge a higher rate than a paralegal or a legal assistant will, and so that will actually result in cost savings for our constituents, and so I think this is a great bill and I support it. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 239? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 239 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 240.
Senate Bill 240 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, House Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the creation of the Electronic Discovery in Criminal Cases Task Force.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, thank you. I move Senate Bill 240.
To the bill.
Members, this bill creates the Electronic Discovery in Criminal Cases Task Force, which includes 13 members and is to be chaired by the Executive Director of the Colorado District Attorney's Council or a designee. The purpose of the task force is to study the costs and management of electronic discovery in criminal cases. The task force is required to report to the Joint Budget Committee and the Joint Technology Committee by November 1st regarding findings and recommendations, including legislative proposals for containing future costs of electronic discovery. Just so you understand what this bill is, with the advent of body cameras, there are increasing costs associated with storage and then also review with every case. So whether this is impacting our district attorneys, whether it's impacting our public defender's office, any agency that is tasked with reviewing or storing body cam footage and making this part of discovery, the costs are ballooning across state government. And we recognized on JBC that we needed a coordinated approach, an opportunity to be proactive and thoughtful. This is a bill that is crafted in great collaboration with all stakeholders that are impacted by these costs, who want to be thoughtful and figure out how do we rein them in, how do we effectively manage data and not blow up the state's budget. So we ask for a yes vote. This is a very important bill.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, I got one from Armagost. You're welcome, sir. I'm just kidding. To the bill.
Mountain Dew. All right, thank you. This is something that I think needed a lot more scrutiny, especially in the Judiciary Committee, where this would apply, and it can get a lot more oversight as to the direction and the motive and everything else that could be involved with assembling a task force for something like this. So I move that this be referred to the Judiciary Committee for further review.
Yeah. Yes. And I said thank you for sending a bill back to our Judiciary Committee. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I greatly respect my good colleague and his suggestion, stakeholders from every impacted agency have already weighed in on this and are asking for this. This is blowing up budgets, and as our bipartisan support for this bill indicates, this is not a controversial bill. There is nothing suspect in here. The only thing that we are attempting to do is leverage the collective perspectives of all of those agencies that are tasked with managing this data and attempting to navigate usage of the data. We want to leverage all of their input to make sure we are doing this in the most cost-effective manner for our state. Right now, we have a system where everybody's trying to figure this out on their own and trying to navigate vendors on their own. And when we're not approaching this with a unified strategy, vendors can take advantage of that. We need a unified, thoughtful approach on behalf of the state to help all of us control costs, so that instead of spending very limited taxpayer dollars on discovery and management of all of these electronic records, we are able to negotiate the very best contract and allocate those hard-earned taxpayer dollars to other higher priority needs. We ask for a rejection of this motion.
This is to the motion. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill actually came from a suggestion that I brought forward in the JBC. Because looking at the costs, keep in mind, these digital files that are taking place today through body cameras, through individuals at various stages that witness a circumstance, is bringing storage up at a level of terabytes a week. Let me stress that. Terabytes a week. And This is strictly a situation where we're asking all of the departments where this affects to get together in the room and determine, is there a more cost-effective method of storing this amount of data, because you cannot believe how quickly it's going up. So we're not trying to get into a qualitative, is it a good file, isn't it a good file? We're just saying we've got to have a better method of storage, and we've got to look at the newest technology for that particular purpose. So I would also ask that this reject and not go back to committee, because this is a storage-related issue.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this motion. To be clear, I do not rise against the policy. I rise in support of this motion. But this bill came as a committee of reference bill to appropriations yesterday morning. It is standard practice in appropriations that many people don't actually read the text of the bill, they read the canary sheet. They look at the fiscal impact, not at the substance of the text on the page. Because we're charged with looking at the fiscal impact, that is our primary concern, not at the text. And I do think that there is value to sending it back to judiciary to make sure that this task force and what it's being charged to look at does have a full view. Now I understand if the PDs and the DAs and everybody came and said this is good, I would have loved to hear that yesterday in the Committee on Appropes. I would have loved to hear that witness testimony that said, you know what, this is good to go. We don't see anything that is missing. We don't see anything that this task force is looking at that they shouldn't be looking at, or a member that should be included that's not included, that sort of thing. And so I do think that it's important for us to consider sending this back to judiciary so they can do a glance. Right? They can look at it, make sure that we're not missing anything, because before we expend the energy and resources around this, we should know that we're actually going to get back what we need to get back. And I would feel better hearing that directly from the record. I would feel better hearing that directly from the people involved in this space saying, it's good to go, let's move it on. So I rise in support of this motion to move it back to judiciary. It's not going to delay it in any real way. It will continue to go through the process quickly. It's already been done in the Senate. Let's just make sure that we cross all those T's and dot all those I's. It would make me feel a lot better. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this motion to bring it back to judiciary. The reason I support this motion is because I'm looking at this, and there's a local government aspect into this. Don't get me wrong, the fiscal note is zero. We see that, but we need to understand better in judiciary what kind of effect it's going to have on local government. I'm afraid of an unfunded mandate to local governments to implement this, and that's what we need to see in judiciary. And then also what the good representative before me stated, that we need to understand, we need to hear this from the organizations involved in this that really did approve it, why. And the main focus for me in approving this motion is to understand the local government effect of this bill. I urge an aye vote on the motion.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, my friend.
Members, I also rise in support of this motion. As our ranking member on House Judiciary, we never heard this bill because the committee of reference was House Appropriations yesterday. And yet something concerning electronic discovery, body cam evidence, and how that's treated with a third-party vendor, and the expense that this is going to cost both our DAs and our public defenders, should come through judiciary. I mean, this should be a bill that is heard through judiciary, because this is such an important issue for our criminal justice stakeholders that to have this come through appropriations only, I would say run afoul of the system. So I fully support this motion to refer this to judiciary, which would be the proper committee for this. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect, this is not for judicial. This is a budgetary issue. a budget that's going through the roof. And we need the experts on this task force that understand these costs inside and out and can, in fact, give some ideas, do some research of what is the most cost-effective way to store this data properly for the future. That is not the purview of judicial. That is the purview of the JBC because it's a financial issue.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely understand and appreciate that standpoint. Understand that it is the most efficient way, the best way to store this incredible amount of data. I absolutely no argument whatsoever with that. My concern is that when it is increasing workload for a few different OSPD, Office of Alternate Defense Counsel, Department of Public Safety, Department of Law, every single SMART Act that I sat in, it concluded basically with a request for FTE because of increased workloads. So I find it curious that admitting that there would be an increased workload associated with this, irrespective of how much sense it makes and how much sense it is for data storage, there will be an increase in workload. I find it curious that there wouldn't be any sort of corresponding increase in FTE when it seems like every time you ask somebody to pick up a pen around here, you got to hire somebody else in order to backfill that person for that job. So I would ask that, yes, to support this motion and send it back to Judiciary, because when you're creating a task force, or not back, send it to Judiciary. When you're creating a task force, I think it's very sensible to go to the committee that would be best suited to be able to make those decisions and flush it out. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did want to come back down and respond to one point that was made, that the reason why we want to hear this in Judiciary is, I understand it may be a financial matter, but the reality is, who's going to actually serve on this task force? It's going to be probably the head of the Public Defender's Office. It's probably going to be the head of the Colorado District Attorney's Council. You're probably going to have someone from the police chiefs, because they actually have to work out how this body cam footage and the vendor that we've been spending a couple $100,000 on so far, that's going to balloon to several million very quickly over the next probably year, how we're going to actually deal with being able to have software to read this body cam image. That's also an issue for those particular stakeholders that are ones that are always within the judiciary space. We talk about the policy, but we also talk about dollars and cents within House Judiciary as well. I mean, we consider the full spectrum within the purview of our committee and how that impacts our criminal justice system. And this certainly does impact the ability for DAs and public defenders to be able to get this third-party images off body cams. And if we don't figure out a way to be able to do this in a cost-effective manner, this is going to cost our state millions. But yet, there can be really, really good ideas that come from people that may not be accountants. And that these really good ideas should also come from the practitioners who deal with the body cam companies on a daily basis. Chances are those are going to be individuals who work within our law enforcement agencies and who work with the vendors themselves. And I would kind of like to have them involved in this conversation. And if you don't go through House Judiciary, you're never going to end up with those individuals at the table. Instead, it will just be finance guys, accountants, and you should have people who actually deal with these contracts day in and day out, because a contractual matter does turn into a finance matter. But if we're going to parse out strictly what's finance remains in appropriations and what's concerning, say, contracts remains in judiciary, then I think we have a larger conversation we need to talk about, because it comes down to contract negotiations. And if you're going to negotiate a contract, that comes down to professionals who I would hope are attorneys who are in the room who can actually say, this is a good deal or it's not a good deal. We will save the actual writing of the checks for the people in appropriations. But as far as those being able to sit down and to negotiate a contract and to negotiate something that's competent and reasonable and saves the taxpayers dollars, I want those people to come through the traditional means that we've established here in the House of Representatives, which is House Judiciary Committee. And that's where those practitioners spend their times. That's where they look for these bills. That's where they show up day in and day out to testify and to make their voices heard. And if we're rerouting this to appropriations to somehow pull the wool over someone's eyes, I don't see where that makes sense, because we have individuals who are very, very good at what they do, and they review contracts. They're professionals, and I think downplaying the professionals that we have here in Colorado, I certainly find offensive, and that's why I support referring this to House Judiciary. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, we're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. That is unnecessary. And secondly, if you read the bill, you will see the individuals that are in the task force side of things, and we are not saying it starts off with accountants. The folks that know these budget areas, which are not in the hundreds of thousands, they're already in the millions of dollars in many departments. That task force is made up of heads of major departments that know what the costs that they're incurring today. Now, might they bring in financial folks within their departments as they start to walk through that may have more expertise on what the solution is? The answer is yes, they may. But let's leave it to the heads of the people on these task force to make the decision, because this is a financial decision. They're the ones that are responsible, the heads of their departments, for their budgets. And they know we've got to find a better solution that works across all the departments. So please understand this. I'm the one that raised this. This is a financial issue, but it includes people that understand the law as well. There's no reason to go to judicial. With all due respect, you folks can't add anything to it from a financial standpoint. The people on the task force know a lot more about this subject matter when it comes to the dollars and cents.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Taggart. I would just remind us, we've been doing really well today. We all understand the intentions of the JBC members, so thank you for sharing, and let's try to stay in that lane. Is there any discussion on the motion? There is a motion before us. And again, thank you. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate my colleague from Grand Junction. I do want to conclude this debate with, the point that was well made that I think the Chamber should really hone in on is that, yes, we have people that can add and that can balance a budget. But we also have attorneys who can negotiate a contract. And if you can't negotiate a good contract, you're going to be spending a lot of money, certainly on body cam footage and having a third-party vendor be able to read this. So it takes both. It definitely takes both. And I just really want to lay that out, that both the lawyer negotiator side and the finance funding side both have an important role in this discussion, and I just want to leave it at that. Thank you.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Delta. If he can hear me, I do have a question. I think this, and I am speaking to the amendment, but first the bill. I think the bill's important. My brother's a police officer, and he told me from day one when we started trying to hold on to body cam footage, the cost of that is astronomical, and of course we're dealing with it now. So I'm concerned to my colleague from Delta that
if it goes back to judiciary, what's your assurance that it gets through judiciary? I think this is very important. And like the bill sponsor said, the costs are only going to increase on this. So it does need to be dealt with, and I like the thinking that we need to move forward on this to make sure we have something set that's going to be practical, financially. So I just would love to hear, I want to know it's getting through judiciary. I think this is a very vital topic that we need to make sure gets resolved.
The chair is trying to think if she does not recognize certain people, will debate have to continue. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to answer the question of my colleague from Northern Colorado, assurances of it getting through judiciary. I mean, I can only speak for the Republican side, and I'm pretty sure that we would all be in support. I don't know if the chair of judiciary wants to come down and speak for the other side of the aisle, but but what I will say is the judge's bill, for example, got through judiciary, and that was certainly a bill that one could argue was purely a funding bill, but it was also very much an important bill that we were able to weigh in on and hear the merits of the bill in House Judiciary. And that's just a good precedent. I mean, we talk about precedent in law and in this building all the time for why some bills go to judiciary and some bills don't. The judge's bill stands as a really good precedent for why you want these types of bills to go before judiciary for us to be able to debate and talk about them. But you would have my personal assurance that we'd do all we can to get it out, because this is a really important issue to vote yes on.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still rise in support of this. Again, I support the underlying policy of this bill. I just very much would feel more comfortable knowing that the eyes that looked at this in committee are eyes that make sure that when you're talking about dealing with evidence, that's what you're talking about dealing with, that there are no constitutional issues that also need to be connected. And I'm getting a look, shaking of a head, but it didn't go through judiciary. And maybe there isn't, and it could take a 5-minute, 10-minute hearing such that there are no other issues to look at. But when you're talking about discovery and what you keep and how you keep it and how you share it and all of those things in order to be cost savings, when you're dealing with criminal cases, I just want to make sure that everyone who has a stake in it, who understands provisions under law, under constitutional law, under due process, under privacy, under all of those things, has a chance to review this in depth. And I'm not confident that that's happened in this process, just going through the Appropriations Committee. That's why I support the idea of sending it back to judiciary.
The question before us is to... I could finish my question. Okay, members, the question before us is, do we refer Senate Bill 240 to the House Judiciary Committee? A division has been called. Biden say, okay, we cannot run in the chamber. I will go to a brief recess. I would note that we were in recess, but that did not mean to physically run around the chamber with the cowbell. Okay. The committee will come back to order. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am going to request a no vote on this division. We do not need to refer this bill back to the House Judiciary Committee. There just is literally no need to do that. This is a budget bill. So we respectfully request that you follow JBC on this.
Okay, the question before us is the referral of Senate Bill 240 to the House Judiciary Committee. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor, okay, I'm just gonna, all those in favor of the motion, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. The motion is lost. To the bill, we are on Senate Bill 240. Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 240, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 240 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 241.
Senate Bill 241 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the deposit of bond forfeiture collections in the Judicial Collection Enhancement Fund.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-241.
To the bill.
This is concerning the deposit of bond forfeiture collections to the Judicial Collection Enhancement Fund. In summary, right now we have funds within the judicial that are in danger of not being sustainable. And this bill just strictly works on percentages of dollars flowing into these funds to keep them sustainable. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota. Nope. Okay, she doesn't want to talk. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 241. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Okay, the bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 242.
Senate Bill 242 by Senators Amabile and Bridges, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the division of unemployment insurance funding adjustments and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 242.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, this bill is related to the Unemployment Insurance Program, which is a federal-state partnership that supports statewide unemployment insurance benefits, whereby employers pay premiums into the Unemployment Compensation Fund. Sometimes we also call it the UITF, and that pays out the unemployment insurance benefits. Employers also pay an annual employer support charge that gets allocated to a number of cash funds supporting unemployment insurance administration and workforce initiatives. We are making some changes to the allocation of that annual employer support surcharge within the Employment Support Fund, the Benefit Recovery Fund, the UI Program Support Fund, which is being renamed in the bill, and the Workforce Development Fund. And all of those funds have a maximum balance limit that can be retained in the fund at the end of the fiscal year. We are making adjustments to those balance limits as well, starting in fiscal year 25, reducing the year-end balance in the ESF and increasing the balance available in the UI Program Support Fund from $13.2 million to $25 million, and then we make a series of technical adjustments as well. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just if you wouldn't mind, just some clarification. I see that the expansion of the fund by $30 million includes all administrative costs for the Unemployment Insurance Division, including technology, staffing, and other expenses. Of the $30 million, is that due specifically to staffing, administrative cost increases? Or if you could help me walk through that piece, I would imagine that some of the fund balances for unemployment insurance probably be dropping at this point. So an increase to $30 million, I'm just wondering where specifically that's going to.
Representative Serta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are essentially reallocating. You can see the percentages of the allocations shifting in here. So we're not making changes to the amount of, for example, the employer support charge or the required premiums of the employers. We are just shifting where that money is getting utilized in each fund to ensure that each fund is properly allocated for the workload that it has. And actually, yes, the administrative costs have been increasing and their workload has been increasing.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 242. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 242 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 243.
Senate Bill 243 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, House Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning reverting money back to the general fund that was originally appropriated from the general fund to the Department of Labor and Employment to be used for the Construction Registered Apprenticeship Grant Program.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 243.
To the bill.
Members, House Bill 1246 passed in 2023 appropriated $1.4 million general fund to the Department of Labor and Employment to operate a grant program that supported no-cost apprenticeship training in building and construction industries. This bill causes $222,701 of that original appropriation to revert back to the general fund on June 30th, 2025. This money has not been obligated. So in a year like we've got this year, if there is money that hasn't been spent for its intended purpose, we are bringing it back so that it can be redeployed to fund things like healthcare and education. We ask for a yes vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, want to thank the good work of not just our JBC members, but of CDLE for acknowledging that they weren't going to spend this money and working with the JBC to revert the money. We should be continuing to find efficiencies in government. And as we don't need all of the money that we are given, make sure that that money goes back for purposes that can be reallocated to things like public education, which we should be supporting. So I appreciate the work and urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 243. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 243 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 244.
Senate Bill 244 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, House Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning modification of the requirement that the state pay a portion of the salary of each assistant district attorney.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 244.
To the bill.
Thank you. So what this bill does is decrease the amount of the state share of compensation paid to one assistant district attorney in each judicial district to 25%. So this, again, is, it's not a desirable bill to run, but it is a budget balancing measure that I think also causes less harm because it is something that has not yet been implemented. This was part of a bill that was passed last year, and the implementation date for the funding of those assistant district attorneys is supposed to begin in fiscal year 2027. So we are giving counties time to understand this, this change. It's well before it gets implemented, but it is a kindness to say here, please know that this, you won't be getting quite as much as you thought you would.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the JBC. I know you guys have had a hard year in making these kinds of decisions. That said, I still rise in opposition to this bill. I believe that the courts are the core function of government and that we should be funding them to the fullest extent. There are a lot of other things that, as I've stated on this mic and off, I don't believe the government should be doing at all, and that those funds should be made available for programs like this. That is the division of this body. I lose on that question all the time, but for my people and for the record, I want to say this is where we should be ensuring every cost is satisfied, that all of this is fully funded, and so I rise in opposition to this.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the good representative from Fremont County articulated a lot of what I was going to say. I just want to make sure, and for our county commissioners who understand this very well, I object to cost shifting. The state needs to save money, so let's give it to the counties to bear the burden. Like, counties don't have to also figure out after ARPA funds have dried up and property taxes have decreased, which is good for our people, but also requires county governments to then make more cuts. I guess what I'd like to articulate is the state's cuts are not more important than the county's cuts, and I think shifting that burden onto counties, to me, is my objection. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 244. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Come on, y'all. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's better. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 244 is passed. Mr. Sheeple, please read the title of Senate Bill 245.
Senate Bill 245 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representative Sirota and Byrd, concerning modification of the authority of the Division of Housing to expend money from the Housing Development Grant Fund for administrative costs and in connection with making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 245.
To the bill.
Members, under current law, the Department of Local Affairs may use up to 3% of the money in the Housing Development Grant Fund to cover its administrative expenses. Beginning in fiscal year 25-26, the bill increases this limit to 4% and makes the fund subject to annual appropriation for this purpose. Members, the reason for this is to allow Department of Local Affairs to invest in the administrative supports that they need to appropriately track work that they are doing to address the homeless challenge that we're seeing in our state, and to coordinate services, track outcomes so that we can be better policymakers, understand what's working, what's not, so that we don't keep spending money on programs that don't work. So normally I'm somebody who tries to keep that administrative cap as low as possible so that people aren't skimming too much off the top. This is one instance where I'm convinced that this is a good use of the money because we can see what's working and what isn't. The other piece is an important change to go from continuous appropriation to being subject to annual appropriation. That brings this spending back on the books so that your Joint Budget Committee and the General Assembly writ large can see every year how much is being spent, and things aren't on autopilot anymore. This has been something that the Joint Budget Committee has gone after this year to make sure that as little spending as possible is happening without us having the opportunity to examine it, question it, and making sure it's a good use of taxpayer dollars. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you don't mind, I'd like to just try to dig down a little bit deeper into the administrative cost part of it. I do very much appreciate your comments speaking to ensuring that there isn't, and I'm not intentionally trying to make a play on words, so forgive me, that there isn't much skimming off the top. I'd prefer no skimming off the top. I do, especially, we have had so many, and we will continue to have conversations about affordable housing, and specifically in these areas that DOLA can impact. So I'm really worried about this coming at an administrative, I understand there's no increase in general in funds, but we're talking about increasing the administrative costs at specifically the cost of programming. And that is what I'm worried about. So my question is, it sounds like there was some research done in understanding the numbers. If you could help me kind of get my head around exactly what are the numbers, what is really the difficulty in them tracking, in DOLA tracking homeless programs and these items. I'm sure that it was exhaustively researched. I just want to make sure that before we start carving out money for administration over programming, that I kind of have a full understanding of it.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the questions. These are good questions, and normally we're really strict on this. I will say that the biggest challenge is we really don't right now have an effective way to track more holistically the outcomes that we're seeing. The state has spent quite a bit of money in the housing space, and particularly the affordable housing space. Lots of different homeless initiatives, but really not a good way for the state to track the outcomes. First, let's see what it is that we are spending our money on and what's effective, what is working. So we're starting from a place where we need to build out and make sure we're doing that work. I know something that I have cared about is that this state isn't continuing to start grant program after grant program after grant program without any data coming back to us to inform our work as policymakers about where are the good outcomes. So that is what has gotten me to a point where I think this is a good use of funds, where I'd be willing to give the department another percentage point. And just to give you a little bit more information, so this is some background. The state worked to develop a statewide homeless management information system that is more robust than some minimal federal requirements. So this is something that's been working on, but it needs to be built upon. Over time, we've added some pieces to this, but haven't brought it in to create a single statewide collaborative. So what we're working on now will do that and will allow participating agencies to more easily access this data, serve people experiencing homelessness, and make sure that we are implementing consistent programs across the state. Ask for a yes vote.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. And I certainly, and everybody else has said it, so allow me to say this too. I really appreciate the work that you've done. I came up here and started speaking against something at the very beginning of the day, so I wanted to just try to correct that and just say I do very much appreciate it. I do not doubt at all that that you've done the necessary research in here. And to be fair, the shift to annual appropriations, that part of it, very excited about. That's fantastic. At the end of the day, so I'm a little bit sensitive to the local government aspect, particularly with the work that I've done with Douglas County Housing Partnership and in trying to solve, at least within the county, collective, utilizing Proposition 123, everything that we've been doing to really try to show that we're working, that we not only are working, but we have the ability to be able to work and solve some of this at a local, municipal, or a county level, so we don't have the prescriptive changes that are coming out of the building here. So I've really tried to avoid that at most. I will be in opposition to this, just strictly because I know that the programming element is so underfunded, right? And I just really don't want to see anything coming out of the programming at the expense. And I do understand the tracking and reporting of it is very important, but it just doesn't feel like that's a good trade-off that I'd be willing to make at this point.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I respect that. I would just offer, as one last effort to get your support on this bill, that it will prevent us long-term from spending money on programs that we have now learned are not effective. So if you want a long-term play to understand what is the best use of hard-earned taxpayer dollars, we want to know what isn't working versus what is working. So that would be what I would offer to you as a reason to vote for this. So.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 245. All those in favor say aye.
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 Rep. Brooks, this is your time to shine. All those opposed say no. Ooh, that was really nice. Senate Bill 245 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 246.
Senate Bill 246 by Senators Bridges and Kirk Miles, Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning the elimination of the gray and black market marijuana enforcement grant program.
Representative Sirota,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 246.
to the bill.
Thank you. So this bill eliminates the gray and black market marijuana enforcement grant program. This grant program has been in effect since 2017. It at its inception received $22.6 million, but the program has had significant reversions, and so that allocation was lowered over the years, and at this point, now we have about $800,000 available for grants. These are grants to local governments. We think that there have been sufficient number of years provided for this grant program for those local governments to acquire the equipment and things that they needed to do this work, and now is an appropriate time to bring this program to its conclusion, and if local governments wish to continue funding it, they can do so themselves.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think this is one of those situations where I think when we're talking on the idea of public safety, if people are getting their devil's lettuce from a dispensary, that's the way it should be done. But when they're going around that, and there are the black and gray markets for Satan's spinach where people can get things illegally, that's the only tool that law enforcement has to address those things and address this in crime and punishment and any enforcement for the devil's lettuce. So I think when we're trying to address the problem that's there without hearing from the municipalities, the local governments, the counties, and especially the Department of Public Safety, and knowing if it's still a problem or if it's still something that needs that funding, this isn't something that we should be cutting from when it's still something that is illegal to be doing in the black and gray market. So I would say that this would be one of those we need to look at a little bit more closely, and scrutiny needs to be had in those conversations with our local governments and with the Department of Public Safety. So I don't support this bill.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also do not support this bill for some of the same reasons. We know that there is a lot of corruption within this space. We're hearing it from law enforcement constantly, and now we're going to take the grants away for them to go after the hippie lettuce that's in our society. And so somewhere along the line, we have to be able to say, no, they need this money for the exact. This was the big argument when we brought this to the people to a vote, is this is going to be so well regulated. There's no way this is going to get out of control. You know, all of the drug dealers were enjoying all the verbiage for their side, but what we know, it's got out of control, and now we're going to take more of the ability to investigate this, to look into this. We're going to take more of that away by taking these grants away, and so, yeah, I'm strongly in opposition to this funding being taken away.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand up here not in agreement with this bill because of the whole reason of public safety. We do need this public safety aspect. I've said this before, and I'm probably going to say it the rest of the day. It's one of the 5 aspects of government we should be fully funding. Public safety is very important. Education. I'll go through them once I see other bills that are coming through, but it is part of one of those 5 aspects that should be fully funded by the government. Nothing else should be funded until those 5 aspects are fully funded. So I stand in opposition to this bill, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Sukla. In a bow tie, nonetheless.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and don't tell anybody.
But I don't have to tell when they can see it with their eyes.
Anyway, I rise in opposition of this, taking this away. Satan's lettuce, or Satan's spinach, is something that we need to continue funding, and I believe that I rise in opposition.
Representative Holtorf would be so proud of you guys. Representative Hartsook. I would never.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. So I've got some serious concerns. We're talking about this year nearly $800,000, next year nearly $1 million that's going to get cut from local governments. And on the second page, it specifically states that local law enforcement agencies that currently receive grant funds will no longer receive them. So the question is, I'm okay, you're going to cut something. I like cuts. What's replacing that law enforcement is going to get to do their mission? What is law enforcement getting at the local level for public safety? Or is this just a matter of cost shifting that the state's going, I'm going to cut the state budget, but you local governments, you're on the hook now. That's not what I call actual budget reduction. That's what I look at cost shifting. And that's where my concerns are at. So if we could address that issue, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I will just point out this is actually the work of local governments. I don't actually think that it's cost shifting. I think that if we had more money at the state level to allocate toward local governments, that is sometimes what we call a nice to have. When we don't have the funding, local governments need to make it up if that's a program that they want. And those local governments that have legalized the sale of cannabis can utilize their tax dollars that they are getting for those sales to do this work.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under Amendment 64, local jurisdictions, municipalities, as well as counties were permitted to opt out of the licensing and commercialization of recreational marijuana within their districts. And I know a number of my counties have done that, which means that they don't have the revenue stream coming in. That said, in some of my districts, because we have a lot of rural mountain areas, there have been a lot of fights between property owners, those who are growing marijuana illegally on the black or gray market, who are in disputes with adjoining property owners that have resulted in some altercations that are otherwise unfortunate. Those grows are there. In fact, many of those grows are taking root within our state and national forests within my district and beyond. And so having dollars available to our local law enforcement in order to combat that particular presence is important. And whether the state wants to or not, it is a state responsibility because it is the state constitution that opened the door for these folks to entrench themselves within our communities, and so I rise in opposition of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Richardson. Love the tie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am opposed to this amendment. I represent several counties that have not legalized the sale of recreational marijuana, multiple municipalities that have held votes and voted it down. This was a statewide initiative that does impact those counties, and they've become reliant on this grant, and I think it should continue specifically for those that it was intended for. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 246. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The bill is passed. Mr. Shevel, please read the title of Senate Bill 247.
Senate Bill 247 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning tuition waivers for members of the Colorado National Guard and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 247.
To the bill.
National Guard is one of the treasured assets of this state. And unfortunately, over the last several years, our recruiters on the side of the National Guard have seen a diminishing number of citizens that want to participate in this very important program. And for those of you that may not know, the salaries for the National Guard are paid for by the federal government. So that's a significant economic boost for the state of Colorado. This program is a very simple program that takes what used to be a tuition assistance program at a level of $5,000 a semester to a tuition waiver, which now pays the entire tuition for a National Guard member at the institution, public institution of choice that they would like to attend. It does come with a $562,000 increase, but I think a very valuable investment in people in our state. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm so excited about this particular bill. This is doing right by the people who are serving our country. So every state has a responsibility to maintain a National Guard and to do its share to recruit to a certain level such that if we are ever needed to be called into action to defend our country, that Colorado has its proportionate share of representation to defend our country. And as my good colleague just mentioned, the compensation for this is very minimal. These are good people who do this to serve their country and to make sure that they have appropriate benefits and that we are doing all that we can to support these good individuals who are putting their lives on the line or are willing to put their lives on the line to serve our state and our country. This is a very small piece for our state. We should be investing in these individuals. We should be doing everything we can for our men and women in uniform who serve our country. So we urge a yes vote.
I don't know who to call here, the Representative Armagost or Representative Bottoms. Armagost beat you to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is definitely something that I can stand behind. It's something that I used while I was in the National Guard, and being able to have your tuition waived for whatever the academic reason is. I even used it for EMT. So I mean, there's a lot of different things you can use it for. Not having a set amount on it, just having the waiver for tuition is a pretty great thing for helping those that are in the Guard that are, even now, we're not in a conflict, but we are in a situation where our National Guard is deployed regularly to afford a tuition, get deployed, and have to come back and do that all over again. It's nice to have that ability to have that waived so that you can get the education you need, even if you have to get those required breaks in between through deployment. So this is a good thing I can get behind. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms, you still interested? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree strongly with this bill. I think it's important, excuse me. Quit playing games. We're doing something here. So, goodness. And the chair's not going to do anything about it. So, a lot of people don't realize, the reserves and Guard are different. Reserves, I was in the reserves, is at the behest of the president, federal government. The National Guard State Guard is at the behest of the governor. And we need these people in this, specifically in a state like Colorado where we're gonna have wildfires, and specifically because we're unbalanced in how we deal with this here in Colorado. We're going to have some pretty serious wildfires. This is where the State Guard is brought in. This is why we need more people in there. Recruiting has been down. This will help recruiting come in because then they can also get their education along the way. And so I think this is an important bill for the future of our state. We're going to have some big issues, and plus we get a lot of rioting outside the Capitol. We need the National Guard maybe to come in someday, who knows? This is an important bill, so please vote yes.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in 100% support of this bill. Let me tell you, our local heroes is our National Guard. There are local grown heroes that, honestly, for me, there's not enough that we can't do for our military, and that includes the National Guard and our veterans. There's not enough that we can't do for them. This helps improve their lives in exceptional measures. The sacrifice that a National Guard individual has to go through, same as like reserves, active duty, they sacrifice a lot, but so does Reserve and National Guard. They're the troops that we call on when we need to. So that means that they have to be ready. They have to be ready to go at all times. The sacrifice that they make, not just in the training, but then being called to duty by their families, is incredible. So for me, anything that we can do to help improve their lives, including giving them free tuition, I'm all for it. Matter of fact, I wish it could be more. So please, I'm asking for everyone to give a yes vote on this bill because I dig it. I like it. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a very small investment for the return. National Guard, Title 32, as opposed to Title 10, they're allowed to operate in-state under posse comitatus with. So that allows them to do a lot of things in-state that you can't get done with active duty or even reserves, the military reserves. So this is not only a good display of appreciation for these for our local heroes that are doing this work, maintaining this training, and being ready to deploy at a moment's notice, whether that's abroad or whether that's here in the state. So this is, again, I think it's a very small investment for a very big return on encouraging these individuals to to join up, to put their name on the line, and be part of our Guard system.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're almost at midday. I rise in huge support of this, and I want to thank the JBC. Now, I could get into my usual story, and everybody's heard it, but I will tell you, in all seriousness, from an education perspective, I mean, we want to talk about a professional force. Public safety and defense of the nation or support to the state is one of the key functions of government. There's not a whole lot. This would be one of them, in my opinion. And you want a professional force to do that, and you get that through education. And when the government can help, its soldiers and members get that professional education, and also additionally with the personal education going to college, that is a key component to their success and how they will then give back in society. That the return on investment, that metric is phenomenal. It gets there, it helps them, it brings more money back into the economy, and it's a more professional force. I absolutely urge a aye vote, and I see them making fun.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add, for a lot of people who, like myself, didn't take high school very seriously and couldn't afford college, this is a great tool. This tuition assistance in the military is a great tool to entice them to come in and sign up and join. So without tuition assistance, a lot of people who maybe want to serve, but they really want education, help with their education. This is something important that is a great return on investment, as my colleague who did 26 years in the Army said. So definitely support this, and I appreciate the bill sponsors for bringing it.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. One of my commitments was, when I was campaigning around this state and once elected, is that I would stand for veterans, active duty, and National Guard. I think this bill is important. Investing in these individuals is not only good for the state, but it's good for the individual and it's good for the family. They need a career when they're totally done with this as well, and this sets them up for that. And for those that give to this country, they're willing to put their name on that check and be able to stand in the gap I mean, I have a massive amount of respect for that, and especially what the representative from El Paso County said. I mean, we are dealing with National Guard, and they help us when we have big forest fires and floods and other things in this state. They're there for the people of Colorado, and it's time that the people of Colorado stand with them. So I'm a strong yes on this, and I'd appreciate if my colleagues would do the same. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 247. All those in favor say aye.
Oh, sorry.
Those opposed, no.
Yeah, I'll do the next.
The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 247 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 248.
Senate Bill 248 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the repeal of the mechanism for transferring to the Capital Construction Fund the amount of cost reductions to a state agency for terminating a lease for private space.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 248.
To the bill.
Members, this bill repeals the requirement that the General Assembly transfer the annual amount saved from the termination of private leases to the Capital Construction Fund. The amount transferred is the difference between the terminated lease and any new lease entered into by the affected state agency. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a yes vote. This will remove an unnecessary mechanism that really wasn't being used. It's going to repeal the mechanism by simplifying the budget process and eliminating this unused transfer. The bill enhances fiscal responsibility. So I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 248. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 248 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 249.
Senate Bill 249 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Taggart and Byrd, concerning the repeal of the annual transfer of money from the general fund to the state agency sustainability revolving fund.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 249.
To the bill.
I bring this to the attention of my colleagues to my right. This is another repeal. This repeals the annual transfer of money from the general fund to the state agency sustainability revolving fund. This is a fund that sits within the Department of Personnel and has adequate resources right now. So it does save us $400,000.
Representative Barone.
You can stay up here if you want. Vote yes.
there
Good
we go.
repeal. $400,000 back to the general fund. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to apologize to everybody for Representative from Grand Junction's behavior earlier. I think we're good now. But I do want to just throw this out here because I think this is important in the process. Anytime we throw into a bill gift grants and donations, I think that's a little bit of a red flag that should be paid attention to. So maybe if you don't know this or understand how the budget works, what that does is make sure there is an open running line item. Now, it doesn't exactly apply in this instance, but I think it's important to note. It allows for this open running line item that then years following is a space that money can, and because of the way we do the budget, money will be put into. And so anytime you see that in any kind of fiscal note, be careful. It's not as bad as enterprise because it's not a Tabor issue, but it is a line item holder that allows for money to be dropped in later because we need to fund this, right? It has to be fun. Now, in this case, we're moving money away, which I appreciate, and saying if you want to increase it or if you want that money to be put in there by gift grants and donations, you can. To me, that's a not needed part of this. I think just take the money out and then don't add that in. That's just my opinion. I don't feel strongly enough to run an amendment unless representative from Grand Junction irritates me again.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 249. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
You guys got there. Good job. All those opposed? Okay, Senate Bill 249 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 250.
Senate Bill 250 by Senators Amabla and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning repealing the disordered eating prevention program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 250.
To the bill.
Members, this is yet another repeal bill. The bill repeals the Disordered Eating Prevention Program in the Department of Public Health and Environment, created through Senate Bill 23014. The program includes an online resource hub and an unfunded research grant program. This will result in a savings of over $91,000 general fund and ongoing. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
I'm just going to stand next to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do like this repeal because I didn't like the original bill. I thought this was a waste of money for something that didn't really make sense, in my opinion. And so I'm just enjoying this moment, so I think I'm just going to wait. So I am in favor of this, but mostly because I didn't like the original bill.
I was really hoping you guys were going to hug it out there, but any further discussion? Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, where are you going? I honestly just wanted to come up here because I wanted to be next to my good colleague here. I also stand up here and agreeing with this bill. More money coming back to the state. So good bill, vote yes. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 250. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 250 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 251.
Senate Bill 251 by Senators Bridges and Mobley, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning eliminating the Kidney Disease Prevention and Education Task Force and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 251.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, this is another budget balancing effort from CDPHE. It is a repeal of the Kidney Disease Prevention Education Task Force.
Thank you.
The legislation, this bill will save us approximately $90,000 from the Department of Public Health and Environment by sunsetting this program a year earlier than its expected repeal date. But never fear, the department does anticipate it can continue some level of chronic disease work with federal term-limited grants, and will soon be releasing a federal funding opportunity for a pilot program aimed at improving chronic kidney disease screening, early detection, and referrals for appropriate care. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck, and then we'll go to Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies to the JBC. I haven't had a chance to actually pull this title and see what was laid out in the original development of this program. I'm just wondering vis-a-vis the reports that are normally given for this. Often reports are given back to different committees of reference or through SMART Act hearings and that kind of thing. And oftentimes those reports are delayed until after the program concludes. So my question is, are we going to lose any of the work that's already been done and already been expanded such that we won't get the necessary reporting back by closing this out earlier?
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The department did already receive the first report from the task force, and that did describe its initial findings and recommendations. So the good work that this task force has done has been presented in that initial report to the department.
Representative Leader.
I ask for a no vote on this. As you know, we had the Donor Alliance here, and Dr. Seth Levy on the Kidney Task Force has done an amazing study that shows if we can educate people on disease, on kidney prevention, then the majority of them do not end up on dialysis. A lot of that affects our Medicaid program. for the dialysis system, and we were going to actually ask for more funding on it to roll this out, to go out to educate everybody on kidney disease prevention. So then this was on the chopping block. So I would definitely ask for a no vote on this, because I think in the long run it will end up saving a lot of money towards kidney prevention disease, because like I said again, that is key to going on dialysis and high blood pressure. There's so many factors into what affects your kidneys. So we would like to just keep it going, and hopefully we can fund it some way. I just hope that you don't do it, because we were going to act like I said, we were going to ask for extra funding to move forward with the education piece of it, because in the long run it would save money to allow this to continue to go, because again, a lot of the dialysis come off of Medicaid, and if dialysis are very expensive. So, and this also affects a lot of people of color with that have kidney disease. So I ask for a no vote.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This kidney task force has been in effect since 2021. I was one of the key people to get this group going, and they have been going strong ever since 2021, and are still meeting, still producing, and still a very viable part of especially the Denver health scene, and I too would like to see this task force continued, and so that would be a no vote on this orbital bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 251. All those in favor say aye. Keep the ayes coming. Aye. Okay. All right. All those opposed, no? No. Okay. Senate Bill 251 is passed. Mr. Sheville, please read the title of Senate Bill 252.
Senate Bill 252 by Senators Burgess and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the repeal of the Radiation Advisory Committee.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 252.
To the bill.
Members, this bill repeals the Radiation Advisory Committee in the Department of Public Health and Environment and will yield a savings of $17,584 a year, and will be reflected in our long bill. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those who weren't in committee who might otherwise be concerned, don't be concerned, because the Board of Health does have general authority to tap into this same type of task. It's not specific, it's not a complete direction, but they do have at least some statutory authority to take this on if need be.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 252. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Come on, y'all. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's at least moderately better. All those opposed, no. Thank you, Representative Weinberg. The Senate Bill 252 is passed. Mr. Sheville, please read the title of Senate Bill 253.
Senate Bill 253 by Senators Burgess and Kirkmeyer, House Representatives Sorda and Taggart, concerning the elimination of certain repeal dates associated with the payment by persons in the animal agricultural sector of fees regarding related activities associated with animal feeding operations.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 253.
To the bill.
Thank you. This is just a cleanup bill associated with animal feeding operations. There has been a reversion provision in this legislation over the years, and it is scheduled again to revert again on July 1st, 2025. The bill will remove the reversion provision that's presently there, and it maintains the fees at a 2009 level. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
All right. Somebody's pulling the wool over somebody's eyes here. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I do want to mention this, though. So on the, it says that on July 1 of this year, that the fees are going to go back to pre-2009 levels. What this bill does is, the sentence is literally, this bill allows CDPHE to collect fees at the current levels. So rather than the fees going down to 2009 levels, which I'm in favor of, this bill stops that and keeps them at the current level. And so I cannot support this bill. It's not raising fees, not doing that, I get that, but it's the equivalent of it, because when this was said originally, this was supposed to expire because it was going to be a temporary fund pump up, and now we're through that stage, and now these fees are supposed to go down, and now the bill says no, keep them at the same levels as of right now. So vote no on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, the result of this bill not passing would be permit backlogs, diminished services to agricultural producers, and possible negative environmental impacts. I don't think that anyone wants that, and the fees are currently operating at a level to ensure that this program can be maintained. It is good for our ag producers, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bottoms.
I understand, thank you, Madam Chair. I understand what the sponsor is saying, but I think, well, at this point, that's conjecture because we don't know that. They're operating very smoothly now. Dropping the fees doesn't mean everything explodes. It just means that the fees go down. The systems are still in place. The systems are not dependent upon the fees staying the same. That's kind of a misnomer in how we look at budgeting is, if the money changes, that would be the same concept as if the money went up, everything exploded. No, that wouldn't happen either. And so it's conjecture that would happen, and I don't think it would. I think let's let the fees go down back to what they originally were asked for. This was asked for quite a long time ago when this was put in place.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 253. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 253 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 254.
Senate Bill 254 by Senators Burgess and Mobley, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the transfer of $5 million from the general fund to the Stationary Sources Control Fund.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 254.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill requires the state treasurer to transfer $5 million from the general fund to the Stationary Sources Control Fund at the beginning of the next fiscal year. The transfer will improve the solvency of the Stationary Sources Control Fund for air pollution control. Members, this is important. We need to make sure that we are able to cost effectively be measuring pollutants in our air, making sure that industrial activity is operating within allowable limits to keep us all safe, and need to do this in a way that is affordable not only for the state, but also affordable for those who are regulated. This transfer of funds will enable us to do this and make sure we're not creating hefty fees on the regulated entities. So we do ask for a yes vote.
Representative Wilford. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We move Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 254 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Yeah, I gave it to you.
Okay. L2 is properly displayed to the amendment. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We want to be clear in that we absolutely support this bill and what it's doing. What we are offering today is an amendment that adds to the bill and simply requires that the division report to the Commission, the Joint Budget Committee, and the General Assembly, in particular the Health and Human Services Committee and the Energy and Environment Committee, any of the efficiency improvement projects that they're going to be doing related allocated to the stationary source control fund so that we can better understand whether or not these efficiency measures that they're putting in place are effective or not. And we do ask for an aye vote.
Representative Barone. Thank you, Madam Chair. To repeat myself from before, transparency, transparency, transparency.
That was a paperclip drop, y'all. Okay. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come up here and lay out the savings that we could have on $5 million if we would just do some basic math on whether these will have any effect. Well, we're talking about the $5 million.
The amendment.
Oh, I'll come back and talk about the
Sorry, the
bill.
amendment lines 15 and 16. I just want to be sure. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I also rise in support of this amendment and just want to thank the sponsors for coming and letting me know in advance. I think this is a good addition to the bill, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this. I do believe transparency is important, specifically when we're talking about Olympic-sized swimming pools and how many drops go in those. We need to know. We need to know every one of those drops, 1 in 20, and I want to know exactly. So yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L2? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. L2 is passed. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 254? Seeing none, the question before us is on 254. All those in favor, okay. Come on now, Representative DeGraff. We are on Senate Bill 254.
I think I'm on the bill.
Now we're
on
to the bill.
The bill just changed dramatically because they took the $5 million away.
Well, if the $5 million is taken away, that makes me very happy, but I can tell you, and I do appreciate my colleague carrying the water for me on this front, but if we just remember that Colorado generates 0.125 billion tons per year total for the audacity of living and extracting solar power from hydrocarbons, and that's out of 3,200 billion tons of CO2 in the atmosphere, which in some theories contributes contributes significantly less than 10% of the 40-degree greenhouse gas effect. You get a whopping 0.0002 degrees Celsius potential change from the total of net zero. So the effect of net zero is nada, and we need to remember that and stop throwing money into this hole. So getting rid of this $5 million off the back of the citizens of Colorado is definitely a good day.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 254? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 255.
Senate Bill 255 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the transfer of $6 million from the General Fund to the Hazardous Substance Response Fund.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 255.
To the bill.
This bill transfers $6 million from the general fund to the Hazardous Substance Response Fund, which again is one of those funds that at present is not sustainable without these dollars. And so you know where these dollars go to. The transfer will improve solvency of this fund for operations and management of the state's Superfund sites. That is critical that we do our share to continue to clean up those Superfund sites. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 255? Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have, I would like to move L001 to SB 255 as an amendment and ask for it to be properly displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment here is changing, is amending the engrossed bill, page 2, line 6, to strike 6 and substitute it with 2, meaning from 6 million down to 2 million, making a cut, but still more than what they had received prior. As far as sustainability, they've been sustaining it, and it's going to stay sustained, and putting in 4 times the amount that we have been put in there before, unless some sort of absolutely hazardous event has taken place in the last year. This is not necessary. And for me, we're raising it too much. We do need to fund it, but taking it from what they had before was approximately 1.3 million and bringing it up to $6 million. I just can't abide by that. This amendment reduces the transfer from the 6 million down to 2. It will reduce taxpayer expense and will help push Colorado to a balanced budget, which is what we're here to do today. We're actually trying to balance things. And if it means we can cut a little bit more than we're trying to stretch everything out to, then so be it. In 2023, like I said, it was around 1.3 million, and there's no need to expand it. There's no reason to expand it. We've been given any reason to do so. It's been sustained. It's going to stay sustained. I raised it from the 1.3 to 2 million, so that it is a slight increase. But again, we don't need $6 million. To me, that's just bloat, and it is unnecessary. When the budget is hurting, like we've seen in Colorado, we have to tighten our waistline, and this is what we all have to do, and including this budget. Cutting things is to make do, and right now is the time to make do. So unless, like I said, unless there's been some large, horrible, hazardous event that has caused this emergency type of new funding, it's not needed, and we can cut that. Yes, let's fund it, but let's be reasonable. Everyone has to make sacrifices in the state right now. I mean, my constituents are making sacrifices right now as far as being able to heat their homes and feed their families. To put that much money, just throwing it into this fund is unnecessary, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill for my district. I respect the perspective and remarks of the prior. I rise in opposition of this amendment. My apologies of this amendment. I appreciate the desire to reduce this amount. But I have a Superfund site in my district that has been alive as a Superfund site as long as I have been alive, and has not been cleaned up because these things keep being pushed off and deprioritized. And so I would very much like to see the funding available to be able to finally clean up that particular site. And so I support these dollars going for this purpose. There are other Superfund sites throughout Colorado that also need to be cleaned up. And so I rise in opposition to this amendment with all due respect.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to also oppose this amendment. First, I'd just like to make the statement, we're bringing to you a balanced budget. That was the purpose of today, was to bring you a balanced budget. Secondly, this department, when they brought this to our attention, again, let us know that the fund was not sustainable, and we have a responsibility, a shared responsibility with the federal government to in fact clean up these Superfund sites. So these dollars were gone over very, very carefully by not only the department but the JBC that were necessary to do what we need to be doing in terms of operations and management on these Superfund. I realize it's a significant amount of dollars, But at the same time, we have a responsibility to clean up these sites along with the federal government. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
And I thank my colleague for the information. We have not seen, at least I have not seen reports of what has been done with the prior money. So, like I said, it was sustained before. A slight increase, maybe. But until we can actually trace where the dollars are going and proving that what we're doing right now is actually getting done, I have not seen any of that. And I understand that the sites need to be cleaned up. However, where's the information on that? So you want money, I get it. You want the sites cleaned up, I get it. But let's show that this is actually getting done. We needed more transparency where our money is actually going. And right now, I haven't seen any. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 255. All those in favor say aye. Oh, just kidding. You guys were paying attention. I'm so proud of you. All right, all those in favor of Amendment L001, say aye. Those opposed say no. The amendment is lost to the bill. Okay, is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think that there is some validity in what my colleague who just posed the amendment said, and I honestly don't know. I just had a sidebar conversation with a member of Energy and Environment. Is there a SMART Act requirement for these dollars such that we can track whether or not this is being utilized properly? Because, like I said, this Superfund site in my district has been there for as long as I've been alive. So if we aren't actually seeing any sort of progress on it, that's something we should probably know. So I wonder if the bill sponsors have any openness to laying this over a bill to get an amendment such that we could put on a SMART Act hearing report requirement.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not aware of a SMART Act requirement, and I would not be supportive of laying it over. I think that's something to find out what the reporting out is. Take some time to do that, and then perhaps if it's inadequate, maybe that's a bill for next legislative session.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us this time for real is the passage of Senate Bill 255. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 255 is passed. Mr. Shevel, please read the title of Senate Bill 256.
Senate Bill 256 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Amable, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning a transfer to the Public Safety Communications Trust Fund for the support of a digital trunked radio system.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 256.
To the bill.
Members, beginning in the next fiscal year and continuing annually through fiscal year 2034-35, the bill transfers $15 million from the local government severance tax cash fund to the Public Safety Communications Trust Fund in the Department of Public Safety. DPS may only use money in the trust fund to support the digital trunked radio system, including sites supporting infrastructure and supporting software and hardware. Members, this is so important, making sure that we are funding a functional digital trunked radio system. This, in case you're not familiar with what this is ensuring that first responders' radio equipment can talk to each other. So when firefighters and police officers might be responding to a system or a crisis rather, that all of their electronic communications devices can communicate with one another and enhance our public safety. This is an enduring, a sustainable way for us to fund and make sure we get the equipment upgrades that are necessary to keep these radios in communication with one another. It's sustainable and it makes sure we get what we need to keep all of our citizens safe. We ask for a yes vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to run Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 25256 and ask that it be properly displayed. I move.
Can you please restate your motion?
I move Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 256.
256 and ask that it be properly displayed.
And ask to be properly displayed again.
All right, it's now properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The issue that I have is this drains $15 million per year for 10 years of local government severance tax dollars to pay for digital trunk radio. Well, this system is very important for emergency services across the state. It is used by the state, federal, and tribal governments in addition to local governments. We need a more equitable funding solution. Just a little bit of statistics. On an average over the last 10 years, DOLA has had about $41 million per year to invest in local government infrastructure and capacity. Fiscal year 25 will be the third time that revenues have dipped into negative values over the last 10 years. This source is not reliable or sustainable for year-over-year deductions for long-term projects. The amount of ad valorem credits received this year, $143 million so far, is unprecedented. Our normal reserve of $20 to $25 million to assist with downturns is completely depleted. Budget shortfalls at the state has meant this funding source has been eyed for other initiatives outside the original intent of the fund and beyond the community priorities of local governments. Unprecedented cuts in federal funds already awarded is going to add demands at community level that were previously unanticipated. DOLA wants to maintain the flexibility to meet these community priorities. Tens of thousands of layoffs, significant drops in the stock market, tariff, and broader uncertainty will not likely spur new drilling and future revenues in the short term. Basically what has happened here is we are seeing the results of slitting the throat of the golden calf. We have killed our oil and gas industries in this state that create these tax dollars that we use. We have watched this body sweep the severance tax fund twice to balance the budget. And it's just unfortunate because as we watch these industries, I come from Los Animas County and I've seen what bills like Senate Bill 183 did to my communities. It tore families apart, it caused people to have to file bankruptcy, and it's killing our counties. $23 million out of DOLA grants last year to make up for this severance tax loss. And for what? My colleague from El Paso County all the time, he lays out the math on this, and I'm not gonna try to get into this, but at the end of the day, good intentions can't override good governance. Killing a funding source that we use constantly in this building makes no sense to me. And not only that, we're sending jobs out of this state to Pennsylvania, Texas, North Dakota, South Dakota. It's days like today, this blows my mind, stuff like this. If you all want to pass sensible legislation when it comes around air quality in oil and gas, that's reasonable, that's understandable. But to literally, like I said, and I will say it again, slit the throat of the golden calf and watch it bleed out in front of us and watch these tax dollars run away, take good paying blue collar jobs out of my district and hurt the money that they use for roads, schools, bridges, and hospitals. At some time, we're gonna have to pay the piper, and I think this is the start of paying the piper. And to take that money away from local entities to put into this system for perpetuity, I can't get with. If we, this amendment says this year, 2025, till we find a better funding source, I'm fine with that. But to just say that we're gonna do this from now on, from a fund that this body votes to kill all the time, just makes no sense to me. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the previous representative for the very graphic analysis. Sure got all of our attention. We do. We come in here and we talk about oil and gas being so bad, and until we need $15 million every 10 years, and the people in my district are really tired of being the bad guys until they need to pay for everything. $15 million every year for 10 years, and we're trying to eliminate the very people that provide the severance tax. So the hypocrisy is just a little much for me. CML came out, and it's very interesting. Severance tax dollars are meant to support local government. So what are we gonna do? We're $1 billion in debt. Our local counties are screaming at us, what are you guys doing up there? And now we're going to take $15 million that is meant to fund the effects of natural resource development. Using these funds for a statewide program shifts the burden away from the state and onto resource-dependent communities that rely on severance tax funding for vital infrastructure and services. We need a fair funding solution. $15 million every year for 10 years. That's for my community, roads, water, sewer, education, hospitals. You guys, this is a lot of money. We've got to support this amendment. My community cannot afford $15 million every year for 10 years. I understand the importance of the trunked radio. I get it. But it can't be at the cost to all of our local communities. We elected leaders for their budgets, for them to be able to work their budgets, their million, sometimes billion-dollar budgets. We cannot afford in Douglas County to take $15 million away from them every year for the next 10 years that is provided by the severance tax. Our communities will be in despair, and we are a pretty rich county. I can't imagine what's going to happen to our rural communities. I'm begging you to support this amendment. For all of our districts, I'm begging you. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff. Also, Representative Garcia Sander, I think you're missing out on a photo op. You have a bow tie too. All right, Representative DeGraff.
I missed all of that. Okay. This is a good time to think about prioritizing our priorities. And our priorities here in this budgeting process seem to be completely out of whack. So for everybody out there, you need to think about what our priorities actually are. So we have $15 million from severance tax, from the money that is under our feet, that we could be using, we could be selling. And why don't we? It is getting loud in here.
Don't do it.
So take it off the floor.
Oh, man. I challenge you to add another line.
I'm just entertained by what's going on in my caucus over here. My caucus is raucous.
You said it, not me.
All right. We have money under our feet. And when we use that money, we get severance taxes. And when we cut off those funds, when we sever those sources of severance taxes, all of a sudden we start having these immense monetary shortfalls. And then we do the lunacy, the climate idiocy of spending hundreds of millions of dollars in trying to mitigate something that has no effect. So if I were to use numbers, and I will, that have been validated by the Colorado Energy Office, and they have been. They don't like them. But when we utilize hydrocarbons for our energy instead of boosting the portfolios in what we like to call, or let's just call displaced emissions.
Let's talk about the bill.
We are talking about
this is not germane.
This is germane. This is germane. That's an excellent word, though. That's an excellent word, germane. I wouldn't even think of it, Madam Majority Leader. We are taking money, and we're wrangling over dollars that we don't have, and we don't have because we decide that we want to prioritize superstitions. So we want to so we need to get our priorities in line, and we need to actually and we need to prioritize our priorities instead of always looking to sweep out of the severance taxes while we're cutting the source of those severance taxes for absolutely no reason. So we need to get our funding under control. We need to get our emotions about climate under control. We can do that with science, math, and instead of buying into all these superstitions. So I support it.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the amendment. So I come from the county that I come from is Montezuma County. That county happens to be the largest known CO2 field in the world. That doesn't mean they're not going to discover one that's bigger, but as of today, it is the largest known CO2 field. And what they do is they extract the CO2 out, and then Kinder Morgan ships it 500 miles to oil wells in the Permian Basin, which is New Mexico and Texas, and oil rigs, oil wells that have not been producing. They pump the CO2 down, and it pushes, and it makes the wells work again. So what everybody needs to know about severance tax is that every dollar, if it's oil, natural gas, if it's CO2, every dollar worth of that product, when it comes out of that ground, is taxed at 87 cents on every dollar. There is an adjustment of personal property tax that offsets it, but there is no other industry in the state of Colorado that is taxed at 87 cents right off the bat out of every dollar. That leaves 12.5 cents for profit for your energy companies. What happens when you have that production in those counties that are energy rich is there is wear and tear on their roads. There's things that happen that need to be repaired. And so we have came up with, DOLA's came up with the severance tax, and what happens with the severance tax is the counties, and this could be Pitkin County, which is Aspen. This could be any county throughout the state. They don't have to be an energy producing county to benefit from the severance tax. They put in a grant, so maybe it's for a road, maybe it's for a library, maybe it's for any kind of infrastructure that they need to help that county. They're limited on funds. So the severance tax is critical to the function of local government. It was designed for that purpose and that purpose only. And what we need to do in this body is when we have something like the severance tax that is designed to help the local governments, then we need to keep that intact, and we don't need to take 15 million here or 20 million here. Because if we keep doing that, pretty soon your counties are going to be in dire straits. They rely on that lifeline, and that is why this is a good amendment, and that's why I support it.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It truly is an honor and a privilege to serve with you.
It's an honor and a privilege to serve with you too, my friend.
Thank you. I just wanted to state for the record that many months back I started getting emails about the digital trunk radio system, and I was like, what is this? Let's learn more. Months of emails. And I have had multiple emails from county commissioners in my district, including Montezuma County, that do support this bill. I just wanted to say that. So I'm up here saying, yay, SB 256.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
And no on the amendment.
Thank you for that last minute addition. Representative Bottoms.
Oh, yeah, that. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of the things that happens here, and I'm truly not being pejorative toward the Budget Committee. I'm not. But this is one of the things that bothers me about how we do things in this building. Do we need the funding for the trunk line? Yes, we do. But why? Why, when we're looking through all the line items, why do we get to things that we know that will directly affect 80% of the rural communities in this state? We know it will. They don't have all of the resources to do all this kind of stuff, and Denver has all the resources. So we run down through all of the line items and we say, let's take it from the severance tax. Because this is an important thing that was put in place a long time ago because of a very real need. And if we need the money for the trunk line, which we do, Let's figure out somewhere else besides sticking it to the communities that literally rely on this. This isn't some kind of luxury that they have. These are things that they rely on constantly. And we're going to take from over there, and this is what I feel like, and in fact, I don't believe that the Budget Committee did this. I really don't, and I would tell you if I thought this. But I think it's just easier to kind of, well, we need this money over here, let's just take it from here, and it feels like, because they're not as important. They don't need this. Well, we're sure they don't need it. I mean, we haven't driven out into these areas, maybe ever, but they probably don't need it. So let's take it and let's move it over to support something that legitimately needs to be supported. That's the reality. It needs to be supported, but not like this. That's like seeing a group of people over here that are hungry, and so you take the food from the homeless over here to hand it to the hungry over here. That doesn't make sense. But this is the kind of things that when we get to this stuff really bothers me. It irritates me in how it looks like in the books. We know we need this, and so it'll be accepted by a lot of people, so we'll take it from these groups because their voice is not going to be quite loud enough to overset this voice. And that is not the right way to do budgeting. That is not. Yes, we need to cut the budget, but this is not the way to do it. This feels disingenuous to me. So I support this amendment, and I don't support the bill.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. A little bit earlier, I was up here speaking about the impact of the local governments and the local economy. And as my good colleague put up this amendment, here's jobs that are in their districts. Here's jobs that are in rural Colorado. Here are jobs and income that go to the local economy. But suddenly the state goes, ooh, that's a lot of money. Yeah, I think I got a better way to spend that money. Well, the local government wants to keep their jobs. They want to keep their ranches. They want to keep all the people in their communities. And yet it's kind of like when they start succeeding, the state gets greedy and goes down there and says, I'm going to take your severance pay because you know what, you're being really successful. So instead of leaving that money where it's serving the people in their economy, the state says, nope, we're going to pull it up here to the metro area and we're going to decide how to spend it. Now, that's not to say that we don't have a need out there to support public safety. But why are we doing a net sum zero on this? We're taking from one community, the rural communities, and saying, nope, you guys have done really well. We're going to take your money and we're going to put it over here where other people need it. We should be looking at a better way to balance things and prioritizing instead of taking from entities that are constantly producing, constantly generating income, constantly generating revenue, producing food, energy for the state, and yet this metro area, which tends to be anti-energy, wants to take the fruits of that energy production in the way of money and spend it somewhere else. I think that's a little hypocritical. I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to state on the record, I have a great deal of respect for all the JBC members, but for the good representative from Mesa County, because I know your job is hard as you're trying to balance the budget. But I think you also know I have consistently voted against anything that touches severance tax, ever. So from the first moment I entered this building in the first budget we ever had, if it touches severance tax, I am a no, and I will continue to be a no, because it is the regulations and the legislation that has been passed over a decade. We're at like probably 15 years now that has consistently hurt the oil and gas industry in our communities, especially on the Western Slope in Southeast Colorado. And so the severance tax has decreased. But what we have seen is this continual sweeping. Like it's, and don't be offended by this. I'm sorry, I've been trying to find a different word, Representative Taggart, but it's like a slush fund for the state. Well, we can't find money, so we'll just sweep it from severance tax. Governor has pet projects, we'll just sweep it from severance tax. We have a budget deficit, we're just going to sweep it from severance tax. Like, those communities don't depend on this money. My good friend and past county commissioner just talked about his community and what he has seen. We serve together as county commissioners, and this money is used for water projects, which are super important in our communities. It's used for transportation, infrastructure, all of those things these rural communities need because they have the impacts. And so we're saying, well, we don't care that you have the impacts. Local governments, you'll figure it out because clearly you're flush with money, but the state has a problem, and so we're going to continue to solve our problem with severance tax money. I have consistently been against that. I will continue to be against that. Stop sweeping severance. There are plenty of places, and I'm happy to find $15 million in your budget that is not out of severance tax. So if you need some ideas, be happy to help you with that. But taking it from severance tax will never, ever, ever be acceptable for me, and I urge a no vote, or a yes vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also coming to shadow and echo what my good colleague said about that. Oil and gas is my industry. Oil and gas is important in my district. Severance taxes on that fund education, fund a lot in my district, and to be sweeping that fund for things that really isn't really affecting people in rural Colorado, when that money is coming from rural Colorado. We keep saying that oil and gas is bad and cutting here, over-regulating, and then we as a state use that severance tax for projects that are basically coming here out of Denver. Keep in mind, oil and gas hasn't drilled very much lately because of the over-regulation, because of what the state has done to attack this industry. There's less severance tax, and now you're taking more. The school districts in my district are suffering because they are not getting as much severance tax as they should from the industries that are really paying for that, and we're taking that money. That's really something that we can't be doing. You know, we come back and we balance the budget on severance tax, which is on the backs of oil and gas. Backs of oil and gas workers, on the backs of school districts that are using that severance tax. Last year, the state took $60 million of severance tax to balance the budget. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Let's stop sweeping those severance tax money and then try to get that industry back on track so we can actually fund things that we need to fund in our districts, rural districts. So I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us, I'm sorry. Okay, a division has been requested. We'll stand in a brief recess.
Cutting a line.
The committee will come back to order. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, we, just so you know, we're looking at this amendment, and I just want you to know that our other option as a joint budget committee to fund the digital trunked radios would have been to have charged local governments a fee to access the system. So that is one thing. And also, if this amendment passes, and we're not able to re-up the contract as we anticipate, this will cost us more next year. So while I appreciate the concerns that have been raised, many times there aren't perfect solutions available to us. The system has to be funded, it has to work. We need to have the right radios, they need to be funded, And nothing is free. We have to pay for it. One other thing to note is that these radios serve all areas of our state. So this is important, and I stand firmly against the amendment and ask that you join me in opposing it.
Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't
Assistant
disagree.
Minority Leader. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I don't disagree with you about the importance of this, but somebody that comes from an oil and gas county that have watched the decreases, with all due respect, ma'am, to say that this is the only place that we can get this money out of this book is hard for me to believe. I mean, this is a big book, and there's money in this book for this. So what I think we need to do is I think we need to make sure that the state funds to have this radio system, but let's take the money from the right place, and let's leave the money that comes from severance tax where it should. Those communities have already had enough strife. They've already watched their tax base drop as people move out of this state to follow the good-paying blue-collar jobs that are still in Texas, still in Pennsylvania, still in Oklahoma. It blows my mind that we want to run industry out of this state that helps this state, and then we take from it all the time. Do I agree that there's a place for this? Yes, and we can find it in this book. But to say there's no money in here to make sure that it's fully funded and it's got to come off the backs of severance tax in those communities is wrong. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, there's a lot of money in that book. There's a lot of money we can pull out of. Severance tax needs to be left alone. Oil and gas needs to be left alone. We need to get that industry back on track so we can actually use it for the districts that really need to use that money. There's plenty in that book that we can pull out of. Like I said before, 5 aspects of government we should be fully funding before we fund anything else in that book. We should be fully funding these aspects. That severance tax that comes out of oil and gas, fund those aspects. Education, roads, water, public safety. Those are what we need to fund with the severance tax. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment, please.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. How is it that the only place that we can find money to compensate for the lack of severance tax is severance tax? Now, a couple of years ago, I came up and I challenged a bill that I would still call the Boson bill. And that was a bill around
This bill, right?
This
to this
is, yep.
amendment?
Yep.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna trust you.
I appreciate that. Because what we're talking about is we're talking about trying to find this money, and that we can only find this money by taking it away from the rural communities to sweep up to make sure our population centers are in order, because we're not going to worry about the voices of the people out in rural Colorado. May the odds be ever in your favor. But a couple years ago, it was $17 million per year that was allocated in perpetuity to buses. And then last year, another $7 million was, so that's $24 million towards buses. And what's the ridership of those buses? About 3%, about 180,000 people per year. You take that $24 million on top of the $2 per passenger mile that it's already subsidized at, and you get about $180 per year per rider that we're subsidizing. It would make more sense to send an Uber for them. But then we can't find enough money to upgrade this critical radio infrastructure without sweeping, like that money is just sitting there, without sweeping the severance fund, the severance taxes. So again, we haven't prioritized our priorities, but I don't see that $24 million per year to supposedly increase ridership, but what it does is it It decreases ridership. By making it less, making the rides less appealing for rate-paying passengers. So there's plenty of places that this could come from, and the places that I've noticed are off limits are basically the governor's pet projects on climate. Because when it comes to teacher funding, it's down the road behind all these climate projects. When it comes to critical radio infrastructure, not even on the table. So again, Colorado, the priorities that your General Assembly has set in the budget process are things that appease their superstitions, make absolutely no difference on the weather, cost you hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars per year, and then take money out of other programs that you actually need. So I would encourage I think one of the things that JBC needs to do, and I know they do, but it's certainly in this regard, is go back and look at a cost-benefit analysis, and the cost-benefit analysis in this green area, what we call green, displaced emissions, is trillions of dollars for zero effect whatsoever. But again, reallocating those trillions of dollars into something useful, not even on the table. So Colorado, you need to understand what your General Assembly's priorities are, and it is to appease a superstition. So because my colleague wanted me to do the math, you'd be looking at 10% of 0.125 divided by 3,200 divided by 6 million. Your carbon footprint is the equivalent or the same as 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops, and that is what the Colorado General Assembly focuses your money on, achieving absolutely nothing, imposing misery.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this is a good amendment for one thing, and that is on July 7th is when Starlink is going to drop, and anybody that is connected to T-Mobile or any other phone service is going to be able to have coverage throughout the world. So the reason why I believe that this is a good amendment is because the technology is advancing so fast that, and this is old technology, by the way, that the technology is advancing so fast, this gives us 1 year of funding, and then that by next year, when we're up here doing this again, there might be a whole new technology, and that funding will be unneeded. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L001. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L001, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L001 is lost. To the bill, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill lays out the $15 million as designating $12 million for services every year and $3 million for hardware. So over the 10-year period...
Representative Luck, just a minute. There's a lot of giggling happening. If you need to giggle, please go off the floor. That means you, whoever just giggled. All right, Representative Luck, go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in this, it says that the digital trunked radio system vendor contract for $15 million includes $12 million for services and $3 million for program hardware, equipment upgrades, and maintenance. My question is really as relates to the $3 million, because that's $3 million times 10 years, so $30 million. And I'm just wanting clarity that that is based off of what is currently being expended, because that seems like a really high number to me. I did talk to our IT guy over here, and he was like, that seems really high. So just want to know that this is based off of what is actually being spent at the present juncture.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The allocations for this program are based off of the new contract that's been negotiated.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we couldn't get the amendment passed, but I'm here to speak again on this bill. There is money that we can find to fund this. I understand this is a very important project. I do agree with the project. I just don't agree of how it is being funded. Those severance tax dollars need to stay with what they were meant for. Funding education, funding roads, funding infrastructure. We cannot be taking that out constantly to fund something else. So I do support the purpose of this bill. We just need to find another way in that budget book to be able to fund this project. There is plenty of money. I can spend 20 minutes in that book and find enough money to fund this by taking it out of projects that really are really part of the 5 elements that I have been preaching all day. 5 elements that the government should be fully funding before we fund anything else. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In discussing that last amendment, there was a question raised for me vis-a-vis these services being paid by the users. I'm curious to understand why the JBC said no to the idea that the counties would have to pay a fee for this service. The reason that I'm most curious about this is my understanding is that there is some connection between the counties who are producing that which causes the severance tax and their return on it. So would it be fair to say, I guess is the question to the JBC, would it be fair to say that certain counties are actually covering the burden for other counties by using the severance tax fund that wouldn't be the case if we charged each county for the service generally?
Is there any further discussion? Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are very few things more important to fund this year than the state's DTRS. Members, hello? You here? I have listened to every single word of the JBC deliberations as it comes to the digital trunking radio system. This is the year that the contract is up. They have to renew it this year. It gets more expensive if we don't. We do have site controllers that need to be replaced this year, and it is one of the most critical pieces of infrastructure that we have in the state. It is not at all old technology. It is not at all something that Starlink will replace. It is the latest that we have in radio technology, and it's not just for your police, fire, and medical. It's every radio on every school bus. It's every radio for every public works person. It's the radios in the back of the room. It's in every local government. And the local government users of this system far outweigh the state and tribal governments significantly. In some of the conversations that we heard about Denver not paying their fair share, Denver owns their own system. They're not part of the state DTRS. We have some other local governments that manage their own systems that are not part of the state DTRS. The DTRS is built up of a number of systems that are interconnected, some of which are owned directly by the local governments. So in your Douglas County, where our Douglas County rep was talking about that, they were the first one. They built the whole thing. They own their own system. They are part of a network that has been networked together all across the state. It is redundant for floods and fire. Your cellular phones are not. They have backhauls that move this information all over the state to make sure that these radios work all of the time, no matter what. It is critical to our state. Every government we have relies somewhere at some point in time on this system. And I don't disagree that severance taxes might not be the best place for this. We created a 911 enterprise fund specifically for this type of thing. Representative Lindstedt ran that bill last year. There are questions about putting this under that right now. I understand. I heard a lot of the conversation with the Joint Budget Committee about how they worked out getting to where this would come from. But the one thing that I heard them say over and over is that we can't not do it. It is too critical. And I appreciate everybody thinking that there's $15 million lying in this book somewhere. But we have heard and we have looked at and we have seen the programs that we are cutting today. There are people upset everywhere about things that we are cutting. The fat is trimmed. I imagine that we will see worse cuts next year. Next year it's going to be things that really, really, really upset people because there won't be any fat. If this is what the Joint Budget Committee has to do to keep this program working, we can hope that they can come back and get this under the 911 enterprise that was designed for these things next year. But we can't not fund this. This is one of the most important pieces of funding that we will do this year. I support the bill.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could not agree more with my colleague from Denver. I think we should be looking at the 911 fund. If this doesn't fall under the 911 fund, I'd love to understand what does, right? Being able to communicate emergencies to 911 is partially why you need a radio. So I think, and we, regardless of whether I agree with I don't agree with enterprises or not, there is an enterprise for this purpose, and so we should be taking that money. But I also want to be very clear, because I feel like my caucus has very much articulated, we do see this need. This is not up for debate or question. We absolutely want to make sure law enforcement has every single tool that they need to protect our communities. We also believe it is a core, public safety is a core government service, and that is what the state government should be doing. We should be prioritizing it. And to my good friend from Denver, I think it goes in the 911 fund. I would love to have further conversations about that and put the pin in that conversation because, again, if it doesn't fit here, I don't know where it fits. But there are places in the budget, if it doesn't fit, that we can take it from. We are not prioritizing the things that we should be doing as a state, and public safety is number one as priorities, as well as infrastructure, water projects in a state like Colorado. And so I'm happy to show you where I think we can find $15 million. I'm not saying the Joint Budget Committee hasn't done great work, but there are places we can take it. Colorado does not have a revenue problem, it has a prioritization problem, and this should be a priority, but it should not, and I will not, accept that the only place we can take it from is severance tax. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ditto.
Representative DeGraff.
I don't even know how to spell ditto. Now I do. Okay, so this is not about whether this is important or not. This is about whether it is a priority or not. And here's the thing about priorities is that you fund them prior to anything else. I don't know why prioritizing priorities is such a difficult concept. And this would be why we need to get to something like a zero-based budget. Because we need to go through and we need to be looking at all of the lines. We tried to look at some of the lines where some of these programs, these pet programs that are in the green space, which just propping up somebody's portfolio.
Representative DeGraff, let's talk to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to speak to the fact that we do not fund our priorities.
Awesome. Keep going.
You're good with funding priorities. Okay. So this is a core service in the preservation of life, safety, and property. So it's getting loud in here.
Are you going to sing?
Oh, mainly it was you, yeah.
That's a lot better. Thank you.
We need to look at all of the lines in our budget. We need to go through and we need to get to the underlying budgets. And to just go and take money out of the severance tax fund, well, we leave all of the pet projects untouched because they're just in this recurring spending, is a problem here. And it's something that, so what does the general, we want to find where it is? $24 million per year to make buses free for a month. Well, we subsidize them at $2 per passenger mile, over $2 per passenger mile, and that was a couple years ago. And we say we can't find the money any place but the severance tax fund. We need to go back and look at the foundation of this budget. And we're not allowed to because we don't have a zero-based budget. So we're not prioritizing our priorities. We say this is a priority, and we put it off until this day of wrangling. So I think this should be just an indictment of our entire budget system when our primary purpose of being here is to balance this budget, and then we try to rush it through in a day of throwing all these onto it. Cuts here, cuts there, but we're not getting into the budget. We're not exposing. We're not bringing all of that fraud, waste, and abuse into the light. And there's a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse in there. And it's the reason that we can't fund these things. It's not because this body needs to be able to extract more and take the money from the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's because it has a priorities problem. So we need to get back to the basics. We need to take this budget apart line by line. We need to pull out all the fraud called personal pet projects. We need to stop nickeling and diming the citizens of Colorado. And in this case, $15 million is a lot of nickels and dimes. Goes to pay for a lot of schools, goes to pay for a lot of roads. But that's not the priority of this body. The priority of this body is rapid transit. Train to Nowhere, $5 billion allocated to that. It's an extra $5 billion allocated to that because the first $5 billion didn't go anywhere. That's a priority. We're funding it again for another $5 billion. That's a priority. I haven't seen the governor's choo-choo on the chopping block. It's not on the chopping block because that's a priority. This is not a priority. This is an incidental for this budget process. It's not an indictment on the JBC. That's an indictment on this body. We have money. We're throwing it away onto inconsequential projects that do not benefit the citizens of Colorado. I think it's a shame to tell the citizens of Colorado that they are a priority because the citizens of Colorado are clearly not the priority of the General Assembly. We need to take apart the budget. We need to take apart this budget.
Motives. You can talk about your priorities, but let's not impugn motives.
I don't know why the citizens aren't a priority. I would think they would be. They're paying the taxes. But they are left with the short straw when it comes to funding. because the General Assembly funds pet projects first. That's a fact. And how do we know that? Because none of those pet projects are on the table. And if we want to be serious about this budget, if we want to be serious about helping the people of Colorado, if you want to be serious about getting the boot off the face of the citizens of Colorado, those pet projects need to be on the table. And I haven't seen any.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, before I was a county commissioner, I was a firefighter for 12 years. And we started off with pagers, and they worked unless you was in a canyon. And then we went advanced, well, they first started off with the bell when they started off, but I wasn't around yet. And then they went to the pagers that all of us firefighters carried. And then they went from the pagers to the 400 megahertz, and then they went to the 800 radios that would catch in a canyon where you had reception. And now all the firefighters are carrying a cell phone. So what's interesting about the radio transmission and the cell phones is in Montezuma County, I also sat on the 911 board, and where we talked about the funding for the radios. So what I'm getting at here is I believe that before long, there will be another transition to a new technology, and that's why we're not talking about the amendment, we're talking about the bill. I wish that we could get to where we could fund this short term until those new technologies emerge and quit sweeping the funds from severance tax, because they are critically needed in the counties. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on this bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the the passage of Senate Bill 256. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 256 is passed. Mr. Shevel, please read the title of Senate Bill 257.
Senate Bill 257 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, House Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning modification of annual transfers from the general fund to the state highway fund.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 257.
To the bill.
And
And the Appropriations Committee report?
do we have? No? No.
To the committee report.
Okay, and the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we made a technical amendment to just make sure numbers were correctly reported.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us
Yeah, that's good.
is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Byrd, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill makes changes to transfers from the general fund to the state highway fund created by Senate Bill 260. Specifically, the bill makes the following changes. We are eliminating an annual transfer of $7 million to the state highway fund for the Revitalizing Main Streets program. These transfers had been previously scheduled through fiscal year 2030 through 31. And also, we adjust a schedule for transferring a total of $747.5 million general fund to the state highway fund. Still, the same total amount of funds will be distributed, but we are just altering the timing of the distribution. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do like when we cut from the budget, but here's a problem I'm having. I've been married 35 years. I fell in a pothole a couple years ago and stayed in there for a year and a half and missed that part of my marriage. So I'm struggling with the idea of potholes. I understand we've got to make cuts, but who's going to fix the potholes? We're not even there yet. We haven't got those fixed. and we're cutting the budget. And I think somewhere, we got to fix a pothole somewhere in the budget. Maybe we could start a new pothole fund. But they're bad. We all know they're bad. All over the state, they're bad. And I don't know how to get there. I don't know if sending $2 trillion to the highway department gets it fixed. But I still have a car in a pothole somewhere. I'd like for the highway department to look for that. Somewhere we got to figure out the balance in this. Does the representative from Grand Junction have any answer to fixing potholes?
Representative Taggart, good luck with that one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be very honest, I don't know how to fix the potholes. I wish I did. No, actually, I wish no, I'm going to leave that alone. I'm just going to dig a bigger pothole for myself, so I'm going to leave that alone. This is one of those items that I think all of us would prefer not to have to do to balance a budget. There's no question about that. But at the same time, the HUTF fund is significant. And it should be significant to the degree that, in fact, we didn't need to run the bill that we did several years ago for $745 million. We are honoring that $745 million. We're just asking this body to give us a little leeway in this tough year to reduce it over these next 2 years, this year to about 32 million as opposed to 100 million, next year from 100 million down to 50 million, and then we'll increase it from that point onward and add another year to it. I would prefer not to do this, but I also go on the record that I prefer not to wish we didn't have to do this 745 million in total from the general fund, but we agreed to that as a General Assembly, and we need to honor that. We just need to spread it out a little longer than we initially anticipated, and I would ask for your support on this.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Senate Bill 25-257, taking a lot of money out of the State Highway Fund to the general fund, that $75 million would fill a lot of potholes, and I don't know if you've driven I-70 lately, but it's not in good shape. And just about 2 weeks ago, I wrote a very lengthy letter to the director of CDOT from El Paso County about the condition of the roads and the medians of the roads, and also the weeds growing up along the sides of the roads, and how deplorable that looked and how trashy it made the portion of El Paso County look. And so I'm really having some issues with this money coming out of their fund to the general fund, and I would like to see it stay there and maybe get some guarantees that the southern portion of El Paso County could get some love and attention.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative from El Paso County. I just need to clarify, we are not taking dollars out of HUTF. Under no circumstances are we taking it out of HUTF as it relates to
That's that
what?
bill. is.
We're on 257.
Yes.
We're not taking money out of, in 257, we are not taking money out of HUTF. We are strictly taking dollars that were scheduled from the general fund this year and next year and reducing those. They are general fund dollars. They are not HUTF dollars. We are strictly reducing those, which we will make up for later in the agreement and extend the year, which was to end in 2031, into 2032. So please, it is not a reduction that we're taking from HUTF.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yes, just to piggyback on what my good colleague was saying, that the reduction in funding, the $7 million transferred from the general fund was otherwise being used to fund a grant program called Revitalizing Main Street. So this isn't money that was going to be filling potholes and doing the road maintenance that my good colleagues seem to be contemplating. The grant program instead was one that was managed by CDOT, funding infrastructure improvements to make walking and biking easier and safer, which those are great things also, but they are also not roadway improvements, and it's not potholes. It's not those things. And want you to know that this committee greatly agrees with the need to be funding our roads and our infrastructure. It's what drives all of our economies. And the last thing we want to be doing is taking away from roads and bridges.
Representative Pedron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for clarifying that. But I do have one other question on that aspect. You're saying that this is really meant to fund public walkways and biking, but we heard a bill earlier in session in transportation that they were trying to get some funds, and I believe those funds are currently coming from SB 21-260, which is the internet delivery fee. Am I correct, to fund those types of projects, like walkways and bikeways? And that's what I'm trying to get here, is that I think that money was originally intended for road safety, and the main focus of that, but it's being used for the walkways. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. But oh, I'm sorry. So what I was talking about is going to be the next bill, so I'll wait for that. Thank you.
All right. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 257? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what the JBC is trying to do here. My hesitation is this. There was a commitment made to do certain things. Now we're elongating that commitment because of our current fiscal situation. But we're being told that next year, and possibly even in the forecast future, that it's going to get worse. And so what confidence do we have that this will be satisfied, that we're not going to continue to push out this commitment such that we have a new BS factor, right? But in this space instead of in the education space, that we're actually going to satisfy these liabilities before we take on more. And we are taking on more. There are new commitments that we are making, not we, I exclude myself, but that this body has been making this year to spend additional funds before we have satisfied our prior debts. And that's just not the way that I was taught how to do accounting. I was taught that you fill the debts you have before you take on more unless it's absolutely necessary. And yet we continue, in my view, to take on things that aren't absolutely necessary while having outstanding liabilities that I'm not confident we will be able to fulfill in the years moving forward. And so I just wonder if the JBC can assuage my fears such that I can be supportive of this elongation, as opposed to feel the need to say, no, we need to just keep our commitment and stop funding these other things and adding to our liabilities moving forward.
Representative DeGraff. Representative Brown. Representative Taggart, did you want to reply? I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't realize there's a change up there. It's a pleasure to work with you.
Likewise.
Let me answer the question. Future years, as you will know, is a projection. We took this through 26, 27 because of the fact that we know, and we talked about that earlier, how difficult next year is going to be. 27, 28, it's a projection that we think we're going to be fine to be able to do it. But I think all of us that have been involved in projections know it's a forecast, and it's based on assumptions, and assumptions can go wrong. So I can't give you that absolute assurance as much as I would like to. But the reason we did it for 2 years is because we know we're going to have a difficult time with this budget over these next 2 years. So thank you. I wish I could give you my assurance.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that we are putting money to our roads, with Colorado being the 43rd nation for road conditions, and that's poor road conditions. We really do need to utilize and make sure that we are doing that. I am here just to make sure that a voice for rural is heard. When this goes to the State Highways Fund, I just want to make sure it's on the record that we should not forget our rural areas. I know we can't allocate that one way or the other. I just want to make it be known that while, you know, Denver, like I-70, is getting $80 million to straighten out a stretch, I just want to make sure our rural roads, our rural highways are not forgotten. So I'm up here to make sure that intent from rural is known. I do appreciate that we're putting money into this because we are 43rd in road conditions that are crumbling, and we need to fix this infrastructure. And I will just put another plug in for rural roads because they are the economic driver of the state. Whether it be the roads to come in for tourism or for agricultural products, the top 2 economic drivers in the state, I just want it to be known that while the state fund for highways is looking at this, we need allocations for our rural highways as well. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my colleague mentioned one BS factor in the as we're spending this money, but I note lots of BS factors in our budgeting process. And I think we need to go back and we need to eliminate all of those. While the road to hell is paved with good intentions and that road is in great shape, the rest of them are not. We have, according to the treasurer, a $100 to $250 billion infrastructure deficit. So when we say we're going to make up for this later, what are we going to make up for? We've got $100 billion. That was the low end. $100 billion was on the low end. So this problem's not going to go away. This problem's not going to get better. But again, what we're funding or what we're cutting is things that we need. What we're not cutting are the pet projects. Now, I mentioned earlier that there was an initial $5 billion on a railroad track, and now we just allocated another $5 billion. Now that's on an annual basis. That's coming out of severance tax as well, I mean, technically, because it's coming out of the profits of oil, or they're just adding that price on in order to pay for, as my colleague calls it, the governor's choo-choo. Oh. Now, if we look at that $5 billion and you take it just on, say, $50 million, if we look at that per year, that's 1%. That's 1% of a pet project. That pet project is not here on the table before us to have the funds reallocated. So that's definitely a BS factor I think we should note. The other part is that we are here cramming this through. Our primary job in being here is to get this budget right. And we're relegated to a day. Now, most people in Colorado would think we go line by line, but we don't. These budgets are recurring, And these pet projects just go in year over year over year. So 1%, Colorado, we could have your roads. We could not undo this, but we would have to put a pause on the governor's train to nowhere. The governor's train to nowhere is a priority. So Colorado, to the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, that's what you are. You're a tax-paying widget. You are not a priority. You are a secondary. You're a secondary thought at best. I'm sorry. I would like you to be the primary. But as tax-paying widgets, your job is to pay taxes, apparently. And now they're coming after your taxpayer Bill of Rights, so you don't have a chance to say anything about that either. Nobody else is listening. So we can't put this off. I'm just gonna go off the assumption right now that these are necessary funds. That these funds are necessary for something that the citizens of Colorado use every year. And again, I'll note, Colorado, that for 3% ridership, you're paying an additional $24 million per year. That money could go to roads. That money is not on the table. So somehow, when it comes to and why roads? Why roads, Colorado? Roads and schools, we say there are priorities, and they always come last because the General Assembly knows that you will pony up money for roads and schools because you use them every day. And you make the assumption that your money is being well spent and that it is being used reasonably, and those things are just out. You just need to know, and this is not the fault of the JBC, this is the fault of the General Assembly in general. This is the fault of the governor. Funding pet projects is the priority. $24 million there, $5 billion there. We could cover this with 1% when we're spending about 5% of that per year, so we have a lot. Wouldn't even have to cut all the governor's pet projects, but pretty much you could fund this entire pink book, all of these things. If we stop funding the train that nobody wants. But that's not on the table. And I think that's a BS factor we need to address.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for anyone who did not hear the quote from the good El Paso rep, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and that one is in good shape. That is the most amazing quote I think I've ever heard. I agree. $71 million for pet projects. You guys, we're $1 billion in debt. $10 billion on a railroad that we have not even voted on nor support. Most people in my district say no. They are not going to ride the train to nowhere. $71 million when IDD waivers and wait lists cannot even be fulfilled. The people in my district need help in health care. Our hospitals are barely making it. They're barely above the red line. They're having to close major services, the Polis Express, yes. They're barely.
Representative Bradley.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. That was representative from El Paso.
All
He
right.
he died. That was his fault.
Please bring it back
I'm
to
sorry,
257
Mr. Chair.
for me.
I'll get
Thank
back
you.
to the bill. IDD waivers and wait lists are through the roof. We have people really stressing out about federal funds being cut. We have people with intellectual and developmental disabilities that are scared that they are going to have services taken away. And we have hospitals barely operating above their red lines. And we know that they are going to have to cut services. La Junta just cut OB services. And when we have these rural deserts and people have to drive 50 miles to deliver, and we have maternal deserts, this funding can go to fund essential services, not what we feel are pet projects. I really, really hesitate to give $71 million, and I really, really urge, I don't come up here a lot. I think the JBC has done a phenomenal job on repealing and eliminating a lot of costs, but $71 million when we have a lot of basic necessities that are crucially barely able to operate, I just urge a no vote on this one. Thank you so much.
All right, seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 257 as amended, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 257 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 257 as amended is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 258.
Senate Bill 258 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning a temporary reduction in the road safety surcharge and in connection therewith modifying the allocation of revenues from the surcharge to increase allocations to counties and municipalities during the temporary reduction.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 258 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the report.
To the Appropriations Committee report?
Yes,
Yes.
to the
Okay,
report.
so in the Appropriations Committee, we passed an amendment that reversed the amendment passed by the Senate. I ask for your support.
All right, is there any further discussion on Senate Bills 258's?
On the Appropriations Committee report?
All right. Looks like we don't have any questions on that. So the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is adopted. Representative Byrd.
So, members, this bill temporarily reduces the road safety surcharge by $3.70 on all vehicle registrations for 2 calendar years, beginning January 1st of 2026. This flat fee reduction applies to all vehicle weight classes. Additionally, the bill adjusts the allocation of funding advancements for service transportation and economic recovery revenue such that counties and municipalities will not be impacted by the revenue reduction. Rather, the full impact of the revenue reduction will be absorbed by the Department of Transportation. So this is a fee reduction, and any costs associated with changes we're making are not imposed on local governments, but rather on the State Department. We ask for a yes vote.
All right, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I'm understanding this correctly, this is coming out of the State Department. Maybe some reduction of fees, but here's something I think we should talk about because I haven't heard anything about it, is funding these pet projects instead of these things that we found were necessary. So now we're in this budget crisis where we're saying these things that we said before were really essential are no longer essential. And so this safety is no longer essential. Maybe it is, maybe or not, but we're not really having, but let's assume it was essential and it was having a good effect. But again, we're cutting something that's essential in order to not touch pet projects. So I think we really need to get back to the basics. We need to get into some sort of zero-based budgeting because we know this budget needs to be doged. We need something like the Federal Agency of Fiscal Oversight to be looking into our finances. We need that deep dive because we need to find those pet projects, we need to find those inefficiencies, and we need to cut them instead of telling the citizens that, hey, this year we're going to take a pass on your safety and we'll fix it next year when our budget crisis is worse. So, yeah, it should come out of the State Department, but I have to ask, if it can come out of the State Department, did it ever need to be part of the State Department? If we're saying it doesn't need to be funded, why did it ever need to be funded? But something that wasn't funded until last year was a train. And ozone mitigating things for rapid transit that nobody knows what they'll do. But those are our funding priorities. Those are why we put the citizens of Colorado, why you put the citizens of Colorado on the back burner, as long as it's not gas, because that would be bad, apparently. And charge them for that as well. So we need to prioritize our priorities, and I think what we need to do is we need to make the citizens of Colorado our priority. That's where we need to be first. So we need to prioritize the citizens of Colorado. We need to dig through the very depths of this budget and root out all of the fraud, waste, and abuse.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as usual, you're looking very dapper, and that pink is fabulous on you.
Gracias.
We should get a picture today, you and me. I actually am curious because in appropriations, I guess I didn't quite understand. I am in favor of reducing the road safety surcharge by $3.70 for each vehicle class, $3.70 for each vehicle class. I am curious about why it's temporary just for 25-6 and 6-7, and it would be great if we could make it permanent. So I don't know if anybody can just tell me why it's a temporary reduction.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is possible to continue the fee reduction, but we are trying to take our budget a couple steps at a time. So we think it's reasonable to look at this after another couple years and see where we are at. You know, to our colleague's point, I don't think that these fees are actually unimportant. I think they do go to providing important services that the Department of Transportation provides across the state, but we are doing a variety of things to balance this budget. This happens to be one of them.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also got one more question here. I'm reading this Tabor refund section. It says the bill is expected to decrease the amount of state revenue required to be refunded to the taxpayers on taxpayer bill of rights by $22.7 million in fiscal year 25-26 and $23 million in fiscal year 26-27. I know you specified that it wasn't being it is going to affect the State Department, but if this is going to affect the Tabor refunds.
Representative Byrd.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for the question. So, yes, when right now you realize that the state is collecting tax revenue that and cannot keep all of it because we are exceeding the revenue allowable to retain pursuant to Tabor. And fees add to that bucket, if you will. So when we continue to collect fees, that adds to the revenue that we cannot keep, generating an additional refund. So when we stop collecting the fee, that means we don't have to issue another refund equal to the amount of those fees. I hope that makes sense. There's a really nice chart that an advocacy group has put out of a bucket, that when you put too much in the bucket, it pushes other money out, so general fund dollars out. So when too many fees are coming in, that is pushing out other general fund dollars. So that is why we are reducing. It is going to have the effect of reducing a refund. But no need to get the refund because you're not paying the fees in the first place. So.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 258 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 258 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 258 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 259.
Senate Bill 259 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the elimination of state property tax reimbursement for a taxpayer that owes ad valorem property tax on property that has been destroyed by a natural cause.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 259.
All right, to the bill.
Thank you again. This bill concerns the elimination of a state property tax reimbursement to a taxpayer. It's an ad valorem tax on property tax, and it applies to a natural cause. Now, before you all get concerned about that, the counties do in fact reimburse our citizens of this state if they lose their property by way of a wildfire or some other natural cause from the date that that happens through the end of the year. We as a state have been funding an additional amount of dollars from the first of the year until when that natural disaster existed. So in fact, the property was whole during that period of time, absolutely whole. All this does is take away, eliminate that part because of the fact that the counties are already reimbursing from the time of the natural cause. And it does have a savings of about $1 million to the general fund by way of doing this. I also have to tell you, this was not utilized very much, given the fact that our counties already do the right thing here. And I ask for an aye vote.
Madam Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know very much about this program. When I was a county commissioner, actually during COVID, my last year, we had one of the largest wildfires in the state's history in Mesa County. We were lucky, though, because it was on federal land, so there wasn't much property damage. Some property damage, but not as much as we have seen in other parts of the state. I was a little nervous about this because, property taxes have been so high. If your property is destroyed, we want some reimbursement. I do know the counties do pick up some of that cost. But the fact that only 16 counties have utilized this since its inception in the House bill had originally passed in 2014 gives me a little less pause. So thank you for that explanation. I think it was really helpful in me understanding what you all are doing. Thank you.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll leave the desk low here. I know I can just simply lift the mic. But yes, I'm also here in support of this, and thank you, JBC members, for bringing this up. And it does give me a little bit less pause as well, knowing that only 16 counties have used it. And we know of all the counties that do the right thing for their citizens. So, and that's why I support local control so much, is that they help out their citizens so much. And this is money that really can be used for something else, and I thank you for bringing it up. So I also urge an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Further discussion from Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's my understanding that property tax valuations happen on an 18-month basis, right? So the valuation is like on 18-month review, and then but it's applied to 2 years. But I think the actual valuation is like, they look at an 18-month. Anyways, in any case, it's up to 2 years, 18 to 24. So let's say we just did a new valuation on my home, on my property, and that valuation is then set for the next 2 years. I then the next day end up with my house burning down. This program, I understand what you're saying is that in a particular year, that county is responsible, but for the earlier part of the year, the state picks up. And to me, it's kind of like a backfill for the second year before the new valuation starts, such that, because do they do a new property valuation in that 2-year period if my house burns down or gets flooded out at the beginning of the first year, or am I paying 2 full years worth of a value of a house that no longer exists? I would thank you. I hate property taxes, which is why I ran a bill to eliminate them.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, and appreciate the question. What the county does at the time of the natural cause is acknowledge the fact that it doesn't matter where it is in the process. It's based on the current valuation, and the county comes in and works with the homeowner and determines the extent of the damage, and it may be right down to the fact that then there's a new valuation of land only from the point of the natural cause and beyond. If it's less than that, I'm sure there's some form of a negotiation, whether it's they lost 50% of the value, that I think our county commissioners would be much better to answer. But it goes immediately from that point forward. Now, there's an obligation of us as homeowners to let the county know that. We can't just assume they know that. But just as soon as that gets started, it's going to change from that point forward. Ours was from the first of the year to that natural cause, and that's what's going away here.
All right, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 259? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 259. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 259 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 260.
Senate Bill 260 by Senators Burgess and Amabile, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the repeal of the Colorado Household Financial Recovery Pilot Program Act.
Representative Byrd.
I move Senate Bill 260.
To the bill.
Members, that Colorado Household Financial Recovery Pilot Program, this is a program that was poorly subscribed to, not well used. It was, again, a pilot program, and what this bill is doing is repealing that pilot program and reverting the remaining money in that account back to the general fund. So once again, it can be redeployed to higher and greater uses. So we expect that we would see another $200,000 coming back into the general fund as we hope this bill will pass, and we hope you will support it.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to clarify, we're refunding cash funds of a little over $5 million, right?
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Representative. No, that was the original appropriation when the program was established. It was $5 million. So the amount that has not been spent, since this bill will repeal the program, it's going to just sweep the balance of what hasn't already been spent. So money has already gone out the door pursuant to the terms of that program, and now we're just reclaiming what hasn't been spent.
Representative Barone.
Yeah, do you know what the amount that hasn't been spent is? Because I'm reading here that it's cash funds of a little over $5 million.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
200,000. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, I'm reading this wrong.
To be
Appropriation
5
to be
million.
reduced by $200,000 general fund.
It's estimated to be $5 million.
Yes. Well, it's $5 million.
Fine, okay.
I know.
All right. Representative Barone, did you have any?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm still not clear on how much money is left in this account. So some colleagues are telling me a little over $1 million. I'm seeing that it's a little over $5 million that hasn't been spent, that's coming back into the general fund. And if that's the case, yes, I support repealing this for sure. Okay, so I just got clarification that it is a little over $5 million. Originally started in 2022 with $5.2 million, so I see that a little under $200,000 was actually used of this account. So yes, I'm in agreement to repeal this, bring that money back to the general fund, and call it a day. Thank you. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a problem with this one and a few others that we had talked about, but once again, we're taking money that's running a program at the state level, and then we're ending it and sending this back to be managed by county treasurers. Am I on the wrong? 261? Oh, 260. Oh, thank you. In that case, I'm going to sit down. I'm sorry.
All right. How about
I'll say
anybody
nice
else
things about you
on
when I come back
260? Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 260. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 260 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 261.
Senate Bill 261 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the administration of the property tax deferral program and in connection therewith, reversing the 2022 shift of administrative responsibilities for the program from county treasurer to the state treasurer and rescinding eligibility for deferral for persons who are not seniors or persons called into active military service.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 261 in the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we did appropriate back $160,000 general fund to the department in order to properly wind down this program. I ask for an aye vote.
All right, Representative Titone, we are to the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L003 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask for it to be properly displayed.
All right, that's a proper motion. It is properly displayed. And members, this is the multi-page amendment you'll find in your desk distributed at 121. Looks like this if you have it on your desk. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, this will restore the property tax deferral program and maintain it. There was a bit of a discussion about this in appropriations. The price tag was a bit high, but the Joint Technology Committee was unanimous in trying to keep the funding for this program. So what the program does is it centralizes property tax deferral. So a lot of counties have property tax deferral if they have the resources to do that. If they're lucky enough. Many of the smaller counties do not have any resources to do this. They're too small. But people who need to pay their property taxes, who cannot afford to do it, or is a huge burden on them to pay it all at once, the property tax deferral system is a property deferral system through the Treasury, and they can get a very, very low interest loan to pay back the Treasury the cost of that insurance, the property tax, sorry. So as they pay off their loans, we'll recoup a whole bunch of money to make this program fund itself. So the program currently administers $2.4 million in loans, 1,300 participants, and please tell your constituents that this program exists. We would like people to take advantage of this. They don't have to try to keep funding this themselves. There is an option for them, so please tell your constituents about it. But once this happens in here, the interest gained on this program should fund itself once we have a critical mass. With the cost of the system being so high, the treasurer worked very hard to reduce the cost of this program down to $600,000 with a new contract with the vendor for the software. This is a 2/3 reduction in the cost of the program. This program was started by the JBC. The JBC said a few years ago, this should be done, and we have a centralized program for property tax deferral. It has not gotten a chance to prove itself through this small time period. But this amendment will allocate a total of $723,488 to maintain this program. This will maintain this program to make sure there's access to the seniors who are living on a fixed income and many people who have been in their homes for a very long time, and support them to stay in their homes and have a way to pay off their property tax. If the economy continues to get worse or not, people cannot afford, the cost keeps going up, or whatever happens, this is a fallback that they can have. And I ask for your support on this amendment to be sure that everyone all across the state, not just in the counties who can afford it, but every county and every resident has access to a program that can help them pay for their property tax.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. You know, this is yet another program that we believe was begun admirably with good intention. However, what we came to find when examining the budget request that came forward from the Treasury was a $1.8 million request for the tech to, and the third-party contract, an increase to implement this program. And when we looked at the number of individuals utilizing the program, the cost of that increase, that $1.8 million, resulted in, I think there were maybe 1,300 people now, households utilizing this program, and it was, you know, a $1,600 or $16,000 cost per household, such that it would have been easier and more affordable just to pay their property taxes instead of the deferral program costs with the tech. So while I appreciate the intention of the amendment, what I think is that it is just delaying the inevitable, that this is a very costly program to us. We cannot afford it right now, and what we are doing is sending it back to the counties who previously administered this program. They can do it again, and the state can save on the money that it would have taken to utilize this third-party contract. You know, we have taken in our budget, we took from a number of different cash funds, interest earned, and from various places as we tried to land this plane a little more gently. But I don't think that there are so many couch cushions left to shake out, and I don't think that this is a responsible way to address this program. We're just going to end up back here again next year without the funds to support it.
Representative Tatone and then Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little bit more background. The counties find this to be too onerous to do on their own, and that's why we voted to centralize this in 2022. But even if we cut the appropriation off today, the state will still need to track thousands of loans with different terms and different interest rates, many of which have been on the books for a very long time, even decades. So without automation and the technology to do this, counties will be forced to hire dozens of staff to redo this work by hand. So it's going to be a very big burden to them. This system exists. We can fund it. We have found the money in a variety of cash funds, and we can fund this and keep it going. And then let's tell everyone in our constituencies about this program so they can take advantage of it and we can get enough money to fund this for the future. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, greatly respect the attempt to have the state offer this service, and again, very well intended. This is something that became very costly for our state. I think Representative Sirota said it well, but I want to be clear that given the number of people who took advantage of this, when you compare that to the cost to administer the program, the cost on a per-person basis exceeds what we believe most people were even saving as a result of the program, the individual tax liabilities. So that it just, on a business basis, doesn't make good sense. This doesn't pencil out. Counties already could offer this. They did this before. This is what we have been told by different county treasurers, that this is work that they would do. They could pick it back up. It is something that our state doesn't have the revenue to do. We don't have the money to do this. And I will say that one of the appropriation here relates much to the cost of the IT, and that is not just a one-time fix that can be addressed by finding a hodgepodge of funds in a variety of different cash funds. That's not a great way to fund things, and it's not sustainable, and it's an ongoing expense. Those cash funds exist to support other programs. So I also stand with my good colleague from Denver and ask for a no vote on this.
Representative Richardson, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a little bit of knowledge on this subject, having been a county commissioner for 8 years with a Treasury Department that consisted of 2.5 FTE, and that was one of the larger Treasury departments amongst the counties that I now represent. Just, if we want to end the program, if we just don't want to offer this to citizens at all, that's what the law should change to. I mean, if we're talking about just pushing this back from where the state may be able to handle it at the most efficient way, even if it's expensive, but now push it back to the counties where it cannot be done efficiently and it's going to cost even more. I don't think that's the right answer, but I do think, having served on the Property Tax Commission, where we looked at actually expanding the program, and having seen this program expand quite a bit just in the last year, we don't really have a history of what this program is now. We've seen it grow greatly. It could grow to be much bigger over the next several years as more people understand the utility of it. I do think it's a little early to kill this, and if there's an alternative means to look in a few other pots of money to keep it going, just to find out whether this will work or not, I think we should do that. So I do support the amendment. Without the amendment, I don't support the bill, but I'll talk about that later. Thank you.
Representative Sirota and Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just offer that in deliberations over this particular funding request and then ultimate legislation, our committee did hear from different county treasurers, and one of the members, in fact, heard from theirs whose county actually sees, I wouldn't say the bulk, but a significant portion of these requests, and actually said they have no problem at all administering it themselves. I will just leave that for your thought.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also point out to all of us, the state does not receive a penny in property tax. Let me repeat that. The state does not receive a penny in property tax. We're not calling on this to be a mandate under any circumstances with the counties that do collect the property taxes. This is not a mandate to them. If they would like to continue this program, more power to them. But to ask the state, and mind you, the original request was much higher than this, to ask the state to put a deferral program in place for a tax that doesn't benefit the state, with all due respect, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Madam Minority Leader, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question then. If the program were to end, what happens to those that actually still have a lien, still owe money? Is that owed to the state? Okay, thank you.
All right. Madam Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with my good colleague. I know I said this during multiple property tax conversations, that the state gets $0 from property tax. At the same time, we've started this property tax deferral program. So, and I know we start a lot of programs we probably shouldn't have been involved with to begin with, but the program does exist. And my concern is there are people, seniors, low-income folks who are on this program that have needed this program, and we have supported this program. I also just want to remind, as we're looking at utilization, just be mindful. I mean, since my time here, we have had a bill on property tax, a special session, 2 bills on property tax, another special session. There has been a lot that has happened with property tax that people need to catch up with before that utilization is really realized. And so I think saying, hey, nobody's using this program or they're not using it in the way that we think they were going to, as it was intended, is a little unfair to the property tax owners who are just trying to catch up with everything we have done in this building over the last 2 years. So I want to be very sensitive to that. I support this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment to the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment L003 to the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L003 is adopted. Any further discussion on 261? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say it. Oh, we're on the committee report. My bad. Oh, so it is to the bill. Okay, so we can call the bill. Would you like to speak, Representative? All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none on Senate Bill 261 as amended, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 261 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 261 as amended is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 262. Hold that. Okay. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 262.
Senate Bill 262 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning changes to the amount of money in the Capital Construction Fund.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 262 and the Appropriations Committee report.
All right, to the Appropriations report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we increased the transfer from the general fund to the Capital Construction Fund by approximately $9.3 million, and reversed a Senate amendment. We ask for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
All right, Representative Story.
It's crowded up here.
They do it on purpose. It's to throw you off.
Are you? Is that good?
And Representative Lindsay. And Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that's a proper motion, and L005 is properly displayed. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 25262 would reduce the general fund transfer to the state's capital construction fund. Please take heed. This is a reduction in the transfer from the general fund to the capital construction fund. And it would reduce the amount in that transfer to $29,421,110. And in essence, this is general fund savings of $76,923. This will be accomplished by passing Amendment 3 to the long bill, which will be coming up. That amendment removes a Department of Corrections project from the capital construction section at a cost of $14,265,654, adds the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind project at a cost of $12,773,031, and adds also a Colorado State University Pueblo project at $1,415,700. The net savings for these three adjustments is $76,923. This will all be discussed in a lot more detail when we cover the long bill, Senate Bill 25206, later today. But the amendment reduces, again, the general fund transfer to the capital construction fund to $29,421,110, which is a savings of $76,923 that will remain in the general fund. And as the chair of the Capital Development Committee, I urge an aye vote to save nearly $77,000. So let's do it.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Representative Story mentioned, we are members of the Capital Development Committee. It's the three of us in the House. Thank you, AML. With AML Winter, and we are presented with requests from capital construction requests from around the state, and we work on prioritizing spending in that area. We have toured the school for the deaf and blind, and I just want to talk about this school a little bit. We'll talk about it more in detail later on when we get to the long bill. But it's the only school of its kind in Colorado, and it serves hundreds of students who require a specialized learning environment. Its current facilities, which we've toured, and it's so important to tour and see exactly what's happening in these facilities, require extensive renovations and cannot meet the current program needs. West Hall is currently rated extremely low on the Facility Condition Index with a score of just 0.25. Accessibility, structural, interior, exterior, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection were all rated poor, critical, poor/critical on the FCI index. And just as a reminder, this is a school for early learners all the way up to 21 years old. And they deserve a facility that meets the level of excellence of the education that they're receiving there. And when this is done, this project will enable the relocation of the School for the Blind, the Early Education Program, and the Little Language Learners Program to accommodate their growing populations. And I urge an aye vote, and we will be back later in the long bill to give you some more details.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment to allow us to do the right thing once we get into the long bill. We talk about priorities all the time, and this is one time we can put our money where our mouth is. I mean, the Colorado School of Deaf and Blind, 1931 is when it was built. I mean, these students deserve a place where they can feel comfortable, where they can learn, and it's for one of the communities that I think we really need to stand for. So I urge all of my colleagues, please vote yes for this amendment, and we'll have the rest of this debate in the long bill. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like this amendment. I want to thank the sponsors for it. I have a deaf community in my church, and many of them are connected to or work at the School for the Deaf and Blind. And you have to go through it and see it needs work so bad, and it's not the type of group that people naturally are going to give money to. They get overlooked a lot in these kind of settings. And they're doing an amazing job there, an absolutely amazing job, with layers and layers of help for the deaf and blind community. And so I urge an aye vote on this amendment to say it this way: before you vote no, you might want to go and tour that. Might be difficult this afternoon, but if you're going to go vote no, head out now and go look at it, and we'll vote without you.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, or Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As an El Paso County resident, and I have often toured the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, I am constantly amazed at these dedicated people who themselves often have significant disabilities, do so much with any children from 3 all the way through high school. And they do not ask much from the state for the maintenance of their school buildings, but they sure could use a facelift. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is actually a bill that I can get on board with, or I'm sorry, an amendment that I can get on board with. You know, with the School for Deaf and Blind, even it's near my district, and if we're going to cut from things that make no sense, but cutting from something like this, that makes no sense. If we're going to fund something, we need to put our, like my colleague said, put our money where our mouth is, and actually take care of those who are the most disadvantaged, that need it the most. You know, if I'm going to give my money, I mean, I would donate, and I will donate whenever I can to whoever I can that I believe in. And this is something that we need as a state to be able to fund. I see every single day money going left and right in this place, and I shake my head. But this is one that I absolutely can get on board with, and I really hope that this amendment can get a yes vote.
All right, seeing no further discussion on Amendment L005 to the committee report, is there, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L005 is adopted. All right, we're back to the bill, to the report. Yes, we will stand in a very brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Byrd, is there any further discussion on the committee report?
No.
Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations report is adopted. Back to the bill, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment. I move Amendment L012 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, L012 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Representative Byrd.
Thank you. So, members, thank you for indulging us. We just found a slight technical correction that needs to be made in the bill with an addition or some changes to some cross-references. We ask for your support and a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L1012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L012 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill makes transfers to the Capital Construction Fund and the Information Technology Capital Account within the Capital Construction Fund to balance those accounts for fiscal year 25-26 appropriations. It also adds a mechanism to statute that transfers all reversions and interest that accrue to the Capital Construction Fund or accounts within it to the general fund annually. We ask for a yes vote.
All right, is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to flag this for JBC and future conversations, it's my understanding that the state of Colorado has about $1 billion worth of maintenance, controlled maintenance, that needs to be done, which means in some ways one could argue we're $1 billion in debt as relates to the maintaining of our particular properties. And so I would just like to make note that instead of transferring these kinds of funds back into the general fund, it occurs to me that maybe they go into a controlled maintenance fund so that those dollars can be designated for that purpose, so we can start to eat away at that particular priority, since these were for capital construction instead of new projects. So just to flag that as a potential idea for consideration in upcoming sessions. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to agree with my good colleague from Fremont County. I think that's a great idea, and from the head nods we saw over here, so good recommendation. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I move L011 to Senate Bill 262 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
All right, that is a proper motion. All right, L011 is properly displayed. Please tell us about the amendment, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment here, so going through the bill and seeing what is going to where, and actually sitting through SMART meetings and talking to individuals that this is regarding to, there's two items that's on this bill that I am actually wanting to amend with my upcoming amendments J116 and J119. And so this amendment reduces the general fund transfer to the IT capital construction sub-account for two of the amendments that I had just mentioned. And by taking away, which the amendments will do, will actually help the last committee report amendment, L005, for the School for the Deaf and Blind. But the total amount that it'll actually be saving is $17,188,824 to the taxpayers. The amendment reduces the general fund transfer. What it does, there's two softwares on there, and after talking to several within the committees, talking to these individuals, these two softwares, they can wait a year. They're just upgrades, and again, I will talk more into those when it comes to J116 and J119. These systems are working perfectly fine. I asked if it was a want or a need, and the only answer I got was from them, because I asked this question to everyone, was that it was recommended. So I got that answer a couple times. And so I just want to say that when we're looking at budgeting and cutting where we need to cut and saving the taxpayers' money, this is something in the IT field that is absolutely doable. There's no system crashes. It's not that the equipment is so old it's not working. It's not that the upgrade to the payroll system can't wait 1 year. And all I'm asking is for 1 year. And that 1 year is going to save us over $17 million. And that $17 million can actually go help fund all the other things that we're wanting to fund that we just can't find the money for. I'm asking for, in these amendments, for a 1-year relief on that, and in doing so, we're actually going to be able to save money to the taxpayers. It's not a need. These are actual wants, and I know that they are because I talk to them through and through, and in the IT field, that is something that I have done for over 20 years, and it's something that I know full and well that can be held off, and I know that you're married to this bill. My colleague is married to this bill. But you know, when we come up here, the whole point of giving us this book is so we also can go through it. And so we can use our talents and our experiences and our expertise in certain areas to be able to make decisions as well. And when we find something that we feel that is, you know what, maybe this is something that this is in my wheelhouse, I can at least give and I can contribute to the helping with the budget for the state. And I really would hope that the sponsors will at least consider this, because there's a lot of experts in this room, experts in their field, and we have a lot to give and only to gain from our knowledge and experience. So I'm hoping that they understand that I have vetted, I've looked this through, and these are 2 software programs that are going to cost the state of Colorado $17 million that we can actually wait on. We can wait a year on this, because right now is just not the time, and we have to cinch our belts, and that's what we need to do. So I'm hoping for a yes vote, please. Let's do smart legislation.
Representative Taggart, Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to respectfully disagree with my colleague. I sit on Capital Development Committee, and we look at these projects, and they're centered. We don't just go in and pick projects, just, the old drop the pen test. We look at health, safety. There's many issues, and this money's set aside for capital development. And we see so many properties in this state that are state-owned when it comes to universities, hospitals, correctional facilities, and they have real problems with them. SimHip is one of the projects in here, and I know it takes a big bite of the pie, but at the end of the day, it cooks meals for 3 different correctional facilities. 3 different correctional facilities. What? Okay, so getting to the heart of this bill and what it does, that's one of the projects it has. I know it has some IT implications to it as well, but we'll talk more about it during the long bill, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise also in opposition of this particular amendment, and I apologize to my colleague. We have 2 really critical committees that work throughout the year on capital projects, the CDC and the Joint Technology Committee. And we at the JBC take their recommendations, where they have spent a great deal of time, A, looking into the projects, B, analyzing the projects, and C, prioritizing those projects. Those then come to the JBC for us to approve their list. I have to believe that when it comes to the information technology that you're referring to, that committee did a great deal of work on that, or it would never have gotten to our desk. What I might suggest to the good representative is maybe to sit on that committee at some point and bring your expertise to that. But I don't want to overrule either one of those committees that have worked so hard on those projects and prioritize them. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to say that I absolutely disagree with my colleagues. You know, the fact that IT people were not involved in the decision-making on this is very bothersome to me. You know, one of the programs, just so you know, is it eliminates the one that I believe that we can hold off on for 1 year. That is $13 million, or actually $13.7 million is just a payroll modernization project for the Department of Personnel. It's just they are already doing payroll. They're already using the software to do the payroll. There are no issues with the payroll. It's just to upgrade the software. At $13.7 million, we can hold off on that for 1 year. No one's not going to get paid because they haven't upgraded the payroll of their IT system. Again, when we go through here, I look for the $17,000 hammers, and this is a $13.7 million hammer. And for us to sit and say, well, we have no money, but then we're doing something like this, I have a great issue with. And when you don't include the experts that you have at hand, people who are sitting here every single day with you, every single day, and you're not including them in these great decisions that are affecting all of Colorado, and matter of fact, my pocketbook, and every constituent in my district's pocketbook, every constituent in Colorado's pocketbook, I have an issue with that. These softwares are not dire, they're not needed, and that's where we need to start drawing the line. Like, what is a want, what is a need? It's a want, it's not a need. And you know, to sit there and say that this is something that's gonna have, you know, affect the capital construction, it's not. It's a payroll modernization program at $13.7 million. We can wait and we can tighten the belt. And this is one of the ways that we can do it. I'm tired of having money just being used and spent. And I understand that people come to the table and say, oh, we have to have it. Of course they come to the table and say they have to have it because they absolutely want it. So they'll sell you whatever bill of goods they've got to get you to believe whatever they want. But when you've got an expert telling you this is something that is not a need and it is a want, please believe me. This is a want. It's not a need. And I'm trying to save the state of Colorado a little bit of money. And that's all I'm trying to do. So I'm asking for a yes on my amendment. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion on Amendment L011, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L011 to Senate Bill 262. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L011 is lost. Is there further discussion on 262 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 262 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 262 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 263.
No, it's not an amendment. Someone just gave that to me.
Senate Bill 263 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning statutes governing spending authority and in connection therewith extending the repeal date of certain statutes that allow transfers and over expenditures in limited circumstances and clarifying which transfers between appropriations are for like purposes.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 263.
To the bill.
This bill extends the current repeal date by 5 years to September 1st, 2030 for statutes within departments that authorize the transfer of spending authority between line items. This does not increase any spending. It just gives the authority to the leadership of our many departments to be able to have the spending authority to move dollars in very select cases between line items.
All right, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 263? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 263. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 263 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 264.
Senate Bill 264 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning transfers of money from certain cash funds to the general fund.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 264.
To the bill.
Members, this bill includes a series of transfers from cash funds to the general fund and 5 fund repeals. A total of $225.2 million in cash funds transferred to the general fund across fiscal years 2024-25 and the next fiscal year. Another set of transfers are $171.4 million transferred in the current fiscal year and $53.9 million to be transferred in the following fiscal year. There are the following fund repeals: 1 for the Colorado Healthcare Services Cash Fund, 2 for the Primary Care Provider Sustainability Fund, 3 the Pediatric Hospice Care Cash Fund, 4 the Financial Reporting Fund, and 5 the State Employee Reserve Fund. These are funds that are not being used anymore. They don't have a purpose, so we are cleaning things up and repealing them and cleaning up. We ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Soper and Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you. We have an amendment today, and I'd like to move Amendment L003 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative Valdez, give us 1 second. Okay, it's displayed to the amendment.
Perfect. So what this does is it really changes, we're seeing a cut, and we know we're in a tough budgetary time, but we're seeing some cuts that are going to target grant funds that really hit our advanced industries. And this is something that myself and Representative Soper have worked on very hard over the years to ensure that Colorado is leading in this area and that we're continuing to attract the multitudes of jobs in this area. We know it's a tough year, but what we want to do here is just cut the amount that we are trimming this program by and ensure that we're showing that we still are putting everything we can behind these industries. We still believe in the jobs that they will create, and I would ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also would ask for an aye vote. It may not be the full 17.7 million, but moving back to at least 11, kind of a halfway point, is important. And if you think about the Advanced Industries Grant Program being like our state's research and development arm that's really incubating and developing and really pushing forward the next generation of industries and businesses, it's really important that we fund this at a level that ensures that we have businesses that are continuing to grow in a high profit, high margin part of our economic sector, because these businesses will pay more in taxes. And if we want to see ourselves climbing rapidly out of the $1.2, $1.3 billion hole that we're in right now, one way is to raise our revenue. And one way to raise revenue is to be able to see these businesses be able to grow faster and to be able to develop more. So one thing that I do want to highlight is that over 80% of OEDIT's proposed reductions target the advanced industries and specifically the grant program, which is unfortunate. These cuts are disproportionate and go against at least the general intent of what the legislature has wanted to allocate. We'd like to, certainly build on what we've done in 21 through Senate Bill 42, and then what we did in 24 and 1396, certainly being able to ensure that we have a level of funding that does see the return on investment come back, because it's hard as a business to not know sort of what grant funding is actually going to come through. Lastly, I just want to say, according to the data from OEDIT, the 151 million allocated through these grants since 2016 has attracted 2.9 billion in follow-on capital, which directly supports the 124 innovative companies that have resulted in over 5,000 jobs being created within Colorado. These programs have proven to be job creators, supporting our economy by delivering $19.2 for every $1 that was invested, which is a really good ROI. So with that, we certainly would like to ask for a yes on the amendment and really ask for consideration that if we can't get there this year, certainly looking for future years to make sure that we're taking care of the advanced industries, because this is such an important grant program. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Members, so sadly. Of course, on this, I have to also ask for a no vote. But I do want you to know that it pains me to do so because I also have run bills to support the advanced industries and know what a great value, what just great, a great part of our business ecosystem the advanced industries are. And I really appreciate the data brought up by our good colleagues talking about some of the advantages here. We also know that this the grant program or the work that they were doing are proven job creators supporting economic growth by delivering $19.2 for every $1 invested. So I do want you to know it is with pain that I ask for a no vote, but a no vote I must. Notwithstanding the fact that the program has consistently demonstrated positive and valuable contributions to our state's revenue, competitiveness, and workforce, the amendment does truly serve as a reminder that we should commit to restoring funding, if at all possible, after the 2 years to the Advanced Industries Grant Program. So with that, I ask for a no vote. It hurts. It's a great program, and here we are.
Representative Barone? Nope. Question before us is the passage of Amendment L3. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. L3 is lost. To the bill. Representative Barone.
Oh. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I keep forgetting to leave this desk up down low. I rise here in just to say on this bill, these are cash fund transfers to the general fund. I know they are necessary to balance the budget. Just keep in mind that these cash funds will not be there next year. So this is a temporary fix. I just want to bring that up. This is a temporary fix to our current budget in hopes that our budget will straighten out next year. So we have to keep that in mind with bills that we are running here. There's too many bills getting running here that are taking a lot of the budget that is really what we need to do is fund those 5 aspects of government that I keep preaching all day about. So I am going to be a yes on this on this bill for the reason that I know it is necessary to balance the budget, but want to keep everybody in mind that this is just a temporary fix. These cash funds will not be here next year. So we need to keep that in mind when we are legislating in this building. Thank you.
Representative Byrd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say yes. My good colleague from Weld County raises a good point, and much of this is kind of landing the plane slowly. We've got a lot of good Coloradans who are depending upon a lot of the services and programs that the state operates, and we need to give some time for change. So cuts like this allow us to take that time to more slowly make the cuts rather than just having a steep cliff and cutting everybody off right away. So this is part of a plan to land the plane slowly and more gradually. So we hope you support the bill and vote yes.
All right. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one more little aspect I forgot to mention before when I came up here is one thing that I want to bring up as well, apart from the temporary fix that we're doing here today, and like I'm going to support it, is we need to look at more and bringing these industries back up to speed to be able to receive those funds that we need to fund these programs. So just keep in mind that the legislation we're running here, we need to keep in mind that we need to help business. We need to help industry succeed, so that way we can have a better focus and a better touch on our budget next year. So great, we're going to balance the budget with these cash funds. I support it because that's basically our last resort. So just wanted to bring that up as well. One of the industries that I think that we should be supporting a little bit more is our oil and gas industry, and that's what really funds a lot of projects and a lot of departments in rural Colorado and here in Denver as well. As we mentioned before, a lot of the severance tax from that industry gets thrown into a lot of the funding that needs to go into those 5 aspects of government that I mentioned before. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 264. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 264 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 265.
The Senate Bill 265 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, House of Representatives Burton Taggart, concerning the conversion of continuously appropriated cash funds to cash funds subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 265.
To the bill.
This bill is for my colleagues on the right-hand side. We have had some continuously appropriated cash funds that within this bill you'll see six particular cash funds that move to be annually appropriated, which allows this General Assembly to have more control of cash funds. And I ask for your aye vote.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay, got a woohoo. Did you want to speak, Representative Luck? Okay. I thought that was a woohoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was the woohoo if it came across on the Colorado Channel. This is an exciting bill for me, not only from a fiscal standpoint, but from a separation of powers standpoint, because it ensures that we, the ones who control the purse, continue to get to control the purse instead of just delegating over to the executive branch or judicial branch or wherever these dollars are continuously appropriated to, such that we don't have that continual oversight. So thank you, JVC. And if there are other sections in law where this change could be made, I strongly encourage future bills to do that. Thank you.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also stand up here in support of this bill. Great bill, and just to echo what good representative before me said as well, we hope that this is something that could be seen more here in this chamber, so I urge an aye vote.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 265. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 265 is passed. Every time. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 266.
Senate Bill 266 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the repeal of certain requirements that the General Assembly annually appropriate money and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 266.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill repeals certain statutory requirements that the General Assembly annually appropriate money to, to the Collaborative Management Cash Fund, to the Colorado Child Abuse Prevention Trust Fund, the BHA, and 3 different cash funds within the BHA. And so what we are doing is those funds, the only reduction that we are seeing is a reduction of $150,000 general fund. But what this allows us to do is annually review those appropriations and make those adjustments in the long bill without the statutory requirement of that specific dollar amount. So we are not changing the amounts appropriated for the BHA programs. Those current funding amounts are unchanged. And I ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there further discussion on 266? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 266. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 266 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 267.
Senate Bill 267 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning elimination of roll forward authority for a state department's utilities line item.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 267.
All right, to the bill.
This bill, for those of you that know roll forward, the concept of roll forward has been used with our utility lines, budget lines within departments, so that it had a roll forward. For instance, we approve for 25-26, and it rolls forward into 26-27. This bill eliminates that, such that the utilities line in all departments now has to come before us again in the General Assembly to approve its appropriation on a yearly basis without roll forward authority. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on 267? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Appropriations/JVC Committee. I didn't get to ask this question yesterday, but it does occur to me, what other line items do we do this for, and why just narrow it to the utilities? Came across in a question that was asked by another member of the Appropriations, and I just didn't ask.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is specifically addressing law that was created in 2022, having it titled Buildings in the Capitol Complex. I think it was an attempt to try and find funding for various projects and energy-saving projects that different departments could implement by utilizing some unexpended funds. And I think that that was very good intent, but what we are trying to do here is say instead that should revert back to the general fund, and we can make appropriations decisions based on stated need instead of letting that money roll forward. There are other instances where departments can move funds between line items, but they are limited.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 267. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 267 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 268.
Senate Bill 268 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning changes to money in the marijuana tax cash fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 268 and the committee report.
All right, to the committee report.
Members, in the Appropriations Committee, we reversed a Senate amendment which appropriated funding to the Marijuana Entrepreneur Fund, and we ask for your support.
All right. Is there further discussion on the appropriations report? Representative Carter.
Wait a minute.
Oh, Representative Sirota, sorry. Okay. All right, so we will go to Representative Carter?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I move L5 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that is a proper motion. L5 is displayed. Representative Carter, please tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so everyone understands, this is a priority of the Black Caucus. What this bill does, or what this amendment does, in the Senate, an amount was actually allocated for the CBO. All this is removing, or actually withdrawing the sentiment, withdrawing the amendment and replacing what was already done by the Senate. What I'm asking for specifically, the CBO gives out grants and information to individuals who have been already affected by the marijuana. So when we decided to legalize marijuana, there were specific individuals in my community and also in places where these grants were funded where they were either over-policed or over-involved. And what this does is explain and give information of how these people can not only start businesses, but set those businesses up with either funding or intelligence. One of the things that happens when an individual is over-policed or a group is over-policed, because setting up these types of businesses are so technical, if they have any kind of record, it increases the amount of confusion that goes into setting up these businesses. This is a very small amount. As I indicated, the Senate already indicated that they were more than willing to fund this. This is a Black Caucus priority, and I am asking for an aye vote to my amendment.
Rep. Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's only fair that the businesses that pay into this fund do receive some benefit from this fund. And this is one of those ways that those businesses who actually pay the taxpayer dollars into the tax cash fund receive some support back. So this is a great amendment to protect a really important business office. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Madam Caucus Chair. The last thing I wanted to make sure that you guys understand, this was a promise that was made to these communities when we legalized marijuana. This is a promise that was made in indicating that not only the communities that were most effective would be involved with not just the procurement of the marijuana license, but also the creation of those businesses. And all I'm asking for in relation to that promise is that it be kept.
Rep. Sirota. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment, as we do them all. And it is not to say, it is not a commentary on the CBO or the work that they do. It is not a value judgment on that. It is merely that the revenue source for this particular cash fund has been really in a nosedive since COVID. And it has not recovered as either of our forecasts had anticipated or hoped. And for the forecast that we chose this year, OSPB, for this particular revenue stream, we are really on a razor's edge, and that was even after what we did in this bill, reducing $3 million to the medication assisted treatment pilot program, eliminating the BEST transfer of $20 million, and some other reductions that we made to programs that are funded out of the marijuana tax cash fund. For everyone's reference, I think for a number of years, members used this particular fund source as a little bit of a piggy bank when general fund was tight. This is where members found funding for their various programs that they wanted to implement. So now this fund pays for various programming, and I want to say it's either 13 or 15 different departments and different line items within even those departments. And so what I am sharing is we have significant concerns about the solvency of this fund and the ability to actually fund the programs right now. And the concern is coming back next year and having to make cuts to programs that are already in operation, which I think is far more harmful than just saying we are not going to fund it at the start of the year. And so I appreciate the amendment. I appreciate the attempt here. And I guess what I would ask is members to look at what is funded through marijuana tax cash fund dollars and say, where would you rather cut? Because that's what needs to be done if we want to add more funding coming out of the MTCF. Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this is one of those things where in this case, the House essentially fixed what the Senate had. I think this is one of those things where we can definitely use this as one of the cuts that is an underutilized fund that is oversaturated in the market, and I think that this amendment is not going to help us. I think we need to go with what the bill initially said and vote no on this amendment.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in opposition to this bill, or to this amendment. The bill, as initially introduced, already includes cuts to things that the public believes the cash funds should be used for, i.e. schools. It is eliminating $20 million from what would normally be a transfer from this marijuana cash fund over into the BEST program. And so then to increase and add $550,000 into this other marijuana entrepreneur fund, I do think goes against what the voters were initially understanding when Amendment 64 was introduced. I will also note that one of the prior bills that we discussed cut funding to enforcement related to the gray and black market for marijuana, those dollars also came out of this cash fund. So as my colleague said, it's important for us to look at what this cash fund is funding and where else we would want to do cuts. If it were up to me, I would want these $550,000 contemplated under this amendment to go towards that enforcement or towards those schools, not towards this purpose. Thank you.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, members. I just want to say that the reason why we're bringing this is hopefully just to continue to have the conversation. We understand that the budget for this fund is built off of projections. And what we wanted to say is that this office lives in the Office of Economic Development. The state of Colorado, not only was it a pioneer in being able to open these businesses here, but in doing so, we just wanted to recognize that they are businesses, and there's something to be said about supporting with the economic development, and that in doing so, people have support in navigating the space. I will say this fund is not primarily for the metro area. The top 3 areas where the grantees were not just Denver Metro, but also includes Saguache County. So it is across the state in different corners, surprisingly. We want to be sure that if we are going to have this industry, that people have opportunities to enter it equitably. It is a different industry than most. You can't access capital the same way, and it does have a lot of technical requirements, particularly around licensing, that others don't. And so rather than have people submit for business licenses and be all over the place, this office helps streamline those things so folks know how to navigate within the space. So again, what the amendment said in the Senate was for around $550,000, and we do also want to admit that's if the funds are available, but at the very least, we'd like to have the conversation, and that's why we're asking for this amendment.
Rep. Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just, thank you, Madam Chair, a little confusion going on down here, but I would just like to say that I've been watching the JBC, and since we're to the second to the last orbital, I think that they have been doing a fantastic job, and I think that all their recommendations are correct, and that we should go by their recommendation and be opposed to this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L5 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L5 passes. To the Appropriations Committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing, to the Appropriations Committee report. Oh. To the bill. Rep. Byrd. Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L6 is properly displayed. Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment makes a series of technical corrections throughout the bill and also ensures that we have funding for marijuana enforcement. We ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L6 to Senate Bill 268. All those in favor say aye.
No. Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L6 passes. To the bill. Representatives Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this bill reduces the marijuana tax cash fund appropriation to the medication-assisted treatment pilot program within the Department of Education and the Building Excellent Schools Today BEST program within the Department of Education. The bill also increases the state share of marijuana special sales tax revenue. Members, I have to say this is This is another one of those bills that is a hard bill to run. I'm somebody who is a strong believer in the Building Excellent Schools Today program. Investing in our public schools across the state is something that is desperately needed. We're very behind, and we are having a difficult budget year and not able to do that to the extent I wish that we could, but this is evidence of a difficult year and difficult choices that need to be made. That notwithstanding, I ask for your yes vote on the bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 268 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 268 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 269.
Senate Bill 269 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the transfer of $4 million from the general fund to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act cash fund.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 269.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is a simple transfer bill which transfers $4 million from the general fund to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act cash fund.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 269. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 269 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1321 until Monday, April 14th.
House Bill 1321 will be laid over until Monday. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title for Senate Bill 270.
Senate Bill 270 by Senators Bridges and Amabile, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning nursing facility fees collected by the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise and in connection therewith authorizing the enterprise to provide additional services to nursing facilities in exchange for the fees collected and making and reducing appropriations.
Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 270.
To the bill.
I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L3 is properly displayed. Representative Byrd.
So, members, we are adding some transparency and accountability reporting to this enterprise. You will see that there's a requirement of reporting, transparency and accountability, a 3-year plan of reporting, and then posting and maintaining regular updates on a publicly posted website for the spending that happens in this enterprise. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L3 to Senate Bill 270. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L3 passes. To the bill. Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, members. This bill moves nursing fee facility revenue into the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise in the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 270. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 270 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 206.
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Bridges, also Representative Byrd, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, except as otherwise noted.
Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am so proud to move Senate Bill 206 and the committee report.
Okay, members, we have officially moved to the long bill. Please refer to your packets and be in the order of your amendments. We will begin by going to the committee report. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in the Appropriations Committee, we took away all of the amendments except for appropriations clauses and fixes that the Senate found that needed to be made to our bills, but reversed everything else so that this chamber would have the opportunity to take a look at the long bill really and have that case of first impression for us to review the work of the Joint Budget Committee on its own merits. I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. We will now move to the Appropriations Committee report. Members, when you move your amendments, you may be permitted to move the amendment number in your packet. However, double check with the J amendment on the top left corner. of your packet. Okay, is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a question about an amendment that needs to be coming to potentially the committee report, so we are just trying to determine that. If you could just give us a minute. I could talk, we have lots on long bill, but I just want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence and
that is okay. I can continue to move, or do you want me to wait?
I am going to wait a moment, and the good representative from Weld County will talk for a minute.
For what it's worth, I can move to other amendments because we are to the committee report. So unless you want to talk generally about the Appropriations Committee, or do you have an amendment? You have an amendment? Okay, I'm going to, this is a little unorthodox. Is amendment number 2 ready? Okay. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 2, which is J139, to the Appropriations Committee report.
And ask that it be displayed.
You guys have it?
Okay, it is properly displayed. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular amendment addresses the only provider rate cut that exists in the budget this year, the only Medicaid provider rate cut. And so we are just asking that the rates be restored for therapists who are co-treating or for multiple procedures. This was, in my understanding, an error in interpreting a federal rule, and we have identified money in the controlled maintenance cash fund that is unallocated in order to cover this expense, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleague here. So what is great about this bill is A, it's a bipartisan bill, bipartisan coming out of the Senate. It's bipartisan here in the House. Not that the Senate always gets it right, but we'll give them credit this time around. One of the key things about this bill, the reason it's got so much bipartisan support, is from a provider perspective, what we're trying to do is correct a situation here where if you go in to see a provider and you're going in for a particular treatment, physical therapy, occupational therapy, doesn't matter. You're going in for a certain treatment, but you also have something else. In order to be treated for both, if the provider treats you for both, the provider gets far less on their second treatment, or option B, you have to come back for a second appointment to be treated for your other ailment. That wastes your time, it wastes time in the economy, it wastes the provider's time, it decreases the health care that's being provided to the public because you're now using up multiple appointments that could be done in one setting. But in order to make it done in one setting, we need to make it whole to the provider that they are paid accordingly for treating the patient for all of the ailments and the needs that that patient has, and not just simply discounting it because you're getting a 2-for-1. That might work at Walmart, but it doesn't work for when you're going to see a healthcare provider. So the purpose of this is to make sure that these providers are taken care of and the consumer is taken care of. And that is a win-win for both the provider, the consumer, and the healthcare system. We would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on amendment number 2? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The Joint Budget Committee voted to reduce payments for certain therapies provided by the same provider on the same day for the same members because, as was shared with us, making this reduction will better align with Medicaid with Medicare billing procedures and reimbursements. You know, for other providers, we also try to align state payments with Medicare rates, and this recommendation is all about treating the therapies the same as the other providers. And just for your awareness, the half-year implementation cost of this is nearly $2 million general fund, $4 million total in fiscal year 27 once it is fully annualized. So this is a significant
hit to our balanced budget. And if you would prefer to spend $4 million of the legislative set-aside, I guess that's a choice for you. But we tried to make some minor, responsible revisions to our Medicaid budget. This is one of the few cuts that I don't think is pleasant, but we felt was necessary and probably the least harmful of all that was before us, including cuts to multiple other provider rates and not increasing the common policy provider rate of 1.6% for Medicaid.
Is there any further discussion on amendment number 2? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor of supporting amendment J, I'm sorry, I have to say the right number, J139, amendment number 2, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment passes. Let's go back to amendment number 1, J121. ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies again for the confusion. I move Amendment J121 to Senate Bill 206 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay. It is properly displayed to the amendment. ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this was an amendment that actually passed in the Senate, and then just to be clear, when it comes over to the House, it all gets stripped, and then we have to rerun them. This is an amendment for my district. Part of my district is University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. I represent a large military community, and so cybersecurity for all of us, doesn't matter whether you live in a military community or not, cybersecurity is incredibly important for the defense of our country, for the defense of our state, and so making sure that we can, while I appreciate the JBC had made some cut, but not all of cuts to the program, we do need some money restored. So this would reduce appropriations to the recreation subprogram in the Department of Corrections by $436,616 of general fund, and then adds $436,616 of general fund and reappropriated funds in the Department of Higher Education, with a footnote specifying this funding is specifically for the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs for the allocation to the National Cybersecurity Center, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Paschal.
I just want to make sure you all realize how vital this program is. Right now in Colorado alone, we have 17,000 positions that have gone unfilled because we do not have people that have these cybersecurity skills. So one of the things this center does is education. It focuses on education from middle school all the way through grad school, helping us spin up folks that are ready to take these jobs. This is a national center. So it's not just a Colorado Springs, not just a Colorado, but a national center that's vital for our cybersecurity. Not only do they train people there, they also give consultations to organizations to help them understand what their assets are and how to protect them. And I would also note that the money that is coming out of the DOC recreation program is less than 5% of their budget for this program, and it is less than the amount they've raised that this year. So it is a small amount, and of course this program would like more money than that, but this is what we're hoping to get because it was significantly cut back this year, and we are trying to help them out a little bit here.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if the amendment sponsors know whether there are any federal funds that could actually satisfy this particular need. It sounds to me like it's a national program that has to do with national security, and instead of taking that out of state funds that otherwise would go to a state responsibility, a solely state responsibility, are there federal dollars that could be drawn down for this?
ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that's a great question, Representative, the good representative from Fremont County. they do work with federal and state agencies, so I'm sure there's a portion of this program that is funded with federal. I don't have the exact amount offhand. But this is also a public-private partnership. We leverage partnerships between government, industry, and academia in order to fulfill the classes for this program. So I do think there are some outside funds that are coming in to help fund this program, but it is still short by the amount, $436,616, that is needed, we believe, to continue the full functioning of this program for economic development purposes and security. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I actually am in support of this amendment as well. I met with, in my district, I have UCCS, and this is the programs that they have for cybersecurity are just top-notch. You know, as we know, going day to day, cybersecurity is becoming more and more important to literally just our everyday lives, let alone far, far more than that, especially nationally. You know, for me, it's a matter of security. We're investing in a program and in our kids to be able to protect us in the future and ongoing. You know, I think it's a great ROI on this in the end because it helps, you know, maintain the people in our area. We've got, you know, higher jobs, job pay for you know, the higher level jobs that it will provide. If you think about it, you know, cybersecurity is one of the things that kind of keeps a lot of people up at night. So investing in it and actually being able to fund that over a lot of the other things that we probably shouldn't fund is a smart thing. So I'm extremely in support of this. I ask for a yes vote. To not fund this, to me, in my opinion, is a huge mistake, and it's to ensure safety of our citizens, and it should be a top priority. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The cybersecurity program at UCCS is nationally and internationally known. It's a bachelor's degree, a master's, or a doctorate's. And this is a real feather in the cap of Colorado to have a program, a world-class program in our state, and therefore is certainly deserving of support from us, the legislature. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And like my colleagues before me, so this did pass in the Senate, and I actually spoke to the CEO of the National Cybersecurity Center, and he talked about their mission, which is what my colleagues had just talked about, and the great work they do, and that right now they're hurting. They've lost 50% of their funding already. And they're struggling right now, and every little bit helps. And so this may not seem like a whole lot, considering how much we're going to be discussing here today. But for them, I mean, it's an absolute lifeline. And he kind of talked broadly, you know, not too detailed because it's sensitive issues about some of the projects they're working on here. And I can tell you, cybersecurity, it's a major threat. We're all aware. We all see the headlines especially from outside the country, attacking infrastructure and other sources. And this is just something that we can't slack on because we're all vulnerable to it. And every state agency that we have is vulnerable to it. And so while this doesn't seem like a whole lot, it's a whole lot for them, and it'll keep them afloat. So I certainly encourage the passage of this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, all right, after that nice kumbaya moment, I do have to let you know why I respectfully am going to ask for a no vote on this. Members, the National Cybersecurity Center is one of the nonprofit entities that works with UCCS to provide cybersecurity education. However, it is not a state program, board, commission, or enterprise. The state does not have any oversight into the practices of the national cybersecurity. They do not provide any reports or budgets. The JBC voted to reduce funding for Senate Bill 1886, cyber coding cryptology for state records. The funding was reduced but not eliminated to ensure that there is still funding for cyber coding and cryptology in the state. DOC's recreation subprogram supports inmate recreation activities, but most of this appropriation goes to FTE. Just to be clear, less than 0.1 million of this program's appropriation funds operating expenses. In addition to security staff, FTE funded from this line item runs sporting and health events and socialization programs and re-entry initiatives. Cuts to this subprogram to fund what you're proposing to fund would result in a reduction in security capacity and the effectiveness of these efforts, and a reduction in funded FTE for the department. So, as with so many things in the budget, things are more complicated than they seem. In service of doing something that seems good, you ultimately end up cutting something else that also is very important. For those reasons, I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is passage of amendment number 1, J121. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Amendment 121 passes. We're looking for amendment number 3. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move J145 to Senate Bill 25206, the Appropriations Committee report, and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, I'm going to write that down as Representative Story moves that. I'm not sure of a we, if that's okay.
I move.
Oh, is that okay? Okay.
Sorry.
Great. Okay, the amendment is displayed. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Myself and my two colleagues up here, we are the House Capital Development Committee members, and we, just to share a little bit of context for all of you, we operate much like the Joint Budget Committee does. We have hearings where we receive requests from all of the stakeholders across the state about their capital needs, and then we go through a long, arduous process of deliberating over about $1 billion of capital need requests that are submitted, and we generally have about $150 million to spend. That $150 million represents about 15% of the needs that are submitted to us, but really behind that $1 billion, there's another $10 or $15 billion of capital needs that are not shared with CDC, but are on all of those entities' lists. Department of Higher Education, all of our institutions that are public higher ed institutions, all of Department of Corrections, all of our state parks, their parking lots and their buildings, as well as all of our capital buildings, like this Capitol building, LSB, SSB, Department of Revenue, Department of Education, et cetera. Those are all capital buildings that require construction and have capital needs. So in general, if we only spend 10% or about 15% of the needs requested, we really are only spending and taking care of 1 to 1.5% of the total capital needs every year. So as the chair of the Capital Development Committee, we are asking that the budget better reflect CDC's original recommendation prioritization list, which had a project for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind as the 5th highest ranking, above a less urgent project for the Department of Corrections. CDC prioritizes projects that address life, health, and safety risks first, after we identify the continuation projects that are multi-phased over several years. We would never want to stop a project when just the studs are up or when it's just been dried in and then leave it for a year or two before we come back to it. So we do continuation projects as the top priority. We do controlled maintenance. We covered level 1 this year, couldn't get to level 2 and level 3. That is very common because of our limited budget. But then we are focused on life, health, safety risks of potentially new projects or projects that haven't been funded in the past. And we believe that it is imperative that the project for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind is funded. This amendment would remove the Department of Corrections project for the Denver Reception and Diagnostics Center at a cost of $14,265,654. This is a fire protection system replacement project. The amendment is not a reflection of the lack of importance for this Department of Corrections project, but rather highlights the greater urgency for addressing the daily needs of our most vulnerable students, both day and residential, in a state school serving those with significant needs. These students are not only deaf and or blind or hearing impaired or visually impaired, but also many of them are intellectually challenged. They have physical disabilities. They have social emotional disabilities. They have multiple needs, and they are among our most vulnerable students in the entire state. We are asking to fund the West Hall renovation and addition for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind at a cost of $12,773,031. The Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind is the only school of its kind in Colorado and serves students who require, as I mentioned, specialized learning environment. Their current facilities require extensive renovations and cannot meet the current program needs. The project will enable renovation and construction of an addition to a historical 1930s building with a facility condition index of 25, indicating a dire need for repair. This building will house the School for the Blind, the Early Education Program, and the Little Language Learners Program to accommodate their growing populations. Replacing the Department of Corrections project with the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind project will save almost $1.5 million, which allows us to also add the first project on the Controlled Maintenance Level 2 list, which will fund the Colorado State University Pueblo campus electric systems upgrades project at a cost of $1,415,700. The $76,923 in savings by this amendment will allow for a reduction of the transfer to the Capital Construction Fund from the general fund. In essence, $77,000 in savings for the general fund, and will be addressed in Senate Bill 25262, the orbital bill that we talked about earlier and passed. To be clear, Amendment 3 to the long bill will remove the Department of Corrections project for the Denver Reception and Diagnostics Center, will fund the West Hall renovation and addition for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, and will fund the CSU Pueblo electric systems upgrades. This is a savings of about $77,000 in the general fund, and more importantly, will put the School for the Deaf and Blind on a path to better meet the needs of Colorado's most vulnerable students with an update to a vintage 1930s facility to one of the 21st century. And we urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. As Rep. Story told you, we are members of the Capital Development Committee. It's one of my favorite things that I get to do in this building. We travel around and tour facilities like this, correctional facilities, state hospitals, all the colleges and universities, and we had the opportunity to tour this very special, amazing place. What I want to start out in saying is that they are doing amazing work considering the state of their facilities. They are charged with educating a very special population of children who we got to see in their day doing their thing in the building, on the playground. And so props to them, first of all, with doing the best with what they have, but it is not adequate and we can do better. One of the things that, they don't have conducive spaces for education, and also they are not fully ADA compliant. We toured and we saw office spaces that also have to double as like classrooms. If you look at our hallway that leads to the kitchen, they have a hallway in their school that is the sensory space, and it's just about that size, where these children, that's their opportunity to go and do like these physical exercises. It is not adequate. The children deserve way more. And also they have a lot of concerns with like storage, and I think this is an example of, knowing what you don't know, is that if you imagine a textbook that we would read for math, well, imagine that textbook in Braille. If you have one book that goes on a shelf, a Braille textbook takes up a whole wide shelf. This school needs more space. I think that I was so happy to get to tour this, and I'm here to do everything I can for these students. This goes a little way in making their education better, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
AML Winter.
Thank you, AML. I urge an aye vote on this yet as well. My colleagues from Jefferson and Arapahoe County gave it to you in the most eloquent, nice way. I'm kind of more of a straight to the point kind of guy, and to me it's offenders or the kids of the School of Deaf and Blind. And I think most people watching this in Colorado, it wouldn't be hard to make that choice. I think it's important to take care of these kids. I think that they need that good start in life. I mean, it's the only facility in the state. And I wasn't able to tour the facility, but I've seen the pictures, and I was on the meeting in December. I've been able to hear those that come and testify in favor of this. It's ultra important. We talk about priorities and making priorities. This is a chance to really prioritize something in this budget and take care of those kids. So I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage. Oh, I'm sorry. Did not see the hand there. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always feel like when we have to talk the other side of an amendment, we're the bad guys. But thank you very much. But I'd like to address the fact that taking these projects, which I am not trying to critique them whatsoever, but taking them and removing a project for the Department of Corrections is problematic. This project from the Department of Corrections was their #1 priority. I also bring to your attention the Denver Reception and Diagnostic Center facility is on the fire watch imposed by the Denver Fire Department. This means that staff have to walk the entire facility every 15 minutes to visually inspect it for fires. If the DRDC fire suppression system is not fixed, there is a continual and substantial risk to the life and safety not only of the inmates, but of staff, and a legal risk to us in the state. This capital project is intended to resolve the long-standing problems with this fire suppression system, and I respectfully ask for a no on this amendment.
Okay. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to add that also the current building that is to be renovated, West Hall for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, they don't have a fire suppression system either, so they too are at risk. And
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The question before us is the passage of amendment in our packet number 3. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Amendment 3 is passed. To amendment number 4, AML Winter.
Thank you, AML. I'd like to move amendment J164 to Senate Bill 206 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. To the amendment.
This is a $1.2 million general fund for the Arkansas Valley Regional Medical Center maternity program. This supports maternal and infant health, aligning with pro-life values and strengthening local health care. This targeted investment keeps maternity care accessible in rural Colorado. What we're facing right now is in La Junta, Colorado, they just don't have the funds to keep their maternity ward open. And when we talk about healthcare deserts, it's important to talk about this because a lot of these individuals have to drive 1.5 to 2 hours to be able to have their baby. And what's scary about this is really the only way if there's a mother in an emergency that she's able to actually get to a hospital to have a baby, we're talking about a flight. And I mean, that's putting a family back $70,000 that's going to have a new baby or has an up-and-coming family. It makes it kind of hard for me because as we talk about healthcare deserts, I think a lot of times we do overlook rural Colorado, and I have received so many phone calls. I have had mayors of every surrounding community reach out, ask us to run this amendment. This amendment was passed in the Senate, and I want to thank the good Senator Rod Pelton for all the work that he did to get his colleagues behind this. I think this is important for us to take a look at. I think it's something that JBC should take a look at. We should put this amendment on because at the end of the day, I don't think it's fair to ask an expecting mother to have to move an hour and a half from home and try to find a place to rent in Pueblo, Colorado, or go to Colorado Springs. I think that's really tough when we look at this problem. So I urge you all, I come up here, I speak for my district all the time, and I'm asking you to stand up for mothers on this one. I think it's important that they have the ability to access a facility where they can have a baby, and if they have an emergency, they don't either have to take an ambulance and hope they get there or take a flight to try to get an hour and a half away via car. You know, nobody wants to see mothers having babies on the road or lose a child because, you know, I think the state, the people of Otero County pay between agriculture and everything, they put some money into this state, and I think that they deserve a return on their investment, so I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also strongly support this amendment. You might be asking why, as this affects Southeast Colorado, and I'm from Northeast Colorado, but the thing is, we are losing OB units across the state, across the nation, and it's hitting us hardest in rural areas. And if we can help one rural community, which then, as the good representative mentioned from Trinidad, if we can help one community, it has a broader effect than that. And if you ask any person who was a rural EMT, rural EMS, some of those stories of expectant mothers having to drive many, many miles and multiple hours to safely deliver their child, it gets intense. And what can turn into a couple contractions can very much turn into the head starts to peak very fast and within minutes. So we need these units. We need to support rural, we need to support our children, and we need to make sure we send a strong message that yes, today, it's for this OB unit. Tomorrow, it could be one on the western slopes that we need to make sure we are funding. So I stand with this amendment and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in support of this amendment. I know it doesn't affect my district, but I am a rural district as well, and to echo what both the good representatives before me said, we are losing a lot of OBs in rural districts, and it's getting to be unsafe for families to start and having to drive so long way to be able to deliver their child. So I do stand in agreement with this amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely agree that that the closure of maternity services at Arkansas Valley Medical Center is tragic, and agree that this isn't what our good colleagues, constituents should have to be dealing with. But a single infusion of cash is not a sustainable solution to ensuring rural communities have access to maternity care. This requires cross-sector collaboration to creatively offer services that are expensive to sustain. So I do know that HCPF has been working closely with Arkansas Valley Medical Center over the last year to identify potential long-term solutions to their funding issues, which is what we need to do, not this one-time infusion that sadly I don't think can solve for this particular problem.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of amendment number 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. Amendment 4 is lost. Representative Brown and AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J 134 to Senate Bill 206 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is about increasing funding into the primary care fund. The primary care fund supports care at the 21 federally qualified health centers and 12 other safety net providers across the state. These providers provide care to people regardless of their ability to pay, and they provide high quality primary care regardless of where you come from or what your financial situation is. The number of uninsured in the state is growing, and between 2022 and 2024, an estimated 39,000 federally qualified health center patients became newly uninsured as a result of the Medicaid public health emergency unwind. Over 2 years, this has resulted in a revenue loss of $48 million and a growth in uncompensated care costs of $55 million. The current long bill, unfortunately, does not include any general funds for the primary care fund, which would be a $13 million cut relative to this current fiscal year. So this particular amendment allows us to transfer a combined total of $5.6 million from two different funds into the primary care fund, match it with federal dollars, and provide $11 million in support to the core of our safety net. And we'd ask for an aye vote.
AML Winter.
Thank you, AML. I agree with my colleague 110% on this. These facilities are essential for delivering affordable, high-quality primary care to underserved populations. In Colorado, they serve over 832,000 residents, including a significant portion of Medicaid and Child Health Plan plus enrollees. This equates to 1 in 7 Coloradoans relying on CHCs for their health care needs, particularly those who lack access to other affordable options. Funding for CHCs could help sustain and expand their services, ensuring continued access for vulnerable populations, and potentially reducing health disparities across the state. This amendment, like my colleague said, doubles the investment by combining state funds with federal matching. This fiscally responsible approach maximizes resource with a proportional increase in state spending. Additionally, CHCs already contribute $1.7 billion and over 11,000 jobs to the economy, which this funding could further enhance. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just want to let you know that this is one part of the budget that probably gives me the most heartache that we didn't address this. So I'm grateful for our colleagues bringing this forward, and I just want to share with you that on behalf of the Joint Budget Committee, we recognize this is a portion of the budget we know we need to go back and address.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is amendment number 5. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Amendment 5 passes. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J165. I'd ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment 165 is also amendment number 6. Okay, it is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is pretty simple. DPA runs the Address Confidentiality Program. This is a program that helps support victims of domestic violence and stalking and different kinds of crimes where they are concerned about their location being public. It gives them an opportunity to have a private address, and the program forwards mail to the proper place. They needed a little bit more money. Joint Budget Committee did not give this to them, but they want to ensure that they are within their statutory obligations, that they don't have any issues, because people's safety is on the line if they cannot fulfill their obligations. The money comes from the Equity Office. There is a position in the Equity Office that is vacant currently, and they're going to hold off hiring until the following year to be sure that this program can be funded. And I ask for an aye vote. You can see there is no impact to the budget with this amendment. Yay.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree this is something that if we're going to be protecting addresses and information of people, we do it for first responders, we do it for a lot of different entities. Victims need this the most. The survivors of these domestic violence situations deserve to have their privacy respected. That way they aren't being doxxed, they aren't being further stalked or victimized by the perpetrators that put them in the situation they're in. So helping protect them with that confidentiality when all it does is maintain status quo, no new FTE, no new funding. I encourage a yes vote as well.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank my colleague from Larimer County for getting on this amendment with me, and I'd really like to hear JBC try to say no to this one.
Representative JBC. Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I would ask you to vote yes on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of amendment number 6, J165. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment 6 passes. Representatives Velasco, Rutinel, Froelich, and Wilford. Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J113 to Senate Bill 206 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Also, number 7, it is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is fairly straightforward. It just allows CDPHE to have more discretionary authority to be able to do important analyses in environmental justice communities. We ask that you support this measure and this amendment, and we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing Representative Davey, Representative Sorda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of amendment number 7. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Amendment 7 is passed. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 7A and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, 7A is displayed. Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does is it restores Senate Amendment number 34, which adds 1 million total funds, including 500,000 from the general fund and 500,000 from federal funds to the Department of Human Services for outreach related to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Many of you know this as the SNAP program. SNAP outreach funding is distinct from county administrative dollars, which are used to process applications, determine eligibility, and issue benefits. SNAP outreach helps community members to submit applications they would otherwise not submit, even though they're eligible. Furthermore, it helps them get benefits they would not otherwise be able to attain without that application assistance. Furthermore, it helps to unlock an average of $355 per household a month in federal food benefits. SNAP outreach has helped more than 2,600 Colorado households apply for benefits in fiscal year 24, bringing more than $39.5 million in federal grocery money and generating more than $59.4 million in economic activity. State SNAP outreach partners must submit their plans for the state for how they'll serve their community and draw down federal matching dollars in May. This means that with this last-minute cut of 50% of what was originally anticipated, partners, which include food banks, family resource centers, rural healthcare centers, WIC clinics, and more, will be scrambling to make up for the $1 million lost in programmatic funds with less than a month to find solutions. Any reduction in the cut to the long bill will help mitigate this crisis and give SNAP outreach partners much needed time to scale back services thoughtfully without leaving the communities they serve in the lurch. You're going to hear from JBC, they're going to ask you to vote no, but what is in their hearts is a no cuts.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to help the rep from Adams County out a little bit because I have some great news on, I'd say what's massive fraud and abuse in the budget, and I think because she wanted to find some places in the long bill where we could cut this money, and one would be the energy performance for budget for buildings, which is $1.3 million. So you'd still have $800,000 remaining in that budget, and that's for like electrification. In the businesses, there's a recent article that was just out today that talks about how businesses are unable to do business in Denver anymore, how these businesses are going out of business and leaving the state because it can't be competitive, and things that are doing that are the regulatory environment and these programs like energy performance for buildings. So say getting rid of that energy performance for buildings requirement, that we would save $1.3 million, and that's really what the sponsor is after. And also it would make a more competitive business environment. So it's kind of a win-win, right? We get rid of that restriction, make Denver more business friendly, and secure some funding for the children. And I think that's really what's in the heart of the representative from Adams County. There's electrical vehicle charging station grants, $1,036,000. I mean, the EV toys for the rich, that doesn't seem like it's a good use of taxpayer dollars. Few people benefit from it.
Representative DeGraff, I'm not sure if this amendment mentions that, but if you could get back to the amendment content.
Madam Chair,
Department of Human Services and SNAP.
This is for the children, and there's a tier. This is for the children. I am trying to, yeah. No, that would be bad. To
the amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm trying. The sponsor of this amendment asked to find some places in the long bill where we could cut some money for this wafer-thin $500,000 for SNAP, and I'm just running down a few options and a little to say that we could win for the representative from Adams County and the children, and also make Colorado a little more business friendly. We have a voltaics grant, renewable energy and energy efficiency grant for $500,000. That would pay for it right there. So if we just got rid of all these grants for non-viable diffuse energy collectors, that we would, and plus, if you look at them, I mean, the purported reason for having them is like less greenhouse gas emissions, and we already know that they increase greenhouse gas emissions. So I don't know why we're paying $500,000 to increase greenhouse gas emissions when we could be feeding the children. So I'm advocating for the children, and seriously, this is like a hostile work environment whenever I come up here. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We have House Bill 19-1261. That was $400,000 for, and I've asked everybody who signed off on these for the climate goals, and nobody has given me any climate goals. So right now, the state has no climate goals, and that's for the last 6 years. So lacking any climate goals, I'm not really sure why we spend $1.7 million on climate goals that don't exist when you could be feeding the children. See, I'm trying to help.
I see what you're doing.
Seeing right, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help the representative from Adams County. I said
Okay.
Adams County.
Two things. Members, it's getting loud again. Representative DeGraff.
So
the
take
amendment,
it off the floor.
Okay, I knew that wasn't going to get over quickly. Representative DeGraff, there are people who have children who would like to see them this evening. So what I would like you to do is to speak to Department of Human Services.
Okay, I'm going to
and
speed this
SNAP
up.
And not the entire budget. If you could get to the amendment, sir, please.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair, she asked for places that we could trim from the JBC.
And I will acknowledge what she asked, but I do want you to stick to the confines of the amendment, sir. Please.
Okay, so I'm just going to run through some of these funding. So 096, 211266, $5 million, 211286, $300,000 per year. Don't forget, these are per year, so this would be funding the children per year. 21264, $534,000, 23198, $370,000, 231161, $30,000, 24-1338. For everybody watching at home, I'll look these up, what these bills are, and I'll let you know what you're spending money on that's not feeding the children. And then there was the budget request for this year, $23,700,000. Another budget request for $5.9 million. So there's tons for the representative from Grand Junction who was asked to find money from the long bill that could feed the children instead of maybe non-existent climate goals, I just gave you an entire list that comes out to $87,446,700 per year. So that would still leave $82 million for green nonsense. And no. It would it'd be $86,946,000 for the children after you take $500,000 out for the children. So I'm here for the children. I'm just helping my colleague out to carve out $500,000. And since nobody's doing anything with climate goals anyways, except throwing money into a hole, this would be a great. No, we're not filling the potholes. We're not filling the potholes. But thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have to start over.
No, you're not.
So anyways, I've done my part. I am trying to find money. I found money, just like the sponsor of this amendment asked. I'm asking you for the JBC to use this money just like the sponsor asked, feed the children, and stop feeding the pig.
Wonderful. Really? Representative Wilford, tell us how you feel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, as well as to my colleague from El Paso County, who no doubt has a heart of green. I'm just a girl standing in a well at a podium asking you all to please vote yes on this amendment, to invest in SNAP outreach, to empower Colorado families, enabling them to afford groceries and essential needs, to foster greater nutrition security, don't stand up, economic stability, and health outcomes for participants. Please vote yes.
Representative JBC. Representative Byrd.
Members, I am going to make a respectful request that you vote no on this amendment. Primarily, the amendment will put our budget $500,000 out of balance as it increases spending without any offset. Many other states do not include state support for SNAP outreach, and our state plan is designed to leverage private funds as much as possible. Meaningful SNAP outreach will still continue to be supported by $3.7 million in philanthropic support from partner contributions that are matched by federal funding. Another thing I'll just share with you is that in lieu of funding SNAP outreach as part of our budget, what we did is we instead increased our funding for county administration so that counties could do the job and have the resources that they needed to actually get people signed up for SNAP and other social service benefits that they qualify for. So if we're doing the work up front, funding those counties to get the work done, we shouldn't need to also be supporting nonprofits that can go out and fundraise, as I've suggested, to go and fund exactly the same thing. So I urge a respectful no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 7A. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 7A passes. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage. Is there any discussion on the committee report? We're moving on. Sorry, these were the amendments to the committee report. We're now moving to the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative, apologies, AML Winter.
Thank you, AML. I would like to move J114 to Senate Bill 206 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment 8 is displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, AML. I'd like to restore the $250,000 to fight the noxious weed safeguard. Colorado's $47 billion agricultural industry is the backbone to the state budget and some added support for Colorado rural jobs. Restoring funding helps manage noxious weeds that threaten crop yields and increase production costs, safeguarding farmers' livelihoods. This has a positive impact on Colorado's produce prices at the grocery store. Early intervention in weed control is cost-effective, preventing more expensive eradication efforts later. Standing for rural Colorado, especially agriculture, I think this is ultra important to make sure that we literally nip things in the bud. So I urge and I vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to echo what our good colleague stated. I also would like to add, when you deal with noxious weeds, you are helping with fire mitigation. That is something that is huge in our state, be it the forest side, the bushfire side, the wild grassland side. We have fires here in the state, and anything we can do to prevent them and help mitigate them does help save money, because then we're not chasing them with other allocations. And so I very much support this also, and I would like to add that as we look for fire mitigation efforts, this is one of the great steps to do that. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this. Fire mitigation is very important in this state, as we know. It could lead to disastrous situations, as we've seen this year. And this is going to help out our rural communities to prevent those disastrous situations and save crop life, save cows and horses and people and everything. So I rise in support of this amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Garcia Sanders.
And Bambi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment also. Just thinking about the number of wildfires from people flicking their cigarettes out, they hit those noxious weeds along the sides of highways, country roads, and boom, before you know it, you have a massive wildfire that costs us a lot of money. So noxious weed management is really, really important to not only rural areas, but urban areas too. So this is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a yes vote on this amendment. Very important. Keeping our rangeland healthy, keeping our ag production healthy and strong is incredibly important. Monies from this do support the noxious weed grants that go to counties for their own local programs. I know there's no offset provided, but if you accept some of our amendments coming up, there'll be plenty of money to fund this, so thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question, Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the risk of getting stoned by this group over here in the well, we do in fact have $450,000 set aside for noxious weeds in the 25-26 budget. I would love to tell you that we could add another $250,000 to that $450,000, but unfortunately we cannot. So I ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 8. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment 8 is lost. Rep. Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J155 to Senate Bill 206.
So moved.
And ask that it be displayed slightly to the left.
One moment. Amendment 9 is properly displayed. Rep. Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill that comes out that is really important for agriculture throughout the state. Who loves farmers markets in this state? I do. I think that you can get a lot of fresh products in the state, being able to go out to these farmers markets. This is something that supports our rural farm-to-table businesses throughout the state. So this is a model what New Mexico uses to being able to establish a Colorado farmers market group. And where we are getting this $50,000 from is the fund that we use to get from Department of Agriculture to get the wolves and bringing them in from Colorado. So we were reducing that by $50,000 in order to support this new farmers market program. And I request an aye vote.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and talk about the best of both worlds. Thank you to my colleague from the Valley, because you didn't mention that. It is important from the farm to table It's huge. Farmers markets all throughout my district as well, bringing good, healthy products, most of them without any type of chemicals. It's great. A lot of people shop at those. People with allergies, that's a good thing. And I mean, who can say no to giving more money to reintroducing woos? I could, so I urge an aye vote on this.
Rep. Sirota. Oh. Rep. Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agriculture is essential to national security. Making sure that we can feed ourselves is critical. Encouraging markets that allow for folks who are just getting started in the ag area or who have particular crops that may be too minimal to sell in broader markets. Farmers markets are for them. That's helpful. And then not to have predators unnecessarily added into our ecosystem, especially ones that weren't native to this place, is also helpful. So win-win.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you. Great amendment. I do think it should be supported. It has an offset. It supports small business farm to table, and it takes money away from wolf area introduction. So it's a great amendment. I would vote yes.
Rep. Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Common sense in the House. Vote yes on this amendment.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. And I would like to point out, everyone can feel very good about different programs already within the Colorado Department of Agriculture through the Markets Division, already supporting farmers markets by providing funding and resources in the way of grants from the Community Food Access Program, totaling $303,000. The Next Gen Ag Leadership Grant Program, which awarded Colorado Farmers Market Association $89,590, which supports and represents over 100 markets across the state. And the Colorado Proud program provides banners, produce calendars, stickers, and other materials to farmers markets free of charge, totaling $3,000, and provides targeted Google search ads promoting farmers markets, as well as supplying farmers markets with thousands of copies of Farm Fresh directories valued at over $28,000 for printing and mailing 80,000 copies. I will also note, as to the offset for this funding, there is already a footnote in the long bill to capture the efforts that CPW is currently undertaking to fulfill its obligations under Proposition 114, and its codifying statute to support agricultural producers in protecting their livestock from wolf conflicts. CPW is actively working to implement conflict minimization efforts using this fund source. So this line item is being used to help support depredation compensation, range riders, conflict minimization equipment, site assessments, and more. So reducing this funding will impede the agency's ability to conduct this important work, which I don't think anyone wants to have happen. So I ask for a no vote.
Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The good representative just came out here for the JBC, listed a list of items of how they fund farmers markets, and I greatly agree with that. But it also shows the importance of farmers markets in the state, the importance of farm-to-table food coming in this state. So why not add another $50,000 to it? Why not support it more when we want to keep our population healthy, farm to table? That is great food, great healthy food. That's what we want to do, and we should add more funding to it to support it a little bit more. I urge an aye vote.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Douglas County, we have a farmers market every Sunday where they close off the parking lots and people with strollers and their kids walk around. It's great for the small business community. It's great for the rural parts of Douglas County to come in and sell their valuables. It's great for the small business community. What a great thing to implement all over Colorado, especially in the rural parts of Colorado. I definitely agree with $50,000 to support this. Let's make America healthy again. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a yes vote because this accomplishes two things. One, we have seen the travesties from the wolf introduction, and we have started to see people call for a halt of this. So we are going to abide by, we've had it, we've met the ballot initiative. I think we've gone a little too far. And we also hear from the people, we have Colorado Proud products. We have farm to table products. I mean, if you hear, half the stuff I say up here, I say come to the table, because if you're not at the table, you don't get fed, and you're not at the table for policy. Well, people want to know what products are coming to their table, and that happens at farmer markets. So I strongly urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 9. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment 9 fails. Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 10 to Senate Bill 206
And ask that it be properly displayed.
and ask to be properly displayed. Thank you.
Okay, it is properly displayed. Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just a boy up at a podium
With a girl.
with
Up at the
another
podium.
girl at the podium, asking for you to approve the move of $34 million from the healthcare policy and financing for reproductive health care for individuals not eligible for Medicaid and health benefits for children lacking access due to immigration status to the K through 12 education program. I believe this is a good use of money, redirecting $34 million from non-citizen kids who in reproductive care to rural hospitals favors Colorado taxpayers over undocumented residents. In tight times, the citizens need Trump expansive eligibility, pardon the pun. But like I know there are good representative here from El Paso County will really.
Douglas County?
No.
Oh.
That representative. That we must put our mask on first before we can help others. So we have to help ourselves first before we can help others. And our K through 12 education system is really struggling right now. And like I said before, and I'm going to keep saying it, you're going to get tired of it, we need to fully fund these 5 aspects of government. Education is one of them. So K through 12 needs this money, and I urge an aye vote on this.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The bulk of this savings comes from taking away health benefits from children, $32 million. And while I support increasing our education funding as much as the next person, this amendment will destabilize our healthcare delivery system, especially in rural areas that rely on safety net facilities that are struggling financially. Before this program, Coloradans went without health care or received care at the cost of the safety net provider itself. Cutting this program hurts everyone, especially those that rely on smaller clinics that may have to lay off staff. And I think that supporting funding for education by taking away health care benefits for children is just the wrong approach. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'm trying to say here is spending on supporting illegal immigration is presenting a significant cost to Colorado and her taxpayers. Estimates range between $600 million and $1.9 billion annually, even on the low end. These over expenditures are playing a large role in our current budget crisis. There are more cuts next year due to the cost of the state's open arms policy. We must support our citizens while we can with this small investment to K through 12 education. I believe that this money should be used for kids that and the families that are actually paying into the system, and we need to fully fund these programs. I still ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with all due respect, I don't like it when we play kids off of each other. There's $94 million going to health care for undocumented citizens. 94 million are going to undocumented citizens in the state. With all due respect, not all of us voted to be a sanctuary state. 94 million is going, this is a third of that. This is a third of that going to K through 12 education. At some point, you guys, Coloradans can't keep affording to pay the cost of this. It's a third of this. That's what we're asking for. I urge an aye vote.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. And I echo that sentiment that we can't always just we spend money recklessly, and then all of a sudden we decide that you are going to do something with balancing this money off the backs and make it an appeal to the children with the music in the background and all that. These are times when we have to make our decisions. We have our nice to haves, and we have to have our have to haves, our needs versus wants. That's everybody's budget. And if we're going to say these are our needs, this money, we're going to have to cut out of our wants. And I'm not going to go through them right now, but I just identified $87 million worth of wants. And the key thing about wants is they don't accomplish anything. Actually, they have a negative effect of what they're supposed to be accomplishing. And we're spending $87 million on it. And then we're saying, all right, we're going to take a stand. We're going to welcome people in. And this is not speaking to whether that's a good or bad thing, but we're going to welcome them in. We're going to put that on the backs of the citizens of Colorado. When my grandparents came over on the wooden boat, they had to have a sponsor. Somebody was here that took care of them. They made sure that they had a job, made sure that they learned the language, made sure that they had a cell phone. Oh no, they didn't have a cell phone. But made sure that, I don't even think they had a phone. No, my grandparents did not have a cell phone. So when my grandparents came over on the wooden boat, they had to make their way across. What was required for them was not to be a burden on society. And when we say, hey, we're going to welcome everybody in because it makes us feel good, and then, by the way, we're going to make it a burden on everybody else, well, then you need to seriously trim some want-to-haves. And here's $87 million worth of want-to-haves. So that's an easy place to cut. If you want to look at the cost-benefit analysis, I can tell you right now, I've told you many times, a couple times today, that these goals are accomplishing absolutely nothing. So if you want to accomplish something, if you actually want to help the people of Colorado, if you want to help these people from overseas, cut your want-to-haves. Prioritize the people over your ideology. Right now, this $87 million tells me that Colorado, the majority party, is prioritizing their ideology over the people. So that's on you, Carlos.
Rep. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that I'll probably be somewhat brief here. I just would like to correct something, which I don't often do with somebody from my own county even, but the representative from Douglas County had said something about not all of us voted for this. Actually, to be very specific, there's not one of us. There's nobody in the state that voted for this. There is not one person that voted for this. I would feel compelled to feel differently about this if this was a decision that had been made by the voters. This is not a decision that had been made by the voters. It's a decision that was made in an echo chamber. There's not one person that had voted for it. So I do support this amendment because in a budget crunch, in a time to where we have to be very smart with what we're doing with our money, the reallocation is very important. I believe that this is a very sensible reallocation for something that nobody voted for and nobody supported in Colorado.
Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I got some numbers here that are the 25-26 projected expenditures for non-citizens. So for emergency services, we got $111 million, and about $56 million out of that is coming from our general fund. Cover all Coloradans, pregnant adults, $12,300,000, $3,600,000 of that out of our general fund. Cover all Coloradans' children, $32,075,000, all of it from our general fund. Reproductive health care program, $2,614,000, all of it out of our general fund. That's $94 million out of our general fund. I'm asking for 1/3 of this for K through 12 education. Now, the total expenditure, projected expenditures for non-citizens is $158 million projected for 25-26. That's projected because we've been poking the bear for way too long. We might not even get those federal funds this year. I'm asking for 1/3 of what's coming out of our general fund for K through 12 education. That is, in my opinion, a better expenditure of that money to help our kids read at their grade level. I mean, we have a problem with kids learning in school. Our tests are down. We need to be able to help them read with paying good teachers, paying for good programs in our schools to help our kids. I urge and I vote.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you. I also want to remind the General Assembly that we get $90 million of state funding for OmniSalute for non-citizens to be a part of. $90 million. There's more than enough state funding that we can cut 1/3 of Colorado Choice to fund education. We had teachers come up here by the thousands begging for funding for K through 12. We have 60% of third graders not on grade level at reading and writing. We can take 1/3 of this amount of money and fund education. We're like 47th in the state or in the country for education. We can cut and trim the fat. The non-citizens can apply for OmniSalute. There's $90 million there, and apply for that funding and healthcare through that. Colorado kids deserve better. They deserve to have education. They deserve to be on grade level for reading and writing. They don't deserve legislators to not give funding to that. We had teacher after teacher begging for us. Please help us with the BS factor. Please help us. Please, we don't want to teach. We talk about de-escalating these kids. We can't do that if teachers have 40 kids in their classrooms. We're here to talk about the budget. Let's talk about the budget. $30 million to K through 12 education is a big chunk of change. Let's help the teachers. Teachers, Douglas County, I am trying to help you. $34 million is a big chunk of change. The citizens of Colorado deserve that chunk of change. They deserve to be educated and to be at grade level. I urge and I vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a good amendment. As I've said earlier, this one provides an offset, and it meets our constitutional requirement. From Article 9, Section 2 of our state constitution, the General Assembly shall, as soon as practicable, provide for the establishment and maintenance of a thorough and uniform system of free public schools throughout the state, wherein all residents of the state between the ages of 6 and 21 years may be educated gratuitously. We are required to fund education. We are not required to provide health care as much as we want to. When we have to prioritize, we should start with the things we must do, and our Constitution tells us what we must do. I urge support of this amendment.
Is there, Rep. Barone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to come up here again since I heard OmniSalute, $90 million in OmniSalute. I mean, look at OmniSalute. It originally started with 12,000 enrollees in 12,000 enrollees in 2025. It started in 2022. It started with 5,700 enrollees. Now at 0%, $0 copay, $0 premiums, roughly $32 million fiscal note. It was $16 million, so it doubled in the last year from the original fiscal note. And I'm asking for something coming out of the general fund for K through 12. OmniSalute is another program that they can work. I don't think that money should be there. That's $90 million of taxpayer money going to illegal immigrants coming into the country. I mean, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of taxpayer money. And how is it fair that they get 0%, $0 copay, $0 premiums when there's families in this state that can't even afford their copays, can't even afford their premiums, and a lot of them don't even have health insurance. That's pretty outrageous to me. So I'd like to thank Thank everybody for listening, and I urge an aye vote still.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 10. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment 10 fails. Rep. Bradley.
Oh, my bad. I was trying to do some due diligence.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 11
And ask that it be properly displayed.
and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I am going to ask for an increase to the Public School Capital Construction Assistance Board through cash grants, and I'm asking to move that from, or for a total of $34 million from the health benefits for children lacking access due to immigration status. This is from severance taxes, from oil and gas. I think since my caucus loves oil and gas and we appreciate all that oil and gas does, we want to make schools safer. We are all tired of school shootings in our state, and because I have been very diligent about fighting for school safety here, and because of budget cuts, we have continued to decrease school safety funding in the state. We have got amazing software that is in several school districts in our state, and I would like to see it in your school district. I'd like to see it in all school districts. It is an amazing technology that can identify kids if they bring a knife, bomb, gun to school. And I think that if we cut a third of what we fund for illegal immigration health care, then we can fund to keep our kids safer in schools. We can also fund to make schools safer. We can give tools available for teachers to make their classrooms safer. We can fund better doors. We can fund HVAC units. We can fund playground equipment. We can fund parking lots. We can fund all kinds of great things to make our schools better. This helps our locals when they need it most. With large increases in the local share of funding education, it is vital to help bolster these communities when times are tough. Rural hospitals employ hundreds and anchor local economies. $34 million could stabilize all of our educational systems in our schools. We're at a time when we're in a mental health crisis, and the more gun legislation we have does not help the communities feel safer. And in several districts in several schools in my district, we have employed this, and I would like to make schools safer in rural Colorado where police are further. And $34 million would really help to get the software in a lot of different schools. And I would appreciate an aye vote. I think our kids, Colorado kids, deserve this software. Colorado schools deserve this software. Colorado teachers deserve this software. And even if you don't approve the software, let's make the doors safer. Let's make fencing around the schools better. Let's make playground equipment safer. Let's give teachers the opportunity, and principals and superintendents the opportunity to get their schools up to code. Let's give them the opportunity to pick what they need for their schools. We are cutting what the teachers need and picking and choosing what we give. Rural Colorado is begging for what they need. We saw that at the luncheon. They feel like they have been taken out of the equation. Rural Colorado needs several things, where police aren't just right down the street. In Douglas County, when there was unfortunately a shooting, they were 90 seconds away. That doesn't happen in rural Colorado. Rural Colorado needs more tools. We want to talk about bridging the rural-urban divide. This will help. $34 million from severance taxes to help fund the safety of our schools. We talk about it all the time. We want kids to be safer. Let's put our money where our mouth is. We pass all kinds of gun legislation. Let's do the solutions. The solutions are here. We have the technology that will do it. It's in all kinds of retail shops. It's in several schools in Colorado. We haven't had the funding. This provides the funding. $34 million to keep kids safe. It's in a lot of different areas. It's in a lot of different stadiums. Our kids shouldn't be safer going to Broncos games and Nuggets games than going to school. I've heard parent after parent come up here and fear for their kids going to school. I don't have to do that because my kids go to a school where this technology is there. My kids go to a school where they have a full-time SRO. I want this for other kids in Colorado. I want this for the rural districts in Colorado. I want your kids to be safe. Colorado, I want your kids to be safe. We have the technology. Ask your legislators to fund it. Ask your legislators to make your kids as safe as it is to go to concerts and Broncos games. Ask your legislators to take $34 million and fund the safety of your children. We have it. Ask them to do it. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I stand up here with my good colleague from Douglas County in support of this amendment. This is a great amendment. I try to take some money beforehand, but this is going to be good. This is going towards safety of our schools. I totally agree with this. I don't have this in any of the schools in my district. This would be a great opportunity for us to be able to keep our kids safe. And just like the great representative said before, I think the kids should be going to school feeling safer than going to a concert or a Broncos game. Great, they go to a Broncos game, we're all safe, but we should do this in their schools as well. This is a better use of $34 million to be able to keep our kids safe. I urge an aye vote, and I support this amendment.
Rep. Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, obviously for school safety. We have limited dollars, right? We have finite dollars. We have a checkbook. It needs to be balanced at the end of the year, and we have to figure out what's most important. And I know that, again, I'll go back to most of us ran on safe communities, supporting our schools, and making sure that we are fiscally responsible in our state. Fiscal responsibility comes around in this in the sense of where are we spending our dollars? Our most important investment is our schools, is our kids. And yes, sometimes that means hard choices. At the end of the month, I have to make hard choices with my checkbook. And at the end of the year, we need to make hard choices in our state budget. I think this is a smart thing to look at how can we fund safe schools for kids through our public school capital construction assistance board. Since it looks like we may be cutting our best funds in another area, let's make sure we fund them through this cash grant. I support this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The same argument for this amendment stands as the last amendment. We should not be destabilizing our healthcare system right now, especially in our rural areas. This funding supports our most vulnerable Coloradans and providers who otherwise would be uncompensated for care that is needed for children. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 11. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment 11 fails. Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment number 12 to SB 206 and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
One moment. Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment here is asking for $1 million for, it's more specific to my district, asking for $1 million from the general fund to help fund a refurbishment of the Fort Lupton High School. The Fort Lupton High School is over 50 years old. It has asbestos problems, and it costs a lot more to get it fixed and to build a new school. And this is just asking for $1 million to help the school update and clean up the asbestos problem in the school. I went to that school. My kids are probably going to go to that school. It needs some help. While RE8 is a 63% Hispanic community that relies heavily on oil and gas to fund schools, RE8 alone dropped in value 32% from just the difference in the oil production last year compared to the year before, which affects more than the venue, but also the amount we can pay teachers, as well as it caps the bond and mill levy amount we can ask for, which means the size of the building might not be able to meet our needs. So Fort Lupton is actually growing in recent years. We're going to have more kids coming into the school, and the size does not meet what we're going to need for the new kids coming in. So this will help build up the school and refurbish it so we can have a better school. I urge for an aye vote.
Is there any further Rep. Bradley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, how can you not support that? This man is coming up here for his district, for the kids in his district. How old's the school? 50 years? Over 50 years. Support his district. These kids need it. Let's help this man out. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, while I wish we could fund capital maintenance and construction in all of our schools, sadly, for my good colleague in Weld County, we cannot pass an amendment to fund an earmarked project. So my apologies, but I give you a lot of credit for fighting for your school. I agree with that, and in the best day, we'd be able to take care of all of these maintenance needs and everything for all of our schools. So thank you for fighting for schools. Unfortunately, we just can't do that capital piece right here.
Is there any further
So
discussion?
I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment 12 fails. Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm up here again, since you wouldn't give me $1 million. Ditto to everything I said before, and now I'm asking for $500,000 to help the school. This would also go a long way to helping the school at least upgrade their current school so we can continue giving classes in Wild RE8, City of Fort Lupton. I urge an aye vote.
Rep. Barone, would you like to move your amendment?
I apologize. I move Amendment 13 to SB 206 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Rep. Barone.
I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would really like to help my colleague in Weld County, and if I can help at all with a BEST grant, to try to help you guys get a BEST grant for this particular purpose, I'd be happy to do so, but unfortunately, we don't have this in our budget, so I have to ask you to vote no on this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment 13 fails. Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 14 to SB 206
And ask that it be properly displayed.
and ask that it be properly displayed. Thank you.
It is properly displayed. Rep. Barone.
100,000? 100,000. 100,000. That would go a long way. One. I urge an aye vote.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my good colleague. In rural Colorado, we call auctioneering going up in price, not down. But for the spirit of negotiations and debate, I very much think this is a good compromise to ensure that we are doing the good infrastructure we need, not only for the crumbling school, because it is so old, but also for the growing population. Because if this doesn't go through and they don't keep the school, are we going to be forcing families to move and allocate to other areas? In the spirit of negotiation, and what we're supposed to do is we are supposed to compromise. I urge a yes vote.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were wondering, to the colleague from Weld, did your school get smaller? We're trying to figure out what's going on here. It'll help. We ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment 14 fails. Rep. Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment J 135 to Senate Bill 206. And this is $20,000.
Rep. Sukla, one moment. Would you like to be properly displayed?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, one moment. Okay, it's properly displayed. Rep. Sukla.
Okay, this is very interesting. So I had the opportunity to go to the Colorado Regional's first robotic competition. It is not at all what I thought it was going to be. They have it here on the eastern slope. They don't have it on the western slope. I met a gentleman there. He has a $70,000 grant to start the robotic program on the western slope, to any of the schools on the western slope. If I get the 20,000, that'll get us to 90,000, and we can start it in one of the schools that qualifies on the western slope. What this program does, and what I didn't realize that it does, is it takes some of the smartest kids in school. They start with nothing, and they built these autonomous robots. These kids, this is what they learned from this. They build them to where they can function. They learn electronics. They learn software. And these are going to be our future kids. They're going to send us to Mars. These are going to be our future kids that are going to be our next engineers. And I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I very much think that we should offer our students, who are our futures, the best possibilities to succeed. And by doing that, it is to offer them different outreach, to test their creativity, to test their brain capacity, see if it's something that they're interested in. Eastern Plains has a very cool robotics center. It's very small. We have a lot of Legos, straws, and other things, because it isn't fully funded, but it still gets the job done. It's STEM development, and would love to see this across the state. I support my colleague and urge a yes vote.
Is there any, Representative Byrd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and with all due respect, I ask for a no vote. I would love to fund this, but you know what we're doing is we're funding your schools. No more BS factor, and lots of good funding for our public schools, so hopefully they'll be able to fund this project with state dollars that we're giving them through the School Finance Act. So ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 15. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment 15 fails. To the bill, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am here, and I have Amendment J 137, if I could put that to Senate Bill 206, and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative Kelty. Can you say I move J 136?
I move, I'm sorry, I apologize. I got distracted. I move J 137 to Senate Bill 206 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment is very much like my colleague's amendment that just went, because as a matter of fact, we went to the robot competition together, and we got to see the incredible things that these kids were capable of doing. It was absolutely phenomenal, and every single one of your districts actually has most of your districts have robot groups, and I really think that it's something that we need to invest in. I'm trying to invest for D11 right now, and you know, I did hear across the land that the people here, you know, not everyone actually likes my kids in D11. It can't possibly be true. I can't believe that anyone here would not like my wonderful kids in D11. And in doing so, I really would like to talk about this amendment. When we talk about a need to invest in our kids and our future, this is exactly it. And these kids are struggling. As far as the state funding and the school funding that the schools get, that has absolutely nothing to do with the robotics teams. The funding that the state gives goes to the school, absolutely, but not this program. This program is funded completely without any funding. So we're trying to actually help them. It's just $20,000. Am I asking for $100 million? I'm not. Am I asking for $34 million? I'm not. Am I asking for $1 million? No. I'm asking for $20,000 to help these kids in the robotics team actually pave the way to our future in the robotics field. When we went to that competition, we saw how much the learning, and not just the learning, but these kids learn, you know, business practices and robot practices, and I mean, just software and engineering and architecture, and it's phenomenal. These kids would absolutely blow your mind away. And I was disappointed not to see more of you there, but now is your chance right now to help my kids in my district. If you like my kids in my district, which I hope that's true, that you want to help my kids as much as yours, but I'm here for mine, and you can come up here for yours. Robots are used from surgeries, in hospitals, manufacturing, space, military, logistics, you know, healthcare, education. I mean, even in your homes, you know, they allow people to walk. They change people's lives, and these kids are our future in all of that. If we really want to move forward in strength and learning of our kids, then let's be part of their future now. This money, even a little, because it's just a little bit, like this will produce big futures for these kids and for our future kids. Thank you, and I hope I get a yes vote on this, because I know that you care about kids in D11. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 school districts in my district, and District 11 is one of those school districts. And all of my school districts are very different in terms of the students that are there and the needs. I think this robotics program is a great program, and I support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do come up here in support of this amendment. Of course, I've been trying to run amendments on education on this long bill for the past, I don't know, hour or so. So I come up here in support of this bill as well. It also helps, so I urge an aye vote.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see how they did that. They had the east sloper on the west sloper, and now they got the west sloper on the east sloper. I am in sport. I love the kids in District 11. Let's get one of these across the finish line.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The peanut gallery over here is getting pretty big. I'll just bring that to your attention. I love the children in District 11 almost as much as District 51. I wish we could find $20,000, but we did find $150 million out of the general fund to add to our public schools. So please don't forget that. So you might want to check with your school district and see your school districts, can they share this $20,000 with the additional dollars that are going in their direction? I ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of J137. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. J137 is lost. To the bill, Representative Kelty.
Well, now, here I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment J096 to Senate Bill 206, and let it be properly displayed.
Give us a second. It is displayed. Please proceed.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm not feeling the love for my kids in D11 at all. But a matter of fact, I know if you say no, obviously we don't like robotics. Apparently that. I love robotics, but that was a shame. How about reading? How well do we love reading, and how much do we care about kids in D11 having a Fun with Reading grant program? It's just a little program that allows all the districts in D11 to be able to tap into to promote fun with reading. As we know, reading is a fundamental, and we can make it fun. Again, get them off the tablets, get them off their phones, and actually get them reading and enjoying the adventures in their own heads. It's a fundamental in growth, futures, and it even changes outcomes. We found that in many studies that a lot of the individuals who end up in jail have difficulty in reading. And for me, my kids in D11 mean, the world to me, and I would never want to see anything like that happen to them. So I'm asking you to help my kids, help their futures. A district-wide reading program will help shape futures for our kids. We know Colorado has one of the lowest scores in the nation for reading. Let's change that one district at a time. Let's start changing it in D11. Let's help kids get reading again and invest in smart education, making it a positive. It doesn't cost millions. It's a small little grant for a school district to help these small kids actually enjoy and get reading again. So help me get this across the board. Say yes for reading. Yes for fun with reading. Thank you.
Representative Puglisi. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, District 11 is one of the 3 districts in my district, and I want to be able to lend a voice and support to the good colleague from El Paso County in this amendment. Reading is fundamental. We all know that reading brings great outcomes for children in the future and our future workforce, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also come up here in support of this. It's for the kids, people. For the kids. Let's go. Have a heart. I urge you, vote aye on this bill. Thank you. On this amendment, sorry.
Seeing no further discussion, the question, Representative Serota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of J096. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. J096 fails. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 18, ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment 18 is displayed. Please proceed.
Listen, thank you for the segue. $150 million for education. I appreciate that. Let's make sure it doesn't go to the unions. Teachers' unions drive artificially high salaries and benefits, straining school budgets and leading to disruptive strikes. Breaking from unions could allow districts to control salary growth and redirect funds to address the real priority, Colorado's ever-growing per-pupil funding gap. Teacher unions protect underperforming teachers, making it hard to dismiss them, even though replacing them could raise student achievement. Colorado teachers are quitting due to workload, not performance, yet tenure protections remain. Non-unionized districts could focus on teacher performance and accountability, which will work directly to better serve Colorado's students. Underfunding is not the issue, prioritization is the issue. Breaking from unions could free Colorado schools from escalating costs, rigid policies, not a rigid tabor, underperforming teacher protections, and centralized control. Firing the union will allow for a sharper focus on fiscal health, innovation, student success, and local governance. And if we're not funding them, this should be an easy aye vote. So I urge an aye vote on this for transparency and clarity. Let's do this for Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to Amendment 18 because it's not a thing. Money isn't going to unions from the Colorado Department of Education. It's not an issue. But the best way to support reading, as I've heard everyone wanting to support reading, is to support teachers. And let me just remind you that being in a union, which I am, a proud union member, is an optional thing. And also remind you of the importance of teacher unions and associations. Teaching is a calling. We are overpaid. I wish we were. We're underpaid, overworked, many taking on second jobs to afford to teach. Let me repeat that. Because of being underpaid in this state, we're 51st in teacher competitive salary. Many of our teachers, countless teachers, take a second job so they can afford to teach. I have friends that Uber to and from school, and that's their job so they can afford to teach. A lot of friends up in the mountain areas that take on jobs that actually pay more than teaching, but their love and their heart is in teaching. Again, it's very much of a calling. Teachers spend hundreds of dollars a year to feed, clothe, provide supplies to their beloved students, and many become foster parents. And in today's current climate, teachers are often the only support our families have against various vicious social threats and trends of today. My association, which is a voluntary association, allows me to join with other teachers to really amplify the voices of our students' families and fellow educators. So they're very, very important in the state. And they also, of course, allow us to collectively bargain, which allows us to continue teaching without second jobs, all of us. So I would support, I would urge a no vote on Amendment 18.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we are at a point in our society that we need to make sure we very much in black and white are laying out the intent of what we mean to do in this body. I like this amendment because it is putting in black and white in this multi-page long bill that we're doing. And so that's great if they're not doing it already, but let's just make sure we solidify that no appropriate be used for unions. I want to stress this because while in committee, when you're looking at Tracer, departments cannot have a support or oppose, but they always come up and they testify in support or oppose, but then they show up as N/A, non-applicable on Tracer. So the intent of a department not having a say, but the intent of a department having says is already there. I just want to make sure we're saying that the department cannot allocate funds or any funds in this long bill cannot go to unions. Let's just solidify that for the people because this is a lengthy bill. And I very much appreciate the work to get this done by our JVC, but sometimes you just have to take, ink to paper in this term, add an amendment just to make sure we are clear with no questions what is going to happen. I support this amendment.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I support teachers, huge supporter of public schools. I do want to just clarify, though, that sometimes public dollars do go to the support if a district is in their memorandum of understanding. Sometimes they do pay part or all of a union representative's salary. So I think that needs to be noted. I also am just for full transparency, and so for this particular amendment, I actually I can support that. I think unions collect a lot in dues, and they should be self-sustaining and separate from our education budget. So I urge an aye vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of J156. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. J156 fails. To the bill, Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J173 to Senate Bill 206 and ask for it to be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was not planning on doing anything on Budget Day or Budget Week. Yesterday, though, I was at the UVC, the United Veterans Coalition meeting, and they asked a simple question. It's Budget Week. Are you going to give us back our Fort Logan money? And that prompted my memory that we had a colleague here who every year made a point that in 2017, 51 acres was sold from Fort Logan to the Department of Veterans Affairs. And in that sale and that authorization, it was made very clear that the money was to go to the upkeep and maintenance of Fort Logan, and that the bill further, and I'm quoting, specifies that all or a portion of the money must, that's emphatic, must be expended for veterans-related and behavioral health-related projects. The money instead got swept up during COVID into the general fund. Promises it'd be returned, it never was. So our colleague would run an amendment every year to try and return some of that money. I told the UVC, well, we're in dire straits. I doubt anything would be more than performative. I don't like doing performative stuff, but sometimes the performance is important to keep things front and center. And not only is it performative, I went and found where we could find the money to at least do a bit, just a small bit of what's required. What was required when we sold that property. So we're introducing an amendment that just says, taking $250,000 from the film subsidies in OEDIT and $250,000 from the tourism budget, and they have like $4 million in that, and that $500,000 combined will be put into the Veterans Treatment Courts, which is exactly the behavioral and disabled veterans issues where that money should have gone before. And again, we're taking out the film subsidies, and I could wax poetic for about an hour on the film subsidies, and you can look up the New York Times articles on film subsidies. But we gave $500,000 of our film subsidy money to Amazon so that Deion Sanders could make his documentary. And nothing against Deion Sanders, love the man, but I don't think they need $500,000 to make a documentary when we could put $500,000 to help our disabled vets in these treatment courts. So I ask for a yes.
Representative Armagos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to agree, this is something that, it's a drop in the pond that we're really asking for out of these subsidies, and it's just definitely for something very honorable. For those of you that are aware of the Specialty Court for Veterans, it's something that is necessary when you have veterans coming back from the combat zone, PTSD and other things. Veteran court gets them the diversion that they need into treatment that they need, rather than putting them in prison and otherwise away from treatment for their exacerbating issues. So getting the veterans the help that they need through the Veterans Court. Not every county has the ability to uphold and maintain a veteran court. Some do, some don't, especially those with lesser predominant veteran population, but we need to take care of our veterans. For those that have taken care of us, I encourage and I vote.
Representative Block.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the middle of March, you all may remember that there was a group that met on the West Steps, largely comprised of veterans living here in Colorado. And a few of them were from my district, and we had a conversation about veteran services and their concerns as relates to federal government decisions in this space. And I committed to them then that I would fight for anything that supported them at the state level, since that's my jurisdiction. And so I rise in support of this amendment, not only because I believe that it's a good amendment on its face, but in order to fulfill that commitment to them. Thank you.
Seeing no further, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to add, as a veteran myself, you know, veteran court is veteran care. So this amendment is extremely important to every single veteran in Colorado, and I hope that we can get your yes vote. Veteran care should be number one in everyone's hearts. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us, Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just like to point out to my colleagues, this is the Veterans Caucus, and this is probably the most bipartisan amendment you will see all session, or all day at least, probably all session. But that should speak volumes to everyone in this room, so thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of J156. 173, excuse me. J173. All those in favor say aye. Aye! All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. J173 passes. To the bill, Representative Bradley, Amendment 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 21 and ask for it to be displayed. Yeah, what happened to 20?
It is displayed. Please proceed.
I pulled 20. I'm so sorry. I pulled 20. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am asking that we pull $34 million from healthcare policy and financing for reproductive health care for individuals not eligible for Medicaid and health benefits for children lacking access due to immigration status, and put it towards rural provider access and affordability. Over 50% of Colorado is health professional shortage area. We can increase programs for colleges to increase physician's assistants and nurse practitioners, along with medical providers, dentists, optometrists, psychiatrists into tribal areas and other rural areas. 72% of Colorado in rural areas has one or more mental condition. 20% in rural Colorado has fewer PCP providers for mental health. 65% of rural counties don't have a single psychiatrist. 81% don't have a psychiatric nurse practitioner. We're in a healthcare crisis in our rural counties. We are in a maternal desert in most of our rural counties. And time again in Health and Human Services, we are having rural counties come beg for help. We have rural hospitals that are barely operating above the red line, begging for help. They are begging us. I'm asking for $34 million to go to rural provider access. Thankful for the JBC for increasing provider pay to 1.6%, but that doesn't even account for inflation. And these providers are leaving Colorado. In order to increase access for healthcare, we've got to get providers into these rural areas. We've got to get PAs out there. We've got to get dentists out there. We've got to get dental hygienists out there. We've got to get veterinarians out there. We've got to get optometrists out there. We've got to get ophthalmologists out there. In snowstorms, I'm sure the rural representatives are going to come up here. They can't just drive to Grand Junction. They can't just drive to the big cities. We need to get access. And we've got to cut some funding. You guys, we've got to cut $34 million to fund the Colorado citizens. They're desperately in need of health care. We can't just keep funding and funding and funding. We've got to make some cuts for the people who live and are citizens of our state. I'm begging for the people of rural Colorado who are begging me in Health and Human Services, who need maternal care, who need dentistry, who need vision care, to please help them. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come up here in support of this amendment as well. For my good colleague from Douglas County said rural areas are really hurting when it comes to health care. In the city of Fort Lauderdale, where I'm from, we have one family physician, 2 dentists for a population just under 10,000 people. There's other cities in my district also that have maybe just one physician. And they have to drive a few miles just to get to a hospital, to get to a physician, a family physician. So I think this is a good way to spend this money, $34 million. That is 1/3 of the budget from the general fund that's coming to this, go into that program for helping the illegal immigration process. But like I said, we have to put our oxygen mask on first. We have to help our people first before we can help others. This is important. This is helping the people of Colorado that pay into the system. This is helping the taxpayers of Colorado. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment. I really think this is a good way of spending the money that is well paid by our taxpayers. We should help these people. I urge an aye vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also urge an aye vote. We talked about it earlier. One of the hospitals within my district is losing its OB ward. Health access is important. A couple years ago, myself and another representative in the building, we passed the physician's assistant bill, which basically allowed them to not work under direct supervision with the doctor, but in collaboration. And we know that it wasn't going to fix the problem, but we're throwing everything we have at this problem. This is a real problem that we face in rural Colorado. Healthcare deserts are a real thing in my district. It's getting harder and harder to recruit people into rural Colorado. I mean, first and foremost, we obviously don't have the glitz and the glamour of the urban area, and that makes it hard to recruit, especially young individuals just coming out of school. Of course, paying back their student loans, it's not as easy out where we live. And a lot of our junior colleges, they're working really hard to try to bring up the next generation of healthcare providers. But it's not fast enough. And if we don't have this money to recruit healthcare providers into rural Colorado, it really makes it tough to provide services. Another thing that I want to discuss is we've talked about mothers and we've talked about kids, but what about the aging population of rural Colorado? It's growing faster than anywhere else in the state of Colorado. They call it the silver tsunami where I'm from. And people are saying as these people are, they're aging into retirement and out of, some benefits, they just don't have the ability to get the health care that they need. And if we have less and less doctors in rural Colorado, less and less dentists, eye doctors, so many different things, and if we don't have the ability to recruit them, it causes major problems for us. So I'd appreciate if you all vote yes on this amendment, help us infuse some money into the rural Colorado, rural health centers, rural hospitals, and help us make sure that we keep the constituents within our rural districts healthy and prosperous. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too am in support of this amendment. I grew up in an area that I guess would be considered rural today, and I can tell you, having parents born in 1930, going a long ways to take your kid in because they're sick or just because they got, they might need stitches or that, you learn to do without. And I tell you, I never had a stitch in my entire life, although I needed them a lot. And because available health care, it just wasn't around the corner. It just wasn't there. So this amendment is important for those. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were 2 hours away and you had to go to the doctor or possibly try to fix yourself, you get yourself in a lot of trouble. So, for rural Colorado, they're always the last ones on the list for some reason. I don't know why. But for gosh sake, at least allow them to have the ability to have available health care, or health providers, sorry. So I ask for a yes vote on this wonderful amendment. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am an enthusiastic yes on this bill because we need to make sure we are looking at healthcare across our state, not just in the populated areas of the metro, but also in rural Colorado, because rural matters. And we might not have the population, but we have the exact same human needs, and we need the exact same resources. This amendment would allow us to do just that. As we look at this long bill, we need to remember that this is going to be funding for all of the state, not just the populated districts. My area, our other districts, if we heard before, we need health care for our children to make sure that they are going to grow up healthy without any other conditions that might arise because they could have had preventative care, but if we don't have the resources for that, they're not going to get it. And we also need to look at our growing populations. We have a huge older adult population in rural Colorado, not to mention we have a lot of veterans in Colorado. So we need to look at rural health in addition to just the state's health. And yes, I'm saying, urban health matters, but let's not forget rural. I strongly urge a yes vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good amendment. My rural companions have come up and spoken, and if you've watched us walk back and forth from the podium, a lot of us have a kind of a distinctive walk that comes from a lifetime of duct tape, super glue, rub dirt in it, and walk it off, and not being treated properly for ailments and injuries, and that takes a toll over a lifetime. We got an aging population that generally has not had access to care throughout their lifetime, and every little bit helps, and we need to keep these rural communities thriving. They feed us, they clothe us, they provide what most folks that live in the urban areas don't even understand how it gets to their plate or into their closet. So let's show a little bit of care for the folks in the rural areas and vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come up here again just to reiterate that my support for this amendment, but just not just that, but we found money. We found money we can use for good use in this state for the people of Colorado. That's the thing. Like my previous amendments for my school, it was money that I was hoping I can get. I understand that the money isn't there, but what is important is that we're finding money in this budget that we can redirect to the correct places. And I believe that this amendment is redirecting that money that's already there. It's not costing any more. We're just redirecting this money that's for better use to a better program for healthcare in rural areas. So I still urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradley. Oh, sorry. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to highlight something. One of the comments I just heard was, in our rural communities, they are putting foods on our table and providing for our communities. And that's true, but let's talk about who's doing that work. Migrant farm workers are doing that work. And this amendment strips health care for the migrant farm workers, who are doing work in our communities. I know there have been a few amendments to strip funding that provides health care for migrants. And I want to highlight that migrants pay taxes. If migrants did not pay taxes, the IRS wouldn't have gotten into an agreement with ICE to help them enforce our immigration laws. Undocumented immigrants pay over $300 million in taxes in Colorado. Access to health care is fundamental to human dignity. I heard somebody say earlier, we want to make sure that people aren't giving birth on the side of the road. Well, that should be true whether you're a citizen or not. The idea that somebody should suffer with an illness just based on their immigration status, I believe, is unjust. And national health organizations, including the American Public Health Association, the American Medical Association, affirm that equitable access to health care, regardless of immigration status, is not only moral, but essential to public health. I believe that every individual deserves the chance to a healthy life, and denying care based on immigration status undermines the shared values of compassion and community that define Colorado. Immigrants are the backbone of many critical sectors in Colorado, from agriculture, construction, hospitality, and healthcare. They pay taxes and contribute billions to our economy, and they contribute to our community. This exclusion contradicts the contributions that they make and undermines the economic health of our state. And I urge a no vote on this amendment and all amendments that strip funding from health care for migrants.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'm hearing here is that he's a good representative before me equates every farm worker as illegal. He said migrant farm workers who are here on work visas, they have health care through the companies that they are coming here to work for. This program is for illegal immigrants. There's a difference between legal and illegal immigration, a big difference. This is not fair to the people that are coming here legally, through work visas, through student visas, and then going through the whole process. And I know the whole process. It took me 2 years to go through the whole process to become an American citizen. A citizen. My family came here with a work visa. We started the process immediately. It took us 5 years to become a permanent resident. I had to wait 10 years as a permanent resident to qualify to become an American citizen. There is a difference between legal and illegal immigration. Big difference. And it's not fair to the citizens of Colorado to have to pay for health care for illegal immigration. Legal immigration is something different. They do qualify for health care through the companies they come to work for with their work visas. So we're simply rerouting this money to help the health programs in rural Colorado for legal residents of this state. I believe that should be a no-brainer. No-brainer. They paid the taxes for it. They should be using it. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been so good today. We were talking about, yes, I think equating all farm workers to illegal immigrants is preposterous. My husband employs several legal immigrants that are family to us. They have worked with us for 20 years. the greatest thing they ever did was get their citizenship. They did everything the way that it was supposed to be done, lawfully, and they are very upset with people jumping in line. They are equally as upset with paying taxes to fund the health care for people here illegally. Does that mean that they don't want people to be cared for? No. Does that mean I don't want people to be cared for? No. I treat people free many times, and I don't ask them if they're here legally or not. I have many people in my district who can't even afford health care for their children all over Colorado. We are asking to fund different programs in Colorado by cutting some of the funding to non-citizens so that the citizens of Colorado may receive funding for education and health care. So to come up here and say that those of us don't want health care for children and others, I find repulsive. Let's be careful, please. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to come up and say we need to look at rural health care, and to throw our farmers and ranchers and agricultural workers into the mix is not what this amendment does. That is not on the discussion for today. But I'd like to point out this body did say we have to make sure we're following a Paid Family Leave Act. So we are covering our workers in the agricultural industry, and that is not what we're talking about in this bill. I'd also like to point out that much of our agricultural industry are coming here on visas or other aspects, and so they are here as documented, and that is not up for debate either. What we're looking at is making sure, and I'm not sure why that had to come into this aspect of this amendment anyways, what we're looking at here is to make sure we are funding our rural providers so that way they can treat our rural communities. That's what this is addressing. So I want to make sure that we're separating the two. We've talked a lot about separating things today and not throwing in balls. I want to make sure we're looking at rural health care and that we are funding the communities that need it most, because they don't have the populations. They have the exact same needs, and we need to make sure that they have those resources so we can be accountable as a state, because we are putting funds into very controversial things this year. But what should not be controversial is that we need to treat rural health the same as all the health in the state of Colorado.
Representative Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also am up here in support of this amendment. We are here to put our citizens, our constituents, the people of Colorado first. The people that are here legally, and I'm glad my colleague from Fort Lupton, originally born in Mexico, used the phrase illegal immigrants. It's not dirty, so thank you. I hope we can continue to use that. We are here first and foremost to serve the people of Colorado that are here legally and do the best job we can for them. It does not mean we don't have a heart for all human life, for all humans that are here in Colorado. It means we're doing our job to serve Colorado citizens here legally. That is first and foremost. I certainly hope we all feel this way. This is a good amendment. We need to put funds towards our citizens. We need to support them first and foremost and help them in the best way we can and put them in the best position, or allow them to be in the best position by the things we do here. So our citizens come first. I strongly urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Bacon. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members, and thank you also to the amendment sponsors for answering my questions. I think the thing that I just want to add about this, I do believe that it is clear that we have different conversations about immigration status, but I would say the one place that does not are our hospitals and healthcare centers. They're in the business of saving lives, and at the end of the day, their oaths are to do no harm. And so when we take away this funding, we're taking it away from places that most likely serve low-income communities, and they don't have a chance to actually parse out these dollars. And so essentially the reason why I would advocate to vote no against this is to not necessarily take away from the argument, because I'm sure that we can all talk about that, but the place that we did not want to have these arguments happening are in emergency rooms. And so with that, I would just ask again for a respectful no, especially with our kids. At the end of the day, young people, the littlest people, go where their parents tell them to go. And so the fact that it's named children, we just want to be mindful of that. And then when it comes to reproductive health, I do know that we also have very many spirited debates, but oftentimes when people do pursue going to medical centers, knowing the status, it's usually in the times of emergency, and I hope that we don't muddy those waters. So again, I want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for answering my questions and for entertaining some of these talking points and debate, as I fully have heard what their concerns are. But with that, we ask still for a respectful no.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, AML Bacon, for coming up here and speaking your piece. I respect that. I just want to clarify to you that we don't want to take funding away from these programs. We understand people are using these programs. Medicaid is important to fund. We are simply trying to reroute money that has been projected expenditures for non-citizens for 25-26. We're not taking the whole budget. We're not trying to cut into the budget that the citizens of this state are going to use. We're just trying to reroute that money that is projected expenditures for non-citizens and reroute it to health care, to rural areas for citizens of the state. And thank you for coming up here, and I do respect your point of view on it, but I respectfully disagree that and agree that we should reroute this money for the citizens of Colorado that are here legally. I urge and I vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of J148. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. J148 fails. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Mr. Chair, it's me again. I move Amendment 22 and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment 22, J169, is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am asking for $34 million to be taken from the general fund and put into the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs for the Veteran Assistance Grant Program. Again, I think we have to get our priorities straight in our state. We have a huge portion of veterans in this state. My grandparents were both veterans. My grandfathers were both veterans. My dad was a veteran. In 2022, Colorado was home to about 340,000 veterans, which represents 7.4% of the state's adult population. In 2022, 38% of veterans had a mental health disorder, and another study suggested 1 in 4 veterans showed signs of a mental health condition. This would help update mental health services for our veterans and update the facilities in Centennial. Colorado's mental health support for veterans is a mixed picture with significant challenges highlighted by higher than average suicide rates among veterans, yet ongoing efforts to improve care. Veteran suicide rates in 2019, Colorado's veteran suicide rate was 43.1 per 100,000 veterans, notably higher than the national average of 32 per 100,000 in 2018. From 2018 to 2019, while the national rate declined by 7.2%, Colorado's rate remained unchanged, emphasizing the need for enhanced preventative measures. This $34 million will really go to help all the mental and behavioral health services out there for veterans. And I think that we owe it to the men and women who go and fight for our freedom every day. I feel a very big, distinguished effort to sit in this legislature as a daughter to many veterans in my household and to give the $34 million back to the men and women who serve selflessly to fight for our country. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also support this amendment. Again, coming up here, moving this money to an important aspect of our community, important aspect of our state. Our veterans are very important to us. They have sacrificed so much for us, for our freedoms, for us being here, period. Being in this chamber, period. They sacrificed that for us. So I believe that we should go and support our veterans, reroute this money I don't think that we should put our veterans below non-citizens of this state. We should put veterans above all. We should help them out, and I believe this is a good reroute of this money. I support this amendment. I urge and I vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too am in support of this amendment. We're constantly hearing and seeing veterans put last, put behind. They asked for nothing, and really, we owe them everything. There's a saying, it's called 2 a day. Do you think they need vitamins? You'd be wrong. Do you think it means eggs? Wrong again. Do you think it would be how many ounces of water to drink? Nope. 2 a day. That's how many veterans commit suicide every single day. This amendment would go a long, long way in helping and supporting our veterans. I need for us to show our veterans, not just say that we support our veterans, but show them what they mean to you, what they mean to all of us. Because without them, freedom wouldn't be free. And in my opinion, we can never do enough for our veterans. Never. And we must never stop trying. Because they never stop trying to defend us. We owe them everything. So let's prove it to them. Let's show them. Let's not leave. Let's not leave our veterans behind. Please vote yes on this amendment. Let's support our heroes. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the representative from Douglas County bringing this amendment. Money is tight. When you're budgeting, you have to set priorities. There's not one person in this chamber that would say that they don't put a priority on veterans. But it's easy to say that, it's easy to tweet that, it's easy to say that when you're speaking in front of civic groups. But if you really want to show where your priorities are, you have to look at what's in the budget. What is in the budget is our true priorities as a state. 23 years in the military, 5 years of deployment. I never lost a soldier under my command to a battlefield injury. I've lost 5 to suicide. I've lost 12 colleagues over the years to suicide. If we want to show where our priorities lay, let's pass this amendment. This is important, folks, so please. We passed an amendment earlier on to restore some money that had been a promise. Veterans serve without much expectation, but let's honor them with this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I wanted to correct myself. I can't read my own writing. But when I meant 2 a day, I actually meant 22 a day. So imagine that number, from 2 to 22. Whether it's 2 or 22, one's too many. This bill, this amendment, will actually help prevent veteran suicide. It'll help support our veterans with their mental necessities, with their health necessities, everything. Again, let's show our veterans that that we care about them and they matter to us. Again, and I do apologize, it is 22 a day. But again, 1 a day is too many. Thank you.
Seeing Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to come up here and reiterate. There's some things that I forgot to say in my first time up to the well on this amendment. This amendment is great. The reason why, because our veterans' mental health, and I've seen it. I've seen it for some veterans, not my family members. There are some family members that are veterans in my family, but luckily they came back with none of this PTSD stuff. But there are a lot of veterans that are in my district that I've heard of. I've met a couple of them. They come back really, really messed up from the head, PTSD. We need to help their mental health in this state and around the whole state. I know I was just saying about my district, but I'm sure there's plenty more around the state. And I want to just reiterate that it is very important, the mental health aspect of these people that have sacrificed so much for us. And just seeing a veteran, seeing an active duty soldier, it gives me pride that, you know what, that person has laid his life on the line for us. And I can't say the same thing for myself. I know this is a public service, what we are doing here, but it's nothing compared to what they have done for us. So I believe that our duty is to be able to take care of them, and this is one good step forward to that duty. This is the least we can do for our veterans, and I just want to reiterate the fact that what is more important, our veterans or non-citizens? I urge an aye vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will always be an aye vote for our veterans and our military members. We need to do more for those who are willing to sign the ultimate check, and they're willing to give it all. So when they come back, we need to honor that because they are protecting us with a check that could be paid for with their life. Now, luckily, when we're looking at giving them benefits, they didn't have to pay with their life. But we really need to show our gratitude as a state because they are keeping us safe and they have sacrificed so much. It's the least we can do, and I will always stand for our military and our veterans. I say vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Armagos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I'm going to have to come up here and support as well. As far as the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs, they do everything for veterans in our state, but not just on the state level. They're fighting these battles on the federal level as well to take care of veterans in Colorado. All the issues that we have in legislation every year that are military and veteran related are something that is vetted through the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs. So it is very important that we're taking care of our Department of Military and Veteran Affairs. It's very important that we're giving them the funding that they need to do that, to take those fights to DC, to take those fights to Colorado and get the attention that our issues are and the attention that they need in our state and at the federal level to make sure we're getting our issues resolved. So I also encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of J169. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. J169 fails. To the bill, Representative Barone, we're on to Amendment 24.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 24 to SB 206 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. So going back here, I'm sure that you can see that this is a very important part of where we're trying to find this money for places that we actually do need. We need this money in. So I'm asking for $34 million again from the same fund that funds non-citizens' health here in this state to move it to, we couldn't get it to K through 12, we couldn't get it to military people. Let's try higher education. Higher education is also a very important part of this state. Let's try to reroute this money to higher education. That's also a good ask. It's a good ask. Now, all of these would have been taken off if we would have accepted something previous. But let's try to fund higher education here. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of J170. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. J170 fails. To the bill, we are on to Amendment 26, Representative DeGraff. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I thought 25 came after 26.
You know, on budget day, anything is possible.
I appreciate your lenience. Okay, I move. Let me get it here. 26. I move J110 to SB 206 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. All right, this is a cost-saving amendment seeking to further the savings for taxpayers and to help address the budget crunch of the next few years. The more we can save today will be an added bonus in the future when the costs and needs might change. Colorado only has a $2.5 million projected surplus for 2026, and this amendment is seeking to bolster those savings for important legislative and operational needs in the future. So what I'd like to do is amend re-engrossed bill, page 210, line 13, in the item and subtotal, strike $6,665,039 and substitute $4,165,000 and in the general fund, and strike the column of $22.5 million and adjust accordingly. And ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. What this does is cut the funding of $2.5 million for our collaborative management program. Across the state, various counties participate in this, and they have been having to stretch the dollars even further as more counties are adding to the program. But these are very important dollars that go to our counties to coordinate services for families to ensure that we are keeping kids out of the child welfare and criminal justice system, which is ultimately an even larger cost savings, and it's good for kids and families. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of J110. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. J110 fails. To Amendment 27, Representative Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move SB J112 to SB 206 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, colleagues, I ask you to pay attention because we're going to hopefully pass a bipartisan amendment. This is a long-standing amendment. It honors Tony Grampus, a Republican, and this will fund the Tony Grampus Youth Services Program. It's been a community lifeline for years since its inception. It's focused entirely on prevention. TGYS helps community-based organizations by offering funding, prevention, and intervention programs for youth, children, and their families, working to prevent youth crime and violence, youth alcohol, tobacco, and other drug use, student dropout rates, and child abuse and neglect. Focusing on prevention pays serious dividends to our communities and our state. In Colorado, 63% of kids who come into contact with the justice system recidivate within 3 years. Sending Colorado's youth to the correction system at large, rather than treating the underlying systemic shortfalls, only reinforces this cycle. TGYS fills this critical gap by intervening and providing services to youth before the tipping point. Allocating these critical funds, like prevention, will alleviate pressure on downstream interventions funded by the state, thus helping Colorado's budget outcome. And I did a quick run through. This is a statewide program serving Alamosa, Buena Vista, Carbondale, Cortez, Durango, Dove Creek, Edwards, Fort Collins, Fort Morgan, Grand Junction, Ignacio, Leadville, Longmont, Nederland, Pueblo, Ridgeway, Steamboat Springs, Telluride, Trinidad, and then, of course, in the Front Range, Aurora, Boulder, Denver, Colorado Springs, Lakewood, North Glen, and Commerce City. These are some of the programs being funded by these dollars. We ask you to support this amendment. It moves money from the auto theft fund, which is currently funded at $21 million, to support this valuable program. So we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, our youth are our future, and we need to be proactive instead of reactive, and it's very important for us to invest in our children and giving them the tools so that they can be successful, and I would urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all about taking care of kids. I'm kind of curious how this was claimed to be bipartisan. I don't see this being a bipartisan thing when we're taking $1 million out of the Auto Theft Prevention Authority for Department of Public Safety. When we were talking about auto theft being on the climb, we got a task force going. We got Department of Public Safety prioritizing auto theft. We addressed it last night in Judiciary Committee and other means of addressing auto theft. And this is going to take $1 million away from Department of Public Safety and the Auto Theft Prevention Authority to fund this program for youth. I'm all about taking care of programs for our youth, but this is the wrong means of funding it, from taking money away from a program that we have to deliberately reduce, which has already reduced, but continuing to deliberately reduce auto theft in Colorado, which is a huge problem. We went from number 2 in the country to number 4 in the country. Let's maybe get out of the top 10 or maybe even in the bottom 10 before we start taking money away from a program that's so far in success of preventing auto theft. So I encourage a no vote on this.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo exactly what my colleague just said. We heard in committee multiple different times when addressing auto theft that, you know, we were celebrating because we went from number 2 in the nation to number 4 in the nation, which I think we all agree is still extremely not good. But we are moving in the right direction. And to then come in and say, let's take $1 million from that program that is maybe one of the few government programs that is actually working, I don't think that's a good idea, and it's not the right time to do that. One of our colleagues is going to come up and talk about places where we could take $1 million from, and I think that would just be that'd be smarter, considering this seems to be working, and so why take money from it and then go back up to number 2 potentially? So we're against this.
AML Bacon.
Oh, we're so close. It's going to be miracles have happened. Jennifer Bacon said something about agreeing with Rocky Mountain gun owners yesterday. I did say that out loud. In the name of all things that are holy for young people, members, this is Tony Gramsis. We have spent a long time talking about supporting our kids across the state. Everybody's district benefits from the Tony Gramsis Youth Program, and so that's why every year we bring this amendment. And so at the end of the day, what we are hoping to say here is that this program is important to all of us. Now, whether it comes from this fund or not, what we'd like to signal is that we believe that this state-run program is important, and that's the point we're trying to make today. We also know that Tony Gramsis is, the reason why we kind of connected to these things is because the purpose of Tony Gramsis is to do intervention and prevention for at-risk youth. And so we believe for a few dollars, if you support a kid, they may not break into a car later, quite frankly. And so we're looking at this to be an investment in our kids and in good spirits of how we have typically supported this amendment over the last couple of years. We just ask for an aye vote. Thank you to my colleagues for sharing your concerns. And again, we always end, it's for the kids, y'all. It's for the kids. Oh,
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you to my colleague who we're slowly getting over to be on the right. I'm not disagreeing with the Tony Gramsis. It sounds like a great program. I'm looking forward to learning more about it. I just think we need to prioritize our priorities, and we need to take the funding out of something that is giving us absolutely no return on our investment. And that's most of what's going on in the Colorado Energy Office, because most of what's going on there is pulling business out of Colorado with zero on the climate. So here's $23 million, $23,700,000. I think they could definitely, they could absorb $1 million. And the less money that they have to impose their climate nonsense on the state, the better off we are. So that would be a win-win and a win.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 27? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Amendment 28, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J 106 to SB 206 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 106 has been properly displayed.
Thank you,
Please tell
Madam
us
Chair.
about the
This is
amendment.
just to amend re-engrossed bills, page 246, line 12 in the item, and strike 939,071 and substitute 900,963 to the purpose of the administration line item in the Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health in the Department of Human Services by $38,000. So the purpose of this cut to the Civil and Forensics Mental Health is in line with other cuts that the JBC and Department have worked through, reducing the funding and impact and expenditures on taxpayers. This amendment additionally will not impact core functions and will save Colorado the very funds that they need for day-to-day life. So just in line with other cuts to make sure we're cutting across the board, it's 38,000 out of 900,000, so I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Byrd.
I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 28? Representative DeGraff.
I respectfully ask for a yes.
Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 28 or J106. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Amendment 29, J107, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 29 to SB 206 and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
That has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm up here again, colleagues. I'm sure you're sick of me, but it's all right. You'll get used to it. I'm asking to a 1% reduction to Court Services, Department of Human Services. This expands on the work that the JBC has conducted over the last 5 months and adds additional savings for the taxpayers and the next year's budget. This amendment will not impact core functions and seeks to reduce administrative bloat to allow the department to focus on the very people they serve. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Byrd. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 29? All the question before us is Amendment 29. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Amendment 30, Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to chat about another amendment here. I move J109 to SB 206. Ask that it be properly displayed, please.
That has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Reallocation of money, trying to find some places to cut so we can fund other fantastic policies. This will cover a few different areas. 2% reduction, right? This reduces the jail-based competency restoration program of the Department of Human Services by a little bit less than $300,000. Again, 2% reduction, even that tiny little amount, reflects our commitment to responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. Small strategic reductions will help control government growth without cutting essential services, encourages efficiency. The reduction promotes process improvements, innovation, smarter resource allocation. Many personnel programs can absorb these minor adjustments internally without it necessarily being a major disruption to their programming, just optimizing workflows. Across the board, I think we know this already, all departments are being asked to contribute, to step up, grab an oar, right? Grab an oar. Everybody pull towards something in the same direction in order to affect change towards smoothing out a statewide budget balanced effort. A modest reduction, modest 2%, from personnel aligns with what's being asked of other agencies. So this fits right in with everything else. Not an outstanding, not an extraordinary ask by any stretch. The reductions offer a chance to review underperforming or outdated program areas. I think that sometimes these reductions can come at a great benefit because it does force some internal introspection to look at how these allocations are going to be used moving forward. Without a review of the processes, we're just simply marching forward, and we have inefficiencies, latent inefficiencies that never are addressed unless we're asking the question to please grab an oar, let's make a 2% reduction, and let's optimize your internal workflows. We can prioritize the modernization of efforts, reinvest in high-impact initiatives in the future. This is important that no immediate layoffs or service cuts would be anticipated by this modest 2% reduction. Here's the good news. It's not coming out of hick-puff, because I understand funding illegal immigration is way more important than some of these other things. So this is actually coming from a different department. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Brooks. One thing I think I need to bring to the attention of everybody that's in this room, we are under a consent decree with the federal government on this subject to the tune of $12 million a year, which if they were to examine our backlog on our competency hearings, that 12 million could very easily go double or triple that number. We have to have a means of doing competency restoration, and some of that takes place in the jails. So please understand, we are under a consent decree. This is not an area that we can cut money, because we have to bring down those days. My last, I think the last number we saw in the JBC was nearing 300 people that were delayed on the wait list for competency. So please, folks, this is not a place to be taking money. Vote no, please.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question back to our JBC and sponsors here that I just need a little clarification on, if you don't mind. I am not expressing my proclivity for oppositional defiance disorder just as a matter of course. I truly just would like to know, are we saying that by a modest 2% reduction that is less than $300,000, that we know for sure that they're not going to be able to internally reallocate and still be efficient, and we're not confident that we cannot ask them to reevaluate their processes and optimize without everything falling apart? I mean, I would like to think that everybody, again, kind of everybody pitch in, work towards the effort collectively. Are we not able to ask them to do that?
Any further discussion? Representative Taggart.
The answer is no, we can't. They've turned over every stone in terms of moving the backlog of competency restoration. And we've been losing mental hospitals. I lost one in Grand Junction. So we're losing facilities right now that can provide this service. And is the jail setting, in my mind, the ideal place to be doing restoration services? The answer is no, but we don't have a lot of alternatives in our system right now. So we cannot let this backlog get any further, because we can't afford the federal government to come back and raise that consent fine under any circumstances.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is Amendment 30, otherwise known as J109. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Amendment 31, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J090 to Senate Bill 206 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been displayed. Please proceed.
While smaller governments and local districts have a longer grace period, which expires in 2027, many of these smaller communities, especially in rural areas, lack the tax base to fully comply with the mandate sets before them to comply with ADA digital compliance costs, legislation that this body passed a year or so ago, an unfunded mandate. This lack of funding will simply result in the removal of content and information from public-facing sources. This amendment helps put this local community, my brush area in House District 63, on the funding path to maintain current access and be in compliance with state requirements. If the state feels the need to establish strict mandates with harsh penalties, the state should also emphasize sending the needed resources to help comply with the state mandate. These orders from Denver, our Gold Dome, increase liability not just on the state government, but also in every community. I would urge you to go back to your communities and ask which ones are having issues with this ADA digital compliance. It's not that they don't want to, it's where do they get the funding, because we do not have affordability right now in the state, and that goes on our municipalities as well. All levels of government face this looming legal risk via lawsuit, increased financial strain due to costly upgrades, and damage into their communities, because who do the people look to? Their local governments, their local municipalities, and that's the first place they blame, even though it was this body at the state level that did this mandate. So I would urge a yes vote on this, and I would urge you to go back to your communities and see who else is struggling with this unfunded mandate. Let's look that, yes, we need ADA digital compliance, but we cannot do it on the backbones of our local government. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, ask for a yes on this amendment in support of my colleague and her area. Actually, I wish this amendment was across the entire state of Colorado, because the damage that we're doing by forcing a lot of these ADA compliances, which are way above and beyond the norm, and plus not giving anyone the ability to correct anything before they get sued, and it goes on and on. But at least let one area of Colorado be spared, one of the ones that are the most need, from having to foot the bill that the state is actually forcing on really the entire state. You know, the things that we push through this building, we always say there's unfunded, there's zero fiscal note. Well, it's called an unfunded mandate, which means they're really just passing the buck to someone else to pay for them so they can say that there's no money being spent. Well, this at least let this one area have the reprieve, have the grace to be able to adhere to the mandates that the state is forcing on everyone. And I'm asking, in support of my colleague, a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 31, otherwise known as J90? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of J90. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J142 to SB 206 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I've tried all day to help my people in my district, and here I am again with probably today's smallest amendment, a small amendment with big impact. This amendment is for our senior transportation services in Colorado Springs. We have a lot of nonprofits that are in Colorado Springs that help our senior citizens. And this training, this money is for training to allow the drivers that are helping our precious cargo, our senior citizens, with being able to handle them in a respectful and in a kind way, but also understanding how to deal with senior citizens, especially those with Alzheimer's. Due to the issues related in fees and costs to this industry, nonprofits especially, they're struggling. And they're the ones who are there to help those when we cannot. The small amount will mean so much to helping to train workers of those nonprofits to work with and better handle the special needs of our aging seniors, especially when it comes to their transportation. I'd like to ask the JBC, out of the $46 billion, can we find just $10,000? That doesn't seem like a big ask to ask. Actually, it's probably the smallest ask today. We put money into so many other programs, so many other things. We give $1 million to things like for children, and when I asked for just $20,000, it gets turned down. Well, Colorado Springs matters too, and our seniors matter a lot to me. You heard today from one of the other colleagues on the other side that our youth are our future. Well, our seniors are a responsibility of the past, and we owe them a grace in allowing nonprofits to have the training that they really do need to help them out, because honestly, the delays that within this industry that the state puts them through is costing them tons of money, where this little bit of money will help and go a long, long way. It's $10,000. And I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Please help us support our seniors. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It's $10,000, like the good representative for Colorado Springs said. Helping her seniors in her district. We are up here to represent our people, and I know it's not my district, I know it's not my area, but I do support this, and I believe this is a good use of this money. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 32, J142? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 32. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Bradley. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 25 and ask for it to be displayed.
That has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This comes from my district, and my district asked a long time ago, before we even started the session, when I asked them what they needed, and this was their only ask. They needed the Douglas County Emergency Vehicle Operations Training Center and Wildfire Mitigation Heli Base. Originally constructed in 2017, Douglas County's Emergency Vehicle Operations Training Center is a regional law enforcement training facility that will host training events for over 24 law enforcement and public safety agencies from across the Front Range and mountain communities in 2025. The 120-acre site is located in northwest Douglas County in close proximity to Front Range agencies. In 2024, the county initiated design on a $14 million Phase 2 expansion to bring utilities, indoor training space, a wildfire mitigation heli base, and vehicle storage to the site. Douglas County's heli TAC team responded to 32 wildfires in 2024, 10 of which were outside the county, making it a regional asset for high wildfire risk Front Range counties. I'll say that again, 32 wildfires in 2024, 10 of which were outside my county. We had wildfires everywhere. During the Quarry Fire in Jefferson County, fire managers requested use of this site as an aerial staging location, but it lacked necessary site features. This proposed expansion will ensure necessary site capability in future wildfire responses. County funds for the project include approximately $2.5 million in the 2025 budget and an anticipated similar allocation in the 2026 budget. Remaining funds are anticipated to be raised from other sources, including state and federal partners and private donations. Project scope is subject to refinement based on agency need and funding availability. We're only asking for $1.5 million of this $14.7 million. We are begging. Douglas County needs this. 32 wildfires, 10 outside the county. We are ensuring that the rest of Colorado is being protected in this horrible wildfire season that we just had. Jefferson County used a lot of these resources, and we really, really need the $1.5 million to protect all of Colorado, and I urge an aye vote on this amendment, please. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to stand also with my colleague from Douglas County. This is a very, very important funding request, especially when we talk about wildfire mitigation. I've seen so many pieces of legislation that deal with offsetting insurance rates due to wildfire. We've had so many different pieces of legislation come forward specific to either the impacts that we have experienced through not being properly mitigated, or to try to get at the mitigation piece. I think what's very, very important with what my colleague from Douglas County said is that, this is not a complete funding source. This request here is partial. Douglas County is not asking for this to be funded entirely from our actions here. There are still other funding parameters, still other funding partners that are in play. This is a very regionally, not just to Douglas County. So while, yes, I am here to support Douglas County, the wildfire response has been well outside of that area. This is a regional solution. Douglas County program and that helicopter has been able to respond to wildfires across the region. This is something that gets directly to an answer when things go very bad. We need to be able to have a solution. This is a solution. We're asking for a partial funding consideration on this. And this is, and look, I get it. I understand actually, I don't understand the defense, the blind defense of where this money is coming from, but I would like some consideration for where it is going and what it can help do, considering how often wildfire mitigation is talked about from this pulpit here, from this dais. It is a very, very important thing to consider, and I would ask for a yes, please. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do urge support of this amendment, as my colleague just mentioned, and I did want to come up and confirm that point, that aviation asset, that firefighting asset from Douglas County has been used regularly in Elbert County, out into Lincoln, the eastern parts of Arapahoe, and eastern parts of El Paso that I'm aware of just in the last 8 years as a commissioner from Elbert. It is a tremendously useful and important asset, and anything we can do to preserve that on a regional basis has got to be supported. So it's a small amount of money out of a large amount of money that's probably not the best priority for the state. So let's take that and keep this program alive. Thank you.
Representative Harstock.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. So here in Douglas County is kind of like a staging area when we do a lot of the wildfire mitigation and firefighting. We have several facilities that are down there for training, but we also have facilities where we have fought fires in Douglas County, Elbert County, El Paso County, Jefferson County, up in the mountains, all over the state. It's not just a Douglas County entity. That's where the facilities currently sit, as some sit in other counties, but we do extensive training there. When the resources come in to support other areas that have wildfires happening, they come into Douglas County. This is something that the county commissioners have requested, and this supports actions across the state. So it's not just a county function that we're asking for. What we do there in Douglas County supports fire mitigation and fighting across the state. I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 25? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 25J102. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 33 and ask that it be properly displayed. And it's an honor to serve with you.
That has been displayed. Please proceed.
Okay. It's okay. Members, what this amendment does is, as we've been talking about where to find funds within our budget, because it's likely next year is not going to be a good fiscal year either. We've had to cut over $1 billion from the budget this year. This is finding almost $1.2 million within the Office of the Alternate Defense Counsel. And what this represents is a 2% reduction in the ADC's conflict of interest general fund appropriation. By having a 2% reduction, this reflects our collective commitment to responsible fiscal stewardship of taxpayer dollars. It's a small strategic reduction to help control government growth, keep essential services flowing, but also encourage efficiency. This reduction promotes process improvements, innovation, and smarter resource allocation. The mother of necessity is certainly having to be creative. And we want to encourage that certainly with the ADC, because many personnel programs can absorb minor reductions by eliminating redundancies or optimizing workflows. This has a minimal impact on core services, which was very important to me because I wanted to make sure that we weren't impacting the core services, because what the ADC does is whenever the Office of the Public Defenders can't represent someone because of a conflict of interest, the Office of the Alternate Defense Counsel pays private attorneys an hourly rate to step in and represent indigent individuals. So we have to make sure that that core government function stays preserved. But by the same time, everyone needs to collectively be part of the shared responsibility of fiscal responsibility and fiscal stewardship across the board. This reduction offers a chance to review underperforming or outdated programs. We can prioritize modernization efforts by reinvesting in high-impact initiatives in the future. And there will be no immediate layoffs or cuts anticipated. The reductions can be managed through vacancy savings, deferred expenses, improved procurement strategies, and personnel managements that remain stable and effective to this proposal. And I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 33, otherwise known as J103? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 33, J103. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm up here again. Thank you for the applause. Thank you. I got one. Good. All right. So I move Amendment 35 to SB 206 and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
That has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this right here is a reappropriation of entire budget office of New Americans to the Department of Criminal Justice Office for Victims Programs. Now this, plain and simple, Colorado has a current and impending budget crisis from over expenditures to spending on unnecessary programs. Cuts need to take place. Colorado citizens are struggling, departments are in need, and this amendment puts the priority back on the taxpayers and our citizens. So I have said this throughout the day. We need to bring this money back to the citizens of Colorado. I urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 35? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 35J127. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative DeGraff.
It's 38. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move. We're moving through these faster than I thought. I move J158 to SB 206 and ask that it be displayed.
That has been properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sound fiscal policy that would force the state and our department to justify every expense and scrutinize every area of waste and abuse. We cannot truly build a budget without knowing everything that is in it, and we've talked about that today. So amend, re-engross bills, strike legislative And then insert in the footnotes the following legislative department total. It is the General Assembly's intent that beginning of the fiscal year 2026 budget process that the state adopt a zero-based budgeting process for the state budget. There is no fiscal note for this, but it would save the taxpayers a lot of money if we could actually make these determinations at a more granular level, and we could eliminate we could find out, we could see where the programs are instead of having them just roll over year after year after year. So, so I request an aye vote. Getting to a zero-based budget has been instead of just rolling over line items year after year, has been a very, very effective way for some other states to get their budget under control. And then we don't have these crises through accumulation of small issues. So I request an aye vote on this so that then we could share your pain on the JBC.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 38, or J158. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative DeGraff.
I sense a bit of bias. All right, long bill footnote. This is to require the JBC to analyze and provide legislative recommendations to adopt zero-based budgeting. So it is...
Representative, will you move your amendment, please?
I got to move it. I move J163 to SB 206 and ask that it be displayed.
That has been properly displayed. Please continue.
So this is to require the JBC to analyze and provide legislative recommendations to adopt zero-based budgeting so that we can understand the granularity of our budget, since that is the primary function that we have here in the General Assembly in spending the money of the tax-paying widgets. So the legislative department is the General Assembly's intent that prior to 2026 legislative session and the Joint Budget Committee analyze and provide legislative recommendation to the General Assembly regarding the implementation of a zero-based budget. So if there's one thing that I've heard from the tax-paying widgets of Colorado is that they would like to know more about the budget. They would like to know more about what we're spending it on. And this forum would be a much more effective way for that to happen, and then that would allow us in this room to also have a better understanding. So I ask for an aye vote. So this would not implement it. This would just be having the JBC look into the process.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. It's a good amendment. It's not costing us anything. It's not a mandate either to implement it, just to look into it, see if it's going to work. Zero-based budget is also a good way, in my opinion, to go about this. It's going to help. We keep saying here that we want to include the citizens of the state more into our government, and at least I do, so they can understand the process more. The budget of the state is something that they should be able to understand, and I believe this will be a good way to help them understand. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment as well. I did run a bill this year and a couple of years ago to implement some zero-based budgeting. It doesn't have to be every year. It doesn't have to be every department every year. It can be all sorts of different structures such that we are regularly looking at these budgets at a very granular level. I do encourage that the JBC take on this task of just looking at how we might be able to implement it. And I do have two bills from the last few years where you can review those ideas. I mean, I've already done some of the work for you, so I rise in support. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely do appreciate all the work that has gone into getting us to where we are today, from the Joint Budget Committee, from all the agencies and offices that came to SMART Act briefings, everybody that provided information to this. But if there is anybody in this room that thinks that this is the best we can do for Colorado, then vote no on this. But we can do better, and I think we should do better. And when we're looking at our primary purpose as legislators, I think we have to look at every aspect, everything that could be done to provide a better, smoother, more understandable and transparent process. This amendment gets us there. I urge a yes vote.
Okay, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one of the things that we're supposed to be doing here is we are supposed to represent the people of Colorado. Now, the people that we represent are spending their own money, and we're spending their money. People that spend their own money pretty much are constrained to zero-based budgeting. So if we're going to represent people doing zero-based budgeting, it would make more sense for us to do zero-based budgeting as representatives of people having to do zero-based budgeting, since we are spending the same money that they are, which is their money.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 39. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. All right. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J163. Oh, no, sorry. I would like to just move the same one I just moved. I was going to give you another shot at it. I move J161 to SB 206 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, it's been properly displayed. Continue.
Okay, Madam Chair, this adds a footnote specifying the General Assembly's intent that none of the appropriations to the Legislative Department be used to support union data cataloging, analyzing, or other digital staffing tools. By the note that says Legislative Department totals, it is the General Assembly's intent that none of the appropriation to the Legislative Department support union data, just like I said. To support the intent that none of the appropriations of the Legislative Department be used to support union data gathering organization or digital staffing tools. They have their organization, we have ours. We need to keep those separate. And to keep those separate, we should, by Article 5, Section 34 of our Constitution, anything that the General Assembly gives money to, it technically has absolute control of. And the words are absolute control, so it's kind of hard to get around that. So for these organizations, as much as they might want the funding from this, I would highly recommend that we don't get into the mode of us having absolute control over their data and processes. So I ask for an aye vote.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 40. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. All right, the amendment fails.
The next person is Representative DeGraff.
This is the one that's been pulled. All right, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This should be near and dear to everybody in Colorado's heart. That is that no money in the Department of Law, LEG General Fund, should be used to sue Tabor. The Tabor, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, is put into effect, was put into effect, has been
Representative DeGraff, can you move the amendment, please?
I sure can. Madam Chair, I move J126 to SB 206 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, that's been properly displayed. Continue, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. All right, Madam Chair, we the people made the Taxpayer Bill of Rights part of our Constitution. We the people set up this boundary for the Colorado General Assembly. So the Colorado General Assembly is the Colorado General Assembly needs to understand and remember that the people of Colorado are superior to the Colorado General Assembly. The Colorado General Assembly is supposed to be implementing the will in accordance with the constitutional restrictions on the governance of our state. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is the consent of the governed. The taxpayers, we the people of Colorado, said this is the bounds within which you can act and govern without lapsing into tyranny. Now, the Colorado General Assembly, so this, our budget, of course, our what we spend as a budget, it should only be growing about inflation plus population growth. Now, creatively, the Colorado General Assembly left that goal behind about 150% ago. And we spend a lot more so there's a provision in there for enterprises, and the Colorado General Assembly has beat the slop out of that provision and has increased the budget greatly. So that a real risk, so the Colorado General Assembly strangely feels stifled by the will of the people. And so the Colorado General Assembly now would like to sue we the people using the money of we the people in order to tax we the people without end. Now, we the people on the Republican side think this is wrong, and we ask that you join us because this is part of the Republican form of government. So this note for 41 would just say, Legislative Department totals, it is a General Assembly's intent that the general fund appropriations made to the Legislative Department not be used to invalidate the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Now, this is in line with the sponsors, what I understood of what the sponsor said the other night, that the Attorney General, for whatever reason, already has money set aside to sue we the people on behalf of we the people, to tax we the people. So this really should not matter at all, because then if this is in the AG's cash fund, it will come out of the cash fund. But it should not come out of the general fund, which would otherwise be used, I don't know, for things like schools and other priorities that we say we have. So this is another one of those things where we have to prioritize our priorities. Do we want to spend money in the general fund for things like schools and feeding children, or do we want to spend the money does the General Assembly want to spend the money of we the people to sue we the people to further tax we the people? Now, from the we the people that I've spoken with, they think that's a bad idea. They went through a lot of effort to get the Taxpayer Bill of Rights into place, and they appreciate having some restraints on the General Assembly, despite the General Assembly's creative financing that has exceeded its bounds by 150%. But we the people has not been interested to find out what sort of creative largesse the General Assembly could come up with if no longer required to ask we the people about tax increases, and was no longer required to have a budget cap, because I think we can all know, I think it's a guarantee based on history being a warning from the future, that this body does not constrain its spending when required to. So if you remove the constraints on spending, this body will definitely not constrain its spending. So for the simple reason that y'all can't be trusted, I recommend an aye vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I was campaigning, when I was going throughout my district, there were about 4 things that kept coming up that the people of HD 56 wanted out of their government. And that was to stay out of their business, stay out of their pocketbooks, stay out of their families, and stay away from their kids. In the last 90 or so days, we've done a really poor job at 1, 3, and 4. This gets at number 2, staying out of their pocketbooks. Tabor makes our job hard. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights makes our job hard. And that's purposeful. That's what the people voted for. Last Friday, Sunday, there was a lot of talk about what people voted for and respecting the vote of the people. We should do that. Our job should be hard. Because what makes our job hard here in the well, in this room, in committee hearings, around conference tables, is where that effort should be expended. We should not be just abandoning our taxpayers and make them make the difficult decisions. Every dollar we take out of their pocket makes our job easier and their lives harder. So let's pass this amendment and let's commit to making the lives of Coloradans easier, cheaper, and a little bit more free. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Intent versus impact is a very slippery slope when it comes to this body under the Gold Dome. And what we say we intend does not always mean what is impacting the people. The people made it very clear with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that they don't want the government to touch it. If they had faith in us and we were doing, what we should be doing to honor the taxpayer dollars, it probably wouldn't have been added to the Constitution. But because we've lost that faith, they have strictly added it into our state constitution that we have had an oath for, saying do not touch, because this is our Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So we should make sure we're making our intent very clear. Now, it's very sad in this day and age that we have to come back and put this into a bill to outline the intent. We should already be doing this. But as a safeguard, we should all be very excited yes for this, because this goes in line with what we the people are. And this state body should never go against we the people or the people of Colorado. We should be in line with them. We should be operating with all of our constituency and the state as we move forward when they put such strong messaging into our state constitution. So let's add this in as a promise to them, as a strong intent. That way we are saying we honor we the people. And you know what? If this body seeks to want to change that, the people who voted for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights should be the ones to make that decision, not us. They voted it in, and so if we think that we need to mess with this and have more funds, we should let the people decide. They voted for it, so let them decide again. I know in my district, they would vote a second time, a third time, to protect our Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And so I am strongly for this amendment, as we all should be. You know what? And we also have a balancing budget in the Constitution, and we're honoring that today. So let's make sure we honor the state Constitution, the will of the people, and make our intent black and white. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a yes vote on this amendment. We have been told by the citizens of Colorado over and over again that they respect and want the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We have to protect it. We cannot allow anything to get at it. I mean, people want to spend their money that they're owed. They don't trust the government to spend that money better than they are. They don't trust us to invest it. They don't want us to invest it. They want that tax revenue that is theirs, rightfully so, and they want to be able to spend it on their children. They want to be able to invest. They want to be able to put it aside, take their family on vacation. That's their money. And again, it's been made clear over and over again. The voters in this state, across the board, want to protect the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And this amendment will help ensure that there's nothing in this long bill that's going to allow the government to get at that. So I strongly urge a yes vote. The citizens have made it clear over and over again. I trust that they know how to invest their money or do with it what they want to do with it. So this is a great amendment. Please vote yes.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It is the single, I say again, it is the single most popular amendment in the Colorado Constitution. It's somewhere around 70% approval year after year after year. That's nearly 3/4 of the population of this state, all political affiliations, unaffiliations, everyone, well, I won't say everyone, most everyone loves their taxpayer bill of rights. They love their refunds. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's because it's their money to start with, and they want to figure out how it's spent, unlike this body seems to go off the rails a few times. So this amendment is saying, no, you have to stick to keeping it on the rails because this is what the people said, this is what they voted on, and time again, when a ballot measure is put out there, the people voted down to eliminate taxpayer bill of rights. This is codifying it and putting up in this amendment to the long bill and saying, nope, leave it alone. The money belongs to the people. That is something I would urge all of us to remember. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, hi, Mom. I'm here. So we were talking last night on the phone, and you were telling me that you couldn't believe what you were reading, that they're going to go after Tabor. And I know you're not super politically involved, but yeah, you're right. Going against the voters is a big deal. And you said to share that you'd like for us to speak out and say no, that spending should always go before the taxpayers. You taught me to be a thrifty state legislator, not cheap, thrifty. So, Mom, I'm letting you know that this is for you, that I am asking an aye on this amendment because we should be going to the voters to increase spending, and when we want to change what we're doing, Tabor is something that you appreciate, and I will definitely be supporting this amendment. Thanks, Mom. Love you.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in support of this amendment. I truly believe that we do not have a revenue problem. Instead, we have a spending problem. As we've been up here all day, I've been trying to redirect money to places that we actually need this money. So the spending is what the problem is. The revenue is not it. The taxpayer bill of rights protects the taxpayers from overspending. We just need to get priorities straight. In 2019, we had a $29 billion budget. Present time now, it's $49 billion. So it's not a revenue problem, as I can clearly state here. The Colorado government has seen a 50% raise in 7 years. Instead of prioritizing schools, which I tried to do today, prioritizing military health care, which we try to do today, we just keep putting money towards unnecessary offices like the office of helping people save money, which we haven't saved any people money. People are still struggling. Not to mention the extra salary the lieutenant governor gets for running that office. That's more money right there that we're not prioritizing to the people. It's, you know, the taxpayer bill of rights has been polling usually at the 70% approval range. It's, again, we went from 2019, 29 billion to 44 billion budget. It's not a revenue problem. Taxpayer bill of rights is good for the state, good for the people. In the last 7 years, that's been going up. It's just, we just see that, you know, by removing Tabor, the taxpayer bill of rights, we just want more money faster. That's not what we need. We need to protect the taxpayer bill of rights. We need to protect the taxpayers of the state of Colorado. And yes, we do need this to go to to the voters for them to approve. As you can see, the taxpayer bill of rights have been approving at a 70% approval rating since its inception. So I urge and I vote on this amendment.
Representative Kelty. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too am in support of Amendment 126. I come from the birthplace of Tabor, and I'm doggone proud of it. Who was this voted in by? The people. Who voted yet again to protect it over and over? The people. Who needs the money back in their pockets and prevented from overspending? The people. It's called the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Taxpayer Bill of Rights means that they have the right to their money back if we don't overspend, which we do overspend, which is why we need Tabor, because it prevents us from overspending that money. Money that our legislators just can't wait to get their hands on so they can keep overspending and spending and spending. Well, we're done. The people have spoken time and time again through ballot measures, which that costs money. And they said no. They said leave the Tabor alone. It's our only protection. People in the state depend on it. A lot of times they depend on it like they depend on their tax returns. It goes back in the pockets of the people. And I know some of y'all just can't stand that. You just got to get your fingers on there. But I tell you what, right now, the people will have said that they want it protected. They want their Tabor there, and we need to leave it alone. Every time, you guys are constantly going after it. Can't stand to see money sit. Can't stand to see money go back. It's not your money. It's not your slush fund. That money belongs to the people, and it needs to go back to them. Hands off, Tabor. Thank you, and vote yes on this amendment. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to say I support this amendment, and I hope you will as well. Tabor was enacted as a part of our Constitution, and the people of Colorado honor that and expect for it to work. We have had other recent additions to our Constitution that we have to honor. But the Tabor came much earlier, and it still works, and it still helps out a great many Coloradans every year. It's kind of like them winning the lottery, the small lottery for them, and it's just a little extra. So please, I do ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're talking about taxpayers getting their money back, and that's what the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is about. That's the result of it. But we can't lose sight on the fact that, yes, people did vote this in, but they voted this in as constitutional. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is constitution. We've come up with everything, fees, fines, any kind of special districts, any of this kind of stuff to make sure that we can get around this. That's actually illegal. It's illegal. We've even done debrucing. That's illegal because the Constitution tells us how to do this. To me, I don't even understand why we need this amendment, except for the fact that we're breaking the law all the time in this room by going against the Constitution, by going against the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. But this stays pretty consistent with, we don't care what the people of Colorado vote in.
Remember Prop HH? We don't care what the people of Colorado vote in. We're just going to do what we want in this room. This amendment should already be, there should be lines all around the budget that says, do not mess with Tabor. It's against the law. Do not mess with Tabor. It's against the Constitution. Do not mess with Tabor. But what do? Special districts. What do? We fee and fine. And we move things everywhere we want to intentionally break the law so that we can mess with Tabor. And the people out there, they voted this in, but see, I keep saying this, for years, we have done a lot of things inside this room that nobody out there knows about, but the times they are a-changing. We are in a golden age, and things are changing, and people out there are knowing more and more and more. Pay attention to the national news now, and our own famous representative from El Paso County. Pay attention to the national news because Colorado's blowing it up. Why? Because we're doing really bad things in this room. That includes Tabor. We're doing really bad things. We just keep doubling down on dumb in this room. Because why? The people vote, but we know we can get it by them. If we vote in some things in this room, nobody will know. Those days are over. Those days are over, and you are causing a major, major shift in the state of Colorado. And for that, I thank you, because I'm going to enjoy that shift. The next thing with this is Tabor has been messed with too much. We don't care what the Constitution says. We're just going to do what we said. In fact, I've had 3 different people in this room say to me, we'll run the bills, you take them to court. Guys, that's not constitutional. That's not legal. That's not right. It's not ethical. It lacks integrity. But we do it all the time in this room. This amendment should be a no-brainer. Why are we going against the Constitution? I know we keep saying it as the people voted, and they did, but what did they vote? They voted constitutionally to enshrine something. And we just flippantly dismiss it and say, no, we're going to do this. We're going to take these monies. We're going to change this. We'll just come up with different names to take the people's tax money away. You know, it's interesting to me that we are broke in this state trying to figure out how to cut $1 billion. It's actually much higher, but we'll go with that narrative. We're trying to cut $1 billion. Although we have Tabor. What if we didn't have Tabor? We would be trying to cut what? We have doubled our budget in this last administration, doubled. So without Tabor, what would we have done? Tabor is the only thing, and I've said this over and over, and I've told Representative Doug Bruce this myself many times. He single-handedly saved Colorado from the spending crazy that is liberalism, the spending nuts that goes with this. By putting Tabor on the ballot and letting the people make a decision, and the people said then, and they have said over and over and over, do not mess with Tabor. And we say, sorry, you're breaking up, can't hear you. We've got to stop this. Enough is enough. The bottom line of any budget is we've got to stop this. Enough is enough, and we've got to reclaim Colorado.
Representative Bradley. Oh, okay. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is something that has gone to the people multiple times. It's gone back to the people, and the people have chosen in more ways than one that this is what they want. They want to maintain and retain their taxpayers' Bill of Rights. They want to maintain and retain the ability to get money back from what the government doesn't spend, even when we used to not spend all and more of the money that we had to spend. This is something that we need to give back to the people that spend the money through taxes and fees in our state to overspend their money and not have anything to give back. We need to find ways to give them back money so we're not overspending. We're not getting ourselves into the budget crisis that we are this year and however many years to follow. We need to also then not be using money to, in turn, file suit against the state for contributing to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and giving them their rightfully earned money back that we don't overspend as a government in the state of Colorado, in this legislature. So this is a good amendment. We need to actually appreciate the people that we represent throughout Colorado and giving them the money back that they entrust in us to use what we need and give back what we don't, and not overuse what we need by what we want and then not have anything to give back. In fact, ask for more, and then ask for even more to provide the legal charges that it's going to take to try to undermine what the people have chosen that they want, that being Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We need to respect the people that we represent, not disrespect them by throwing up a veil and saying that we know better as a legislature, even though you've chosen as the people that you want to have this, you want to have your Taxpayer Bill of Rights, you want to be respected as constituents of the government that you elect, not disrespected and undermined by the government that you elect. So this is definitely a good amendment. We have to start respecting our constituents, not make them look and feel stupid by putting us here and then undermining them. I encourage a yes.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I don't agree with this amendment is that I think it should be renamed as the Bockenfeld Amendment, because that man was such a fierce fighter for our Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And he taught me so much about the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, kind of like the representative from Grand Junction. When we start talking referendum C and things like that, it kind of goes over my head, and I get in the weeds a little bit. I'm just a physical therapist from Douglas County, and I didn't really understand what Tabor meant. Sorry, Rod, Taxpayer Bill of Rights. What that meant to the people of Colorado until you start traveling outside of Colorado. And people from other states are jealous of our Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and Rod really exemplified that. And so if I was going to go against this amendment, it would only be to rename it as Rod Bockenfeld Amendment. So thank you for standing for Rod. What a great man. I rise in support of this amendment. Guys, we've gone from $23 billion to $46 billion in our budget in 6 years. Sometimes I feel like this is my children with my Visa card, where they just think that Amazon packages just miraculously end up on my front porch. Sometimes my husband thinks that I order those because it's my name on it. Those are not for me, honey. Those are our 4 children that use our orange gift or our orange Visa card. And sometimes I think that we are using my orange Visa gift card to order. And sometimes the hypocrisy is hard for me. And I talk to both Democrats and Republicans in here, because 70% of the voters have voted for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights over and over and over again. And we sat up here on Friday talking about Amendment 79, and the voters voted for that. And we deal with that, right? Because the voters did vote for Amendment 79. And we, as a Republican caucus, have to deal with that. 62% of the voters voted for Amendment 79. 70% of the voters, time and time again, have voted for our Taxpayer Bill of Rights. They want our government to be in check. And quite frankly, being $1 billion in debt, I know scares some of us. Some will say we're more than that. I like it. I'm sorry. I like that we have to go through the books and we have to take a look at the different departments, and we have to say, hold on a second. We are spending too much in DHS and HCPF and DOC. And let's take a minute and let's look through, just like I have to look through my checkbook every month and see what my kids are charging on Apple Pay. and where that's coming from. And I'll tell you, last month it was about $2,000, and we all had to sit down and have some serious conversations. Tabor is that. Sorry, Rod. Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I feel like he's going to strike me down at some point. Taxpayer Bill of Rights, I'm sorry. Since 1992, the voters have made it very clear that they overwhelmingly support Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights gives direct control to the voters over tax increases. They don't want us raising taxes without putting the question on the ballot, ensuring transparency through the democratic consent. We are usurping them with fees, and they're really tired of being feed to death. This is the least we can do. It caps the growth of government revenue and spending to a formula based on inflation and population growth, which supporters say keeps the size of government in check and encourages efficient use of public funds. Without it, I hesitate to say that we would be way more than $1 billion in debt. And I love that we're keeping, the orbitals are keeping us in check even for the next year. Governments are forced to prioritize spending and make tough choices, and we've seen that today. And I think the JBC feels that. We have begged for certain things, and they have had to make certain choices. We're trying to reduce waste and inefficiency. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights acts as a check against overspending. Because spending increases are restricted, state and local governments have to plan to be more carefully and strategically. I have to do that. I have wanted a new car. My husband will tell you for years. We have 4 children that play a lot of sports, and most parents will tell you that costs a ton of money. We have had to plan accordingly. We have cut out going out to dinner so that I can have a car. We have to budget. Most families in Colorado have to budget. We can't eat out like we used to because groceries are horrifically expensive. The voters feel like they are out of control in this state. And Taxpayer Bill of Rights give them that little bit of control over what they feel like is an out of control environment. The least we can do, the very least we can do, is continue to allow that. We can't come up to this well and say, when they vote on ballot initiatives and amendments overwhelmingly, that we will not provide that for them, especially when we just said it on Friday and Sunday, that they voted in support of Amendment 79. We cannot talk out of the other side of our mouth and say when they have voted time and time again for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that is constitutionally protected, we cannot turn around and say no to that. We cannot be hypocritical. We cannot talk out of both sides of our mouth. They want this. They want it protected. Let's give them that. This is the least we can do. This costs no money. Let's continue to protect what the voters want, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. I think it's a shame that we even have to run an amendment like this. I'm going to speak for the people of my district. Unfortunately, when I'm up here at the building, the people in my district are used to having their tax dollars weaponized against their will, which is unfortunate. Now, we are going to tell the populace, which has an approval rating of about 70% on Tabor, that they're going to get burned as well. I mean, at some point they're going to wake up, right? So I look at this as like the banking system. So the state is like a bank, and they hold these tax dollars back. Now, us as the legislature, we hold the debit card to that bank account. There are people that have spending problems. So there's a whole lot of things you can do. One of the things I had a friend have to go through finance classes was he had a huge spending problem with impulse buying. So they made him take his credit card and freeze it in a cup of water. And the whole goal behind that is you can't microwave your credit card because you'll kill the mag strip. So don't get me wrong, you could throw it under hot water, but you're looking at 30 minutes. That might stop the impulse. But the whole idea behind it is you're supposed to set it out on the counter and wait for the thing to melt. And then hopefully at that point, you've talked yourself off the cliff. Now what Tabor is it's the PIN to this credit card. So my question for you is if you had somebody in your family that had a spending problem, would you give them the PIN to your credit card? I don't think anybody would. I sure wouldn't. If my wife or kids or myself, I would want somebody to take that PIN away. So then we get rid of the PIN, and then I know I'm old, but a lot of you are gonna know this. Hungry Hippos. You remember that game where you tap the thing and tried to get as many of the little, thank you. That's what happens in this building. We play Hungry Hippo and we slam that thing as hard as we can to try to collect as much as we can. First we started with fees, then we went to enterprises, and unfortunately now we're saying the quiet thing out loud. Circle it with fees, circle it with enterprise. Now folks, we're coming straight at you and we're telling you that we're gonna attack Tabor. And I can't say it as eloquently as the representative from El Paso County, but taking people's tax dollars to sue them to keep us in check so we don't spend their tax dollars is insanity. In what world? I don't understand this. I don't know. I think sometimes in this building, this name badge gets to us. I really do. I think it does. And that's a hard thing for me because I consider myself a statesman. I really do. I don't like to be called a politician. Not whatsoever. Because when I'm done with this, and they're putting me 6 feet down, I want the people of Colorado to know I stood for what was right. I want that 70% to know whether they're Republican or Independent or Democrat, that Representative Winter listened to them with that approval rating. I don't know better than them. And when I asked them to fill in that little circle next to my name, that didn't change who I was. 25,000 miles a year. I'd like to know anybody else in this chamber that does that much. 25,000 miles a year. And I go over, and I go over, and I go over again. That's why I get so upset in this building when we hear, did you stakeholder your bills? Well, I'm sorry I don't have an organization behind me. I'm sorry I don't have a department behind me. I have the people behind me. And that is the largest stakeholder in this state. But when we get in this bubble, we forget that. It comes back to this name badge. Well, guess what? When you're out of here, 5 years from now, nobody's even going to remember who you are. Nobody outside this building, nobody outside the bubble. And if they remember who you are, they probably won't care what's happened to you. And every time we think we're bigger than the people, take off your name badge and walk 3 blocks from here. And if you got to fight the paparazzi off, you're doing better than me. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I moved to Colorado because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And I used to tell this story all the time, and somebody was like, is that true? And I said, yes. When we were looking at states, we were looking at 3 different states, and the reason we chose Colorado is because I grew up in New York, right, outside of New York City, lived all over the East Coast, and I thought, gosh, any place that allowed the people to vote on tax increases had to be the most free state. And I will say back in 2007, when I moved to Colorado, it probably was. We have maybe trended in a different direction. But protecting the Taxpayer Bill of Rights has always been really important. In my opening day speech on behalf of my caucus, we talked about that one of our priorities is defending and protecting the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Well, we didn't just pick that out of thin air. We picked that because of all the conversations we had at our doors with people from across the state. And as I've said, as minority leader, I had the great privilege of being able to travel the state at least 3 times in the interim and talking to the people in all areas of this state. What I find most ironic is the governor actually loved the Taxpayer Bill of Rights when he sent out refund checks. Do you remember when everybody got their check in the mail and people were so excited? Then the Taxpayer Bill of Rights was okay because it actually came to some sort of benefit for the governor and for the majority party. And then it went too far. And we saw that in the property tax conversations. And I, along with the good senator from Weld County, co-chaired the anti-Proposition HH campaign. And when we did that and we defeated it with the grassroots, with people from all over Colorado who said, no, we love the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We want our Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds, and we want to make sure that we protect that. And that went down 60-40. The people have spoken time and time again, and they have said, we want you to protect Tabor, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And that's what we are going to continue to do. And so using even a penny of state funds to try to invalidate the one thing that people of Colorado in a very fiscally conservative state have said consistently they want us to protect just seems as a huge affront to the people of Colorado, the money that they have entrusted with us to spend in order to move forward goals towards the proper role of government, affordability, public safety. These are the things that they have asked us to fight for. We are going to continue to fight for it, and the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is an important part of doing that. The people have spoken, respect the people, and please do not use a dollar or a penny of their money to invalidate their wishes and their votes time and time again. So I support this amendment. I think it is one of the best amendments we have run today, and really appreciate the good representative from El Paso County for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff. Are you going, DeGraff? Representative? Oh, okay. Then we'll hold off and we'll go down this line. Representative DeGraff? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise in a bit of confusion related to this amendment. Perhaps the amendment sponsor can help me out, because it says that well, once he moves, I can read it. Thank you. That it is the General Assembly's intent that the general fund appropriations made to the legislative department not be used to invalidate the taxpayer's Bill of Rights. Well, then I think, what is it that the legislative department pays for, right? What do we get money for? We get money for legal services through OLLS. We get money for research that's provided through Ledge Counsel. We get money for lawsuits that go outside of the building. We also get money for salaries for all of us here. And over my 5 years, there have been a lot of bills that have sought to undermine Tabor in various ways. Different shell games that are played. We put it in tax credits this way so that people don't know it's Tabor, so that we can minimize people's understanding of the value that Tabor provides for them. We put it in enterprises that are Tabor exempt. We move it all around to otherwise invalidate and undermine Tabor. And so my question to the amendment sponsor, because I anticipate that this was initially proposed because of the resolution that's been introduced recently to make this a question before the courts, my question to the amendment sponsor is, do you expect this to only apply to that, or are we talking about actually stripping our colleagues of their salaries, or a prorated portion of their salaries, for all of the things that they advance that undermine or invalidate Tabor? Because, I haven't said it recently because of different timing and situations, but I do generally love the people in this room and find them worthy of the earnings of their work, and think that maybe we should pay them. But if I read this and apply it strictly, perhaps you intend not?
Representative DeGraff. They're not going. Yeah, just you.
Just me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would envision all of the above. If you're going to talk about stakeholdering, then I think we ought to stakeholder with 70% of the people of Colorado and say, I'm going to guess if 70% of the people of Colorado are in favor of Tabor, then 70% of the people of Colorado are going to say they don't want you to use their money to sue them in order to tax them more without their permission. I'm only basing that on just the large number of emails I've received. And just remember that this body has the ability to go and ask for more taxes, and it's happened. Now, why would they trust you on one recent bill that said no fiscal note? The taxpayers are just finding out that they volunteered to spend an unlimited amount of their money on feticide. Why would they trust you? HJR 25-1023, Tabor killers versus tax widgets. That's the plan. This is a Tabor attack. This is a Tabor attack. It is to reduce we the people to tax-paying widgets, servants of the state. 70% against getting rid of Tabor. Suing Tabor with the money of we the people is not representative of we the people. Our Declaration of Independence and Constitution were in fact acts of we the people. So how far does the sponsor intend to go back in saying things that that constitutional principles that were ensconced by we the people are not constitutional? How far do we go back in this? Because we the people who this body represents said these are the boundaries with which we want you to be constrained, because you need to be constrained. The sponsors, of course, are hoping to hit the jackpot, putting the money on their chosen color, spinning the wheel, and if they lose, no problem, it's somebody else's money. They went with the We the People credit card. If they win, they put their money on activist judge and they get him. Ding, ding, ding. Lights, bells, whistles. If you finally land your bet, it's taxing the citizens without end. And we know that's what will happen. We heard the people in testimony. They already have this money spent. They already have this money spent. And you know what? Each one of them had the money spent and had visions of sugar plums dancing in their heads. They want your money. Killing Tabor is like Christmas Day for the General Assembly. We are the citizens' representatives, and those people have said, don't touch it. If you want to represent the people, don't touch it. It's indicative of another constitutional amendment, shall not be infringed. That one you don't get either. Again, the intent of the Constitution is to constrain government. Your job is not to come up with all kinds of means of social intervention to create your totalitarian vision. Your job is to represent the vision, the rights of the people, that to secure these rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Self-evident, creator endowed. Your purpose is to secure those rights. It's not to make the trains run on time. It's to secure those rights. It'd be nice if you fixed the potholes, but your job is to secure those rights. If you want to trust the people, make it a ballot measure. Make it a ballot measure. Put it on the ballot. That's how it got there. That's how it should come off. Now, personally, I think Tabor is constitutional, but we do have activist judges that want to reduce we the people to tax-paying widgets. And this is just one more in the long line. Protocol, protocol, protocol. What is the object of getting rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights? It's to get rid of the rights of taxpayers. The reason that you want to get rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is because you want to get rid of the rights of taxpayers. Do taxpayers have to approve a tax increase after this? No, they don't. Does the budget have to be constrained by anything? Currently, the budget is only constrained by population, inflation, and creativity to figure out how to circumvent Tabor. But if you didn't have to circumvent Tabor, if you did not have to circumvent the rights of the taxpayers, and you weren't so happy about circumventing the rights of the taxpayers, we would be so far out of money. And something about the citizens, there have been times where you've asked for money and they've authorized it. They've usually regretted it, but they've authorized it. Or sometimes they haven't authorized money and then you've spent an endless amount of money. So the sponsor is going to say, or would say, that this is an effort to determine the constitutionality. The purpose of determining the constitutionality of this is to kill it, instead of merely chipping away at it continually through freeze, tax credits, and enterprises. So, Colorado, if you want to be we the people, instead of tax-paying widgets, this could be your last chance, because this is Tabor killers versus tax widgets. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. It has already been cowed, if that makes any difference to you. So, yes on this amendment. Protect the will of the people.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to clarify my earlier comments, I support this amendment. I just want to know how broad it goes and whether or not we can continue to see people paid in this building for providing legal advice and drafting of legislation, resolutions, et cetera, such that they invalidate or otherwise undermine Tabor. That was my only question. Yeah.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 41? J126, seeing none, the question before us is Amendment 41, J126. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J132 to Senate Bill 206.
That has been properly displayed.
Why, thank you. I offer this as a bit of a palate cleanser. It's Long Bill Day, and we'll be talking about numbers again. So, fairly simple. This removes $108,000, $454 from the funding for the Defense Council on first appearance grant. It's been rarely used. The program's actually ending. This is really just an amendment to, let's shut it down early. It's not used much. It's already winding down. I don't think we need 108,000 plus into it in the coming year. So let's just give it a quick death and vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote. The committee already decided to wind this down early, and this is the responsible path to doing that to ensure that those who are already granted aren't shorted the money they were promised.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 42? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 42, J132. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative DeGraff. It's 44. 45. Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the audible. I move J141 to Senate Bill 206 and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
That has been properly displayed.
Thank you. This is a reduction in appropriation to the Department of Natural Resources. I am playing the part of Assistant Minority Leader Winter. Overall, still, just looking for efficiencies. Efficiencies within departments. It's not a huge reduction, 1.3 million. It'll promote efficiency in wildlife conservation, encouraging better resource allocation, and this is important, without compromising the core mission. We're not looking at compromising the core mission of CPW. Wildlife management matters, but administrative staffing may include some non-essential roles, like redundant managers and support staff. This $1.3 million reduction from personnel services could then free up funds to help achieve the core priorities. Again, reallocation. Everybody has asked, I've said it before, grab an oar. Grab an oar, we're in this boat together. There is nobody that is not being affected by the budget reallocation. CPW's mission is to manage parks and wildlife. This amendment allows them to continue that mission, but with leaner overhead. I know that Representative Taggart, our member of the Joint Budget Committee, had said previously that he thought, gosh, why can't we just run government like we would run a business? I know you know how important leaner overhead is to a business. And though you have been, Representative Taggart has been, told, you just can't do that. You can't just run government like you run a business. You just can't do that. I still would argue, and I bet my good representative from the Joint Budget Committee would also argue, that we still can find a way to operate with leaner overhead, especially when we are trying to find and reappropriate dollars. We can find a way of reducing overhead and being more efficient. If we pass this amendment, this signals fiscal discretion without gutting CPW's public-facing work. You're getting a close look because you like it, don't you? You're getting a close look at it because I know you're about to vote yes on this. It's an honest balance of Colorado's love for nature and our own budgetary reality. I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 43J141? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm going to ask for a respectful no vote on this. Our outdoor, our wildlife, our parks, that is what makes Colorado special. And we have seen firsthand with what's happening to our national parks when there's been a lack of investment because people love their parks so much. There are more and more people visiting our parks, and the last thing we need is to make sure, or is to be disinvesting in them at a time when demand is increasing, when people are appreciating the outdoors more than ever. Colorado is made special by our outdoors. The very last thing we want to do is defund maintenance and care of those places that make this state most special.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I agree, 100%. Colorado outdoors, 100%. I just want to make sure that I'm very clear that I am not asking for a reduction of services. 1.3 million is an opportunity to lean out the overhead, the administrative costs, the way that CPW functions without disrupting the core services. I would never advocate for that. Just want to make sure that we're very clear that this is about administrative costs only. Still ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is Amendment 43J141. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J143, SB 206, ask that it be displayed.
That has been properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Department of Natural Resources, Division of Parks and Wildlife, Colorado Parks and Wildlife operations beginning 2026 is the General Assembly's intent that the Division of Parks and Wildlife record and present findings related to wolf encounters during the Department of Natural Resources annual SMART Act hearing. Now, the reason for this, I mean, there's twofold. If they're doing it, then this wouldn't be a problem, so it should go in there and just reflect the intent of the body. But when we called over there to find out what the numbers were on wolf predations on the hellhounds versus the ag, well, these departments had no idea who was winning, ag or hellhounds. Now, if the hellhounds are winning, then we have a problem. And now, of course, adding to hellhounds, we'll have the demon weasels as well. So Colorado is giving money to this. Colorado is giving money to this. That means by Article 5, Section 34, the General Assembly has absolute control over hellhounds and demon weasels. Colorado General Assembly has no idea about the activities of these hellhounds and demon weasels other than that they're killing livestock. And we don't know how much livestock. Now, I do see things that only $13,000 has been paid out, but then there's a rancher that says Colorado owes him $500,000. I'm no math genius, but that's a pretty big delta. So if Colorado is going to be in the business of hellhounds and demon weasels, we should know if the hellhounds and demon weasels are keeping up with the governor's climate goals of killing off ag. I mean, that's what they're for. So hellhounds of the death cult. That is appropriate, Cerebus. So I don't know why you'd stick the hellhounds and demon weasels on the people of Colorado without knowing what they're doing. I mean, what if they're not fully predating ag and eliminating all the livestock at an appropriate rate? You might need more. So you can really have those because what happens at calf season if you don't have wolves around to catch the calves as they come out, as they're born? What's going to rip the stomach out of those cows? We don't know. They're not going to cows aren't going to do it. Obviously, if we're going to achieve the climate goals of the governor of killing off ag, we need to know if the hellhounds and demon weasels are doing their job. So I think they should be tracked. I don't think they should be allowed to just be slackers out there and getting away with not having their activities monitored. So any other job, they would monitor it, make sure they're working effectively, and this is no different. So make sure, for the sake of our climate goals and the governor's war on ag, that we have a good showing for the good accountability of the hellhounds and demon weasels.
Representative Johnson.
Thanks. Sitting on Ag Committee, I know we did ask the question to see what the numbers were, and it was delayed coming back because they had to compile it. Now, I very much appreciate CDA. They did get us the information, but why don't we make it a little easier and say to expect this? Now we have the reports every year when we do SMART Act hearings, And for those listening in, SMART Act is a way to offer transparency so that way we, the members, can ask our agencies what is going on, ask them questions, get feedback. And we're just asking for a little bit more feedback, and we're prepping them so they know what's going to be coming, so we can have transparency in numbers as we move forward in how we are going to handle these wolves, because they are now in House District 63 as well. They have been traveling. I would love to have transparency on this, and this is what we're going to vote on with this amendment, is transparency to the people, transparency to us as we go forward in legislation, and allowing for this compiling, because they should be keeping this up. We should have these numbers. Anything with wildlife management should have numbers. Let's make sure we can make that public. I urge a yes vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of the amendment because the way I look at the amendment, it says encounters, and I think that's human encounters as well. We usually always talk about agriculture. I'm not going to speak too much to that, but I'm really speaking to the farmers and ranchers in Colorado. I'm getting more and more nervous for you every single day of the week. First, they got the wolves from Oregon, and Oregon said no. Then they got the wolves from Canada. What scares me more than anything is if Canada says no. I don't know if you've all seen the news, and they brought dire wolves back out of extinction. And that scares me to death to think that one day we could have dire wolves running across the eastern plains or through the mountains. They're big, they're nasty, and they're cattle-eating machines. So I rise in support to make sure that we know all encounters, because I think, unfortunately, until the voters of Colorado get to take a look and see what actually happens when these wolves start coming into their neighborhoods and they start killing their pet dogs. If you got a goat in the backyard, you come and find the bones picked over. These encounters need to be definitely brought up to the public, because as we see